Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, a convenient and effective way to seek the therapy you may need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols. I truly believe that we should all try to take better care of ourselves, even if we only work around the edges and make small decisions that can later sprout into much more consequential ones. After all, every journey begins with a lone first step. So what if I told you that you can meet with a licensed therapist from the comfort of your own home at an affordable price via a method that makes the most sense for you? This is why I think BetterHelp is such a vital service, because it breaks down virtually all of the major barriers that stand between you and taking that first step. Will you take the first step? Get it off your chest with BetterHelp and visit betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for online, affordable, convenient, and effective therapy conducted via audio, video, or even just by text, run by professionals ready to help you right this moment. Take that first step at betterhelp.com/symbols. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, the global leader in flavored air devices that are helping people stop partaking in a stubborn bad habit. So what's stopping you from joining the movement? Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's TRYFUM.com, and use the code SACRED to get a free gift with your order today. To join the flavored air revolution, head to tryfume.com and use the code SACRED. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 307. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today by someone very mysterious indeed. Who is this man? Welcome to the show, mystery person.
Yeah, it's me. It's Mystery. No, I don't know. I just chose not to wear glasses today because I'm trying to get used to it. I've been more seriously. I mean, let me roll back a little bit. I was considering doing LASIK a little bit before my fight, and then they were like, "Don't do that." And then, so I was like, "Okay." And then I was considering doing it afterwards, and then I just kind of, I don't know. I was just so relieved to not have to worry about anything after the fight that I was like, maybe I'll just put this off for a little bit. And I've been thinking about it more lately now that all that has kind of passed by, and it's a little weird because I'm not really used to my own face at all. Like, even when I have glasses on, my prescription is so high that it warps my face.
Right.
Like,
right.
I look like a different person.
Totally.
So even just trying on, I always hated this when I would try on glasses at like Lens Crafters or like any other glasses place. I never really knew like how they would look on me because they're not prescription lenses when you're trying them on. So like, I have no real idea of how they look, and I'm just kind of getting tired of it. And I don't know, been trying the contacts thing, which is, I'm not a big fan of it, honestly. I don't like this whole poking my own eye in the morning.
Yeah.
And
well, I couldn't imagine.
It's terrible.
No. Well, you look good. It's good to see you. You got your Yankee hat on. You're drinking a good glass of water, staying hydrated.
Mm-hmm.
I think LASIK, I've known a few people that have gotten LASIK. You know, you just want to make sure that laser went in the wrong direction. Sorry.
Dude, it freaks me out.
Anymore.
That really freaks me out. Like, especially because like people have told me like, yeah, you smell your eye burning during the surgery because you're awake, and it's like, oh my god,
it's interesting.
It sounds so horrible.
Yeah,
but
yeah, well, I totally agree with you because I never needed really glasses for anything other than distance. I started wearing them in high school a little bit, then I stopped wearing them, and then at IGN I started wearing glasses again, and I would just wear them all the time, and I probably wore them for, I don't know, 8 years or something like that, and then I lost a pair of glasses in a cab in New York City, as I've explained in the past. And that was like my favorite pair of glasses. Couldn't replace them, just stopped wearing them. And I agree with you that you have to adjust to your face. It's actually very similar to when I shave my beard down to like very slow. It looks like I have no face anymore. I look like a fucking pinhead, but really I don't. It's just, I'm so used to looking at myself a certain way. So I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And we'll be very intrigued to follow this with great interest.
Yeah.
It's like George said, buying glasses is like buying a new face, right? Isn't that what it's like?
Yeah, it's like picking a new face.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, welcome to the show. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. I got to be honest. I'm a little uneasy because 2 days ago, there was a bee flying around here in my office. And I gotta be honest, people are like, oh, you're afraid of bees? What are you afraid of a bee for?
Be
It's
honest.
like, I kind of am afraid of bees because I've been stung by one. I've been stung multiple times, and guess what? It fucking hurts, and it's very annoying, and I have like an extra allergic reaction. So yeah, I do not want to mess with any bees. So the fact that there's one seemingly plotting to kill me while I sit and record this podcast at any moment.
He'll be dead soon.
I haven't seen him in a day, so he's probably done.
Oh, he's done. Yeah, he's done.
Yeah. Now, I did find the other day, I was in my bathroom and I found there was the biggest ant I've ever seen in my life.
Uh-oh.
Like this dude was like as big as my fingernail.
Carpenter
big.
ant.
Yeah.
That's bad news, dude.
Well, I've only seen one and I captured him under a cup. So I've just kind of been keeping him there. This dude stayed alive for 6 days.
Wow.
Because I lifted up the cup and he started to get away and I said, no, you don't. Put him right back under there. And so I've just been going every day and like shaking the cup to see if he's still alive. He's holding on, dude. I don't know. No food, no water. This dude's strong. But my will is stronger. He will die.
Why are you torturing him? Why won't you just kill it?
You're torturing this ant. Just kill the fucking thing.
I kind of just wanted to see how long. I thought that it would literally be, like a day and he'd be done. Because I kind of forgot about him. It was right before I went to bed. Right. I just was like, I'll just leave him. And then it sat there for a few days. And so I went to pick up the cup. He almost got away from me. So now it's a challenge. Like I wouldn't normally torture an ant, but the fact that he's got the willpower, I'm like, no. I must break you.
Yeah.
So what's happening is you're acting like a cruel god.
Yes,
right
I
now.
am.
You're just kind of keeping this guy
let me lift
sustained.
the cup up and give you a little bit of liberative energy, and then you just shut it back on him again.
Yeah.
You're like the North Vietnamese.
Pretty much. Here's the thing. What is it? Because people don't think anything about killing a bug.
No,
at all, for the most part. If it was a little mouse, though, I would feel like a horrible person.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I would never do that to a mouse. But really, should I?
No.
Would you do it to a rat?
No. I'm saying like even a small creature like a mouse. That would be.
Oh, I see.
That would make me feel bad. So
is it the size of the ant? Like if rabbits and like rats were as small as ants, do you think you would care?
Well, I think it has maybe something to do with the cuteness, because a little mouse, that's a little cutie pie right there. Ant though, nah, he's got no cute redeeming qualities. So let him suffer.
If I understand correctly, if you believe in the single source of life, mammals were created and then we all came from that, which is, the more you think about it, the more it really doesn't actually make any sense. But we're somehow related to that creature, the mouse. We're actually somehow related to everything. Here's the thing. I actually avoid killing insects or bugs unless it's a spider. I'll kill a spider, which is not an insect, but I'll kill any spider I see. No problem. Go out of my way to kill it. Other things I kind of leave alone, except for those. There's some of these destructive beetles that we actually put out this bait and you catch them in bags. It's like a bag of beetles, like a bag of, and then you just throw it in the garbage.
You curb stomp them.
It seems like a pretty tempting thing to do, actually. Like what would just fucking stomp on it.
It'd be really disgusting, I bet. Yeah. But I don't know, like spiders are the one insect I feel like I leave alone generally, unless it's like a carpenter or like something that's like very clearly like, that spider's gonna kill me. I generally leave spiders alone because I feel like they're the only bug. They're the only insect, and I understand that they're not insects, they're arachnids, whatever. I get it. But they're the only creature of that type that I feel like is also kind of working for me in some way. Whereas like nothing else really does that. If I see a roach or something, I'm going scorched earth on that thing. I might actually capture it and interrogate it and then torture it for way longer than Dustin's doing to this ant. I hate roaches. No sympathy at all from me.
Pop out its shoulder blades like they did to John McCain.
Dude, I used to, like when I was living, because there were apartments that I would live in. I lived in like 2 apartments that had like roach problems. And I noticed, by the way, that every single apartment that I've ever been in that had a roach problem also had a dishwasher. Don't know what that's about. Something I've noticed. Just wash your fucking dishes.
Causation, perhaps.
It feels like it, honestly, because that was also like where they would come through sometimes. And I'd be
it's the water piping. That's where ants come in all the time, is like through water, lines and shit like that. We learned that in San Francisco. That's a very, I've said that before, that's a very common thing because it's dry so much of the year that when it starts to rain, the ants actually start like trying to go out and then bring like water back to whatever.
It's crazy.
Drops. Yeah.
The way I feel about dishwashers is the way that Sony feels about the PS Vita. I feel like it's an unnecessary vector and they need to be eliminated.
Interesting. I love the dishwasher personally. Like,
yeah, you love the Vita. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, is your hate of the dishwasher rooted in the bugs that may come from it, in your theory?
I think the problems that they open you up to is not worth the solutions that they give you. Just wash your dishes. Like I really don't get it.
Problems? Like other than this theory that you it's just a hunch.
No.
One other problem, Chris, with the dishwasher.
It's just an other mechanical thing in your kitchen that you have to worry about. It's also taking up valuable counter space and valuable storage space that could be used to store other things. Like, it's just a huge waste of space and a massive mechanical bitch in your kitchen that doesn't do any. What does it do? It rinses your do it yourself.
It saves you hours of time and is more water efficient.
Hours of dishes? What are you doing? Over time. Don't just wash your dishes the moment you're done. What do you mean over time? Why are you letting them sit there long enough to even need a dishwasher in the first place?
I don't mean like let all your dishes pile up and then wash them. I'm just saying that washing your dishes takes more time than it takes to use a dishwasher.
No. But here's the thing about the dishwasher, right? People use it wrong all the time. Right? People put their fucking dirty, unrinsed dishes in the dishwasher. And it's like, the dishwasher will do it. No, you have to rinse your dishes thoroughly and then put them in the dishwasher, which at that point, if you're rinsing your dishes so thoroughly already, just finish it. If you're washing your dishes 80% of the way just so you can put it in the last like 20% in the dishwasher, just fucking finish it. I don't understand the dishwasher
that's a fair
at all.
Point. That's a fair point. Because that's always bothered me as well, that you had to do that. And if you don't do that, you're fucking your dishwasher up bad.
Well,
like
if you don't do that.
No, you guys are both wrong. Washington Post, experts say don't pre-rinse your dishes. We put that advice to the test. And I've heard this before other places. Sure. It is a misnomer. If you have a modern dishwasher that's in working condition, you don't want to have like a solid like hunks of food on there. You gotta scrape it off. But no, you don't need to rinse your dishwasher or your dishes before you put in the dish.
I should be clear. Like if I just put the dish under the water just to get rid of like crumbs and things like that because we have traps in our dishwasher. Like it's a somewhat new dishwasher and you have to empty them. You know
that already though. The act of even putting the dish under the sink in the first place, like I'm already here, dude.
Yeah,
I'm already here. And by the way, if I'm putting the dishes away under or I'm putting the dishes under the sink in the first place, this is going to be. Chances are I just finished using them. This is going to be the easiest point in which they're going to be cleanable anyway, because nothing's congealed and nothing's staining. You could theoretically, like once you're done eating, you could theoretically like run to the sink and rinse it and be fine just doing that. Theoretically, if you get to it really fucking quick. So I'm like, I don't know. And then if you have to empty out like the thing in the dishwasher, that's just another fucking thing that you have to, I got to remember to do this. I got to get like specific dishwasher soap that is like very specific to the dishwasher. Then you got to get the other stuff that you put in that doesn't get water spots on it.
The jet dry.
Yeah, jet dry, which was really important. You don't have to do that here because we don't have hard water, but in Santa Monica, the fucking world's hardest water ever, that permanently stains things. Like permanently stain glass. If you live, like if you have a shower with glass, like it will stain it and you will not get it off. That's how fucking hard the water is there. Jet dry. Very important.
Yeah. Shout out.
You're in Virginia? We don't need no jet dry here. That'll be in Virginia.
But like that's what I'm saying. It's just so many things to pay attention to and manage and fix when all you really to not have to do all that, you just have to wash your fucking dishes. And I don't get it.
It's fair. I've never considered the management of a dishwasher to be this extensive, truly. And I think, Chris, you're speaking from the perspective of a man who lives by himself. I'm not saying you've never cooked for anyone, but if you've got a family, you're feeding a few kids, you got a lot of dishes at the end on a multiple times a day basis, potentially.
Yeah, that's totally valid. 100%.
All right, here's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Is I've vacillated with the dishwasher in my life to be fair. When I lived in San Francisco with Greg for many years, we had a dishwasher and I refused to let him use it ever because it was from the late 80s or early 90s. And it had like the original Energy Star marking on it, like the original one.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, this probably uses so much power and like 500 gallons of water. However, today, dishwashers are so efficient. This is the one upside to them, that they use substantially less water, and even depending on the nature of your heat, like what if you have a gas heat or electric heat or whatever, we'll use even less of that as the water is heated as well. And so people use it to be judicious like that. But we run ours once a day. And that is the thing. If you, Micah cooks all the time, like every day, multiple times a day sometimes. So we have all of that at dishes and we just run it at night, get up in the morning, put the dishes away. You know, it's a nice little cycle. I'm very sympathetic to your position because I have often wondered about the rinsing too. That really annoyed me as well, you know, but I'm over it now.
Yeah.
In fact,
that's fair.
Oh, do you want to hear? This is fucking crazy. Well, maybe it's not crazy to you guys because well, Dustin, you probably know because you've bought appliances in the past, but you used to get an appliance. So when I moved in here, I had to buy all my appliances, right? Whirlpool, whatever, Maytag shit.
Yeah.
And then I got like warranty. So I moved in June of 2020. So it must be like 4-year warranty or whatever. I've gotten a bunch of things in the mail to renew the warranty on renew the warranty on the stove and on the fridge and all this. And dude, there's subscriptions now.
Oh, to appliances?
You don't buy the warranty. It's like, all right, for $13.99 a month, we'll take care of your stove. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing that. Now, here's the thing, though. It probably comes out to a pretty similar price, but I'm like, I can't believe even these motherfuckers are now trying to get on subscription revenue for warranties for these different fridges and all this.
Maytag Plus. I'm
like, I'm good, thanks. I'll just buy a new one at this point, like just out of principle. I think we're okay, though. I think everything's fine right now.
I hear that's happening with cars, too. Where like,
I think like BMW or one of the German companies started doing, or Audi or someone started like having like subscription seat heat and shit like that. Like, it's pretty crazy. Dagan is an Audi guy, so
that is so obnoxious in such a deeply villain. Like I really, that's a villain to me. Like somebody who introduces subscription services into features already built into a car. That is like, you should be in prison.
It's outrageous.
I think like that is so outrageously evil that I no. Your kids should suffer for that.
It's crazy, dude.
Generational suffering.
Hell yeah,
yeah, like that's such a
North
terrible
Korea
thing. Exactly.
Yeah. If you escape North Korea, they're going to kill everyone you know.
Yep.
Everyone you've ever met. It's pretty ruthless, I must say. Those communists, a little crazy. Yeah, well, it's good to be here with you guys.
Seem like real jerks.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, seems like a real jerk.
What a bunch of assholes, little jerk offs. It's good to be here with you guys today, and good to be here with you out there in the audience. Appreciate you. So we started a little late today. I'm going to turn it around. I wanted to show everyone this though because I just thought it would be an interesting thing. Unless you worked at like a GameStop or something, I doubt you've ever seen this. We used to get games like this at IGN all the time. We're publishing another Lilymo game, and we'll announce it probably late in the summer because we have a lot of work to do on it first. But the big part of it, of course, is getting the game. And I had to start 15 minutes late, and the guys accommodated me, and I appreciate that because a FedEx truck, like a fucking 18-wheeler kind of truck, pulled up in front of my house and pulled out a huge pallet of games. Now, the last time we ordered 1,000 games last time, and they came in boxes and then sleeves in the boxes. This time, we just got a huge pallet wrapped in plastic with just the sleeves, so it took me a long time to get them all inside. But if people are curious, this is like a sleeve of video games. And I turn the game around. And this is how they go and are shipped to stores, usually a sleeve at a time or so. And just an interesting little tidbit for you, in case you're curious about the mechanics of the games industry. Most games in the United States are published in Indiana in a famous pressing factory that has existed, I think, since the 80s, long before disc-based games. And it's cool to get them. So I'm excited. Here's the back of the game. It's too low res. You won't be able to tell what it is. And we'll have more to say about that soon. So I had to go do that. And then I started sweating. I mean,
yeah.
Oh boy. Because it's so hot out. Why does it always have to be so hot? Anyone have an answer to that?
No.
Why does it always have to be so hot?
In California, it's only like 64 right now. It's nice and cool, nice and cloudy.
Yeah, that's nice. It's the tilt of the Earth and the wobble of the Earth. It would be nice if we had an Earth, like a planet.
I like that.
There's a little cut for a lot more. The Earth was like this and didn't wobble. We would actually be able to live in permanent places that would have identical weather at all times, except for, I guess, the distance from the sun would it be affected depending on where you were. You'd have to change a few things about the mechanics of the orbit of the Earth, I guess. But that would be pretty nice because then you could be like, oh, I'll just live here. And this is the way it is, So if you want this fucking hot bullshit in the South, and I'm not even that far in the South, dude. Can you imagine what they're doing in Mississippi right now? You don't even want to imagine what they're doing in Mississippi. You think you see Confederate flags around here.
Yeah. They're all microwaved out there.
Oh, yeah. To say the least. To say the least. Yeah. All right. It's the PlayStation podcast, Sacred Symbols. It's going to be, we actually didn't even get into anything. It took almost 15 minutes to get through the dishwashing conversation, which is good.
That's true. True.
That's nice. And it's good to convene with all of you. I'm glad to be here today. Feel pretty good. Went to the doctor yesterday for a physical. No, 2 days ago. Got a blood test. Do you have Kaiser Permanente, Chris? Or have you ever? Yeah. So you know how in Kaiser, it's like everything in one stop, which is awesome. I actually really like Kaiser a lot. I miss it. Whereas like you go to one building, it's like go to the doctor here, then go see the specialist on the third floor, the pharmacy's on the first floor, go get your blood test on the second floor. Like I love that shit.
Yeah, it's super convenient. There's places in New York that I used to go to too that were very much like that. And it was like,
well, that's what I was going to say. I never encountered it until now. This place is kind of becoming like that. And I'm like, that's so nice. Because it's cost controls. I mean, that's the only reason that they want to do it. But so that was convenient. Here's the thing. Pretty healthy. Weight flat over the last 2 years, which is good. And I've gained a lot more muscle. So I'd like to think that that's a good thing. Cholesterol, high. Colin being put on Lipitor to bring it down. So he doesn't have a stroke or a heart attack. Okay. Excellent. Now, where is it coming from? Could be the mayonnaise. Wouldn't be so surprised about that. Could be the cheese. Don't know. But we gotta clear the veins and the core. What is it? The arteries?
Yeah.
Is there a corollary?
Capillaries?
Capillary, right.
And there's, how I consider myself a pretty curious person, right? I'm interested in a lot of different things. The second you start talking about biology, human biology, animal biology, like whatever, I'm just going to zone out. I don't know fucking anything. Micah made fun of me like a few months ago because I was like, oh, my fucking kidney, like just being, and she's like, dude, that's not where your kidney is. Like I was like holding so right. And I'm like, I really don't even know where my kidney is, to be honest. It's somewhere in my guts.
It's close. It's like lower back.
It's in your back. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like lower back. That's why it's what a kidney shot is. It's kind of like
right. Under. I know that's down in there is a kidney, a liver, an appendix, and a pancreas.
You got a spleen in there
a couple
too.
Other things.
Don't forget the spleen.
The spleen, right? And a couple other things. But where they are and even what they really do, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same. I feel like it's one of those things where I know generally the more I know about something, the more, I don't know, the more nervous I get about it. I was very carefree about video games when I knew very, very little about them. And so to me, I'm like, I don't want to know too much about my body to the point where I'm like constantly stressed out about like, oh man, is that a tickle in my brain? What's that mean? It's like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what?
My heart hurts for 5 hours? Whatever.
Here's the thing, Chris. Do you think now that we grew up in an analog era and then became, internet people, and we all learned through trial and error, you can't look up your own ailments. You can't. Right? And we talked about this in the past. You can't do it. But does everyone need to learn that independently? Like, does a child, like a Zoomer, or what's even the new generation? It's like Generation Alpha or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Like young kids, like really young kids. They're going to all have to do the WebMD thing and realize, I don't want to know that I have cancer for every single ailment.
Right.
That everything that hurts is cancer. Right? Is too much for me. So
it's a lot.
It's too much for me. Everything's an STD and everything's cancer. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's chlamydia or cancer. It's nothing in between. You know, it's not just
Dick
a
hurts.
migraine.
Why does my dick hurt? All right. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free every episode over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Couldn't do it without you. Also, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to the show. Get your name in the credits. I have to update the credits. It's been a while since I've updated the credits. And et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. You know, and so on and so on and so on. Defining Duke, Punching Up, Constellation, whatever. I can't even name all the shows anymore. Summon Sign. Summon Sign's doing really well. Appreciate those guys. And Defying Duke doing really well too. Everyone's doing really well. I'm proud of everyone. You can also get RSS feed links, so you don't ever have to use Patreon. You can just support us there and then get it fed to your phone. Spotify links, YouTube links, and so on and so forth. Sacred Symbols Plus once a week for our patrons over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We did a fun catch-up episode that was actually kind of an extra episode that people really enjoyed. I think that's just going to stay on Patreon. We're not going to put that live for everyone. Ken Levine episode is live for everyone on Patreon. We'll put that live soon on YouTube. A couple Final Fantasy VII Rebirth episodes, Fallout TV show episode. Coming up, Stellar Blade review discussion and spoiler cast. That will be me, you, Dustin, Brad, and Gene, I think. I'm not done with the game yet. Got to beat it tonight. Don't know if I'm going to be able to beat it tonight, so maybe I won't be on the show. I have no idea. Merch, laststandmedia.store, shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, etc., etc., etc. Please leave us nice reviews.
Oh, have you seen people getting their shirts?
I did see that, yes.
Yeah, people have been posting, and I talked to Micah this past week about her sending out the Moriarty ray gun shirts, and I see people out there repping them. Very cool.
Yeah,
excellent.
So thank you again for supporting us.
Love to see it. And what a scary ticket that is. As we already instructed and told you, this is a dictatorship, and we will not be going anywhere. So elect us at your own risk.
We should do like a, I don't know if it would be a Sacred Symbols Plus or whatever. We should do an episode where we outline our platform, where we see like this is the do's and don'ts of our dictatorship. Here's what'll get you trebucheted into the ocean,
right?
And here's what'll get you model citizenship status.
Excellent, I love that.
I feel like that'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. That's a great idea. I'll make note.
Yeah. You guys might need to watch out. I mean, there's rumors of another party being added to the ticket.
Oh,
the Furman Ellis
is that right?
ticket. I don't know.
I don't either.
Right? Yeah.
Things are happening. The company's getting so big, I don't even know what's going on in it anymore. Where are my pen? Oh, there's my pen. Okay.
Where are my pen?
Where are my pen?
It's rough out here.
Dude,
it's really hot down there.
I mean, like, I don't even know how to begin to tell you how shot I am, but
it's all that heat.
It is. It's the heat and some other things too. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, a convenient and effective way to seek the therapy you may need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols. I truly believe that we should all try to take better care of ourselves, even if we only work around the edges and make small decisions that can later sprout into much more consequential ones. After all, every journey begins with a lone first step. So what if I told you that you can meet with a licensed therapist from the comfort of your own home at an affordable price via a method that makes the most sense for you? This is why I think BetterHelp is such a vital service, because it breaks down virtually all of the major barriers that stand between you and taking that first step. In this case, with a mental health professional trained to listen and help you. So are you feeling down, sad? Are you stressed out? Having issues at work or with family or in a relationship? The list goes on, but rest assured that every single person in the real world answers all of those questions with a resounding yes at many points in their lives. You're not alone. But here's the best news of all. BetterHelp lowers the barriers to entry so that you can speak to your therapist via video or audio or even just over text, meaning that you don't have to leave your home to get the care that you want and need. This in turn lowers pricing, which makes therapy much less cost prohibitive. Trust me, I know how lucky I am to have good insurance and a local provider. Many people don't have that luxury or anything close to it. Flexible, convenient, and effective, BetterHelp meets you where you are to tackle the problems currently facing you, oriented towards solutions that can, well, help you live a better, more productive, and happier life. Listen, friends, I'm a true believer in therapy, and I've been seeing someone in my own area here in Virginia for some time now. I saw my first therapist more than 3 decades ago, actually, so you know that I do know what I'm talking about. If you're willing to keep an open mind, express yourself honestly, and have a solutions-oriented outlook, therapy can take you very far indeed and help solve so many issues. Will you take the first step? Get it off your chest with BetterHelp and visit betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for online, affordable, convenient, and effective therapy conducted via audio, video, or even just by text, run by professionals ready to help you right this moment. Take that first step at betterhelp.com/symbols. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, the global leader in flavored air devices that are helping people stop partaking in a stubborn bad habit. Head to tryfume.com, that's F-U-M, to learn more and use the code SACRED at checkout. Have you heard of flavored air? It's a new phenomenon that's assisting people in taking back control of their physical health, allowing them to more easily stop smoking and vaping. And while I'm certainly not your parent, I'm worried about a lot of you out there nonetheless, because bad habits are running amok, and we've got to try to nip some of these in the bud. This is where my friends at Fume come in, because they've created a remarkable tool that's reshaping lives. See, Fume is a flavored air device from which you pull. When you do, you'll get flavored air instead of vapor or whatever, all sourced from replaceable so-called cores that you place within the Fume. Cylindrical in shape and made of high-quality steel and maple, Fume ingests these flavored and scented cores, and they come in a wide variety of flavors/scents, like crisp mint, raspberry lemon, or my personal favorite, orange vanilla, amongst many others. But you know what my favorite thing is about Fume? It's totally analog, as in you cannot charge it or turn it on. It just works out of the box. All you do is place your core of choice within and voila, you're ready to go. I will admit to you that I'm not seeking to stop doing much of anything. I just like my Fume as a companion while I work, read, or whatever. And knowing I'm not doing any damage to myself in the process is, well, quite unique in a world full of other sides of the coin. But for those that do want to seek out the help of flavored air, you're in luck, because I've heard from people in my own audience whose lives have been transformed. So what's stopping you from joining the movement? Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's TRYFUM.com, and use the code SACRED to get a free gift with your order today. To join the flavored air revolution, head to tryfume.com and use the code SACRED. All right. Let's get into topics of discussion, stretch our legs like we haven't already done so. Brendan Mason wrote in. Remember, you can write into us on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. That's one of your perks over there. Use the thread in the newsfeed each and every week. Hey, double C and slightly larger than your average D. Kind of a weird request, but me and my best friend have been listening to your podcast for a few years now, and his birthday is coming up this weekend. He is one of your biggest fans and owns almost all of your merch. Almost all? I was racking my brain trying to figure out a good birthday present for him, and I thought, what's a better birthday gift than a birthday wish from his favorite podcast? So if you guys could wish Ethan a happy 23rd, that would be awesome. Ethan, happy 23rd birthday, little baby boy. Well, bounce you on my leg. Oh, come on over here. Tell me what you want for Christmas. Wrong
23 is a
holiday.
good year.
23 is a good year.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. I never understood that song where what was that? Nobody Likes You? Nobody Likes You
Oh,
when you're
that
23?
Blink-182. What's my age again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't get it. I like 23 a lot.
23, you're still in the ignorance that you feel like you're not quite at the point where you have to think about the fact that you're aging. At 25, you'll say, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
This wasn't supposed to happen necessarily this soon. And I know I'm only 30, so I don't have room to talk here, but 25, that was the year that I was like, oh, something's happening here. And that's just only going to increase.
I turned 40 and I'm about to be put on Lipitor, so count your blessings, young people. All right. Brennan, thanks for writing in. Ethan, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for your support.
You should still buy your friend a present, though. Because this
doesn't count. Yeah,
we're happy to help you out here, but it's kind of a freebie in some way.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I'm feeling generous, though. Bryant Flanders wrote in. Said, hey, Colin, Chris, and Dustin. Have you ever checked out the Vampire Robot channel on YouTube that shows presumably B-roll from movie theaters, Best Buy, GameStop, etc. during various times in the last 20 years? Reliving the PlayStation 2 launch from 2000 that I was a part of is truly incredible. Have you seen this channel? Can you maybe share some happy midnight release console launch memories? Thanks. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this YouTube channel. It is remarkable. And also, I follow the guy on Twitter, and he's really interesting there too. He just has like shit ton of old things. Like just old things. Like they'll open it up and be like, here's, fruit snacks from 1992 or something. It's like just some weird shit like that. And this Vampire Robot channel on YouTube is just straight unedited footage that people took in various situations in the not pre-internet days, but the pre-cable internet days. And a lot of people don't realize that there was especially younger people, that there's a seminal cutoff in the history of the internet when we stopped using dial-up, because then we were able to start doing about a bunch more stuff. So like the PlayStation 2 launches in the dial-up era, early cable era. And so it's cool to see this kind of stuff. I have to say, though, as a fan of nostalgia, it's classic nostalgia, painful memories. It's almost difficult to watch some of this stuff for me, and makes me sad. Like there's footage of like high school in 1999, and I'm like, I was in high school in 1999, you know?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
And then I watch it and I'm like getting sad watching it. So it's a very, very interesting YouTube channel. I wanted to shout it out. I'm so glad you brought it up, Ryan, because I do watch it fairly often. Vampire Robot. Are you guys familiar?
I haven't checked in a few months, and I'm seeing there's a bunch of new stuff that I haven't seen. One of my favorites there, it's called Christmas Shopping at Walmart in 2004. And you can just see behind the glass all of the GameCube games, you know, the PS2 games in there. And you're right, it is absolutely painful seeing these, just because it dude, especially here in Western PA, Walmart in 2004. I mean, that was like, you have nothing to do on a Friday night. Your parents take you to Walmart. And
really?
It wasn't as gross back then. I mean, maybe it was. Maybe
so
it's
you
just
would go hang out at Walmart?
No. I mean, that's always the joke. That is like, oh, there's nothing to do in Butler. You either go to the mall or you go to Walmart. So you do your Friday shopping on Walmart, get to look at the Game Boy Advance games, you know, maybe get a frozen pizza or whatever. But yeah, I think that these videos, maybe I'm misremembering, because I looked into it initially when I first found this channel. A lot of these are B-roll for news segments. So this is just B-roll shot around Christmas time, Walmart, 2004. And it's this guy, I don't know if he works at a news station or he got all these tapes. And so it's just, like you said, raw, unedited footage of people in a Walmart in 2004, or other situations. Like I'm looking at here, there's like arcade, mall, Christmas shopping online in 1996. I haven't seen that one. That's 3 weeks ago. That sounds awesome. But great channel. Highly recommend.
Yeah, really, really cool. I would love to see video of myself from back in the day. You know, I don't know if you guys have this feeling, but I've had this feeling. Ramon actually introduced this feeling to me because he has so many pictures of us from like when we were 18, 19, 20. And he'd show them to me where like, it would almost take my breath away, where I'm like, oh my God, this did happen. Like there's like, there I am. Like, there I am. It's not a memory or a lingering. I always think about, it's very philosophical, but when there's an event that multiple people remember or interpret, and then at some point it's thought about for the last time, and then at some point it's just gone. Like there's just absolutely no evidence of it ever happening. This happens constantly, every millisecond as people die. Yeah. I love that kind of shit. It's scary and philosophical and interesting. And so seeing like this frozen in time picture of something that I remember is like, oh, so there's more to that than just this ephemeral passing. It's interesting.
There's a clip that's I've seen it on Twitter and Instagram go around. It's the band Sixpence None the Richer. Do you remember them with the song Kiss Me?
Kiss Me, yeah.
It's a live performance from some point, whenever that song came out in the 90s.
Yeah,
and the caption was, "The world you lived in no longer exists." And I've been thinking about that. Like, man, you look at that footage, and of course everyone looks very 90s in it, but it's like no one's holding up a phone at all. And I know that's the meme. It's like, oh, it's beautiful. Not a phone in sight. But legitimately, it's like, man, it is sad when you think about this world that is gone. It will never be back.
Nope,
and we are
never.
stuck here with our memes and our constant internet addiction and sadness. Permanently.
It's bittersweet. Mm-hmm. It's bittersweet though to me, because it's like I think about that and how it's like, oh yeah, that's gone. But at the same time, it's like, oh my God, I'm so glad I got to see that before it went away. Like, it's the fact that it is ephemeral is what makes it valuable, I think. And so, like, if we were just in that era, if we were still doing that, we'd have all sorts of things to complain about still. You know, it would just be like, here's absolutely. Where we are still. Great. The GameStop didn't have the copy that I fucking pre-ordered, even though I fucking pre-ordered it. You know, we would have the same exact.
That still happens.
Yeah, it still happens. But now it's I definitely. I don't know. Nostalgia's weird because I think it can be toxic, I think, in some way. But I do like, this channel is awesome. My favorite video from this channel, by the way, is I think it was like a year ago. I don't know if it's I'm pretty sure it's Vampire Robot, but it was like inside a circuit city on 9/11. It's just people in a circuit city being like,
I gotta find it.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that channel. I can't imagine any
it probably
other
is.
channel.
Inside a circuit city on 9/11.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. It's just all people just like
They're like
staring, but then like business is happening.
Is there a
behind
shot
them.
of like? Is there a shot of all the CRTs lined up on a wall and they all have like the twin towers?
Dude,
on
it's the first shot of the video. Is that literally?
I sent you a time-stamped link. It's literally, it's right at the beginning. It's 11 seconds in. You can see this guy staring, and in the background, a CRT.
Dude, your Chris's impression of the woman was perfect. Like,
yeah,
of like her. Like, yeah. Oh, 9/11. What a day that was. Fucking crazy day that was.
Oh, 9/11. Like he's Urkel.
Yeah. Did I do that? All right.
Oh, well,
Can't
up for debate.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you did do that. Maybe Family Matters is what convinced Al Qaeda to radicalize. We don't really know for sure.
Yeah. Osama bin Laden was like, that's it.
Can't take this fucking Urkel kid. It wasn't supposed to be about the Urkel kid. It was supposed to be about the Winslows. And then
that's his real manifesto on his hard drive, along with all of his Naruto porn and all of his weird manga. It's just a Word document that says Urkel made me do this. But it's typed in wingdings to make it a little bit cryptic.
And then the last sentence is just a standalone sentence. It just says, "Yes, I did that."
Yeah. Sincerely yours, Osama bin Laden.
Sincerely. Yeah, dude. Anyway, Vampire Robot. Oh, you know another channel that I want to shout out? It only comes up once in a while, but it's a really fucking sick idea and very unique and not really replicable. It's called, I think, My Retro Life. Have you guys heard of this?
Oh, yeah. That guy that has all his home movies, right?
Yeah, like his dad and he would take home movies like during their gaming sessions and all these different things in the late 90s, mid-late 90s and into the 2000s. And it's super cool. And then I think his dad might have passed away or something. And so like, I think that's the story. And so I think he like recollects through these videos. It's like there's a video of them getting their Dreamcast, for instance. It's like really, really cool. And they're plugging it in and playing with it. I don't know, man. I want to go back so badly. Like I don't fantasize for much in sort of like a dystopian future of electronic takeover, but I do fantasize about something like San Junipero. Not that it would go like that, but on Black Mirror, where it's like you can go somewhere and be in a place and experience a thing. Like, I don't think, and I've said this to Dagan, and he and I get so excited about it. I'm like, imagine a VR module that was very immersive. And one of them is bring me to Toys R Us in 1989 and let me like walk around and look. And I would live in that world. Like, not the Toys R Us of 1989, but the living in like, bring me here, bring me here, bring me here. And that's fucking dystopian as shit, but I can see myself falling into that pit and never living in the real world ever again. You know?
But do you think as we get further and further away, like the amount of time that it would take to get that technology to the place that we would want it to be, do you think so much time would have passed that there would be no real accurate way to portray that era in time because everybody would have forgotten it authentically?
Yeah, it would that's a great point. I think it would have to
people
be...
people would just have these like kind of like vague memories of... Because even I think about that sometimes. Like I remember the 2000s being like really fun, but at the same time, it's like I don't know if that's true. Like I don't know if I was probably just a kid.
It would disabuse you. Being able to do that, Chris, I think would disabuse all of us of a lot of things about what it was actually like. You know,
right?
And how I always think about. I'm really afraid of being bored. Right? Like I don't want to be bored. And it's why I was always like, if I just have cable internet and like, I remember being a kid, or not a kid, like even a teenager. I mean, like they got to have video games and like the internet. And if any of those things went away, I'd be like so annoyed. It's why I have cable now. I don't even watch it. It's just like, it's there and I know I can have it or whatever. Mm-hmm. I feel like going back to that world, and my brain is so distracted and so addled and fucked up. And the whole idea of memory is very interesting since we're all playing, or many of us are playing Stellar Blade right now. Mm-hmm. And that's a great deal of what it's about. Is what you remember. All right. Thank you for writing in, Brian Flanders. Vampire Robot, shout out. Guys, did you read this next one?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. Adam Sanders wrote in and said, "Hello, boys. In February 2023, I listened to an episode of Constellation about Valentine's Day. I listened to Colin, Ben, and Dustin talk about their dating lives and their stories of love and marriage. I was always unhappy. Oh, I'm sorry. I was already unhappy in my personal marriage, but your words hit me hard. And that day when I finished the episode, I called my wife and told her I would be getting divorced. To my shock, a week or two later, Colin read on the podcast that someone else had also decided to leave their spouse after hearing the Valentine's Day episode. It has been a long road for me, but I just moved out yesterday and will be officially divorced after 17 years of marriage later this month. Just wanted to let you know that you have ended not one, but two marriages with your profound words. In all seriousness, thank you for being the catalyst that helped me do what I knew I needed to do for many years. I need to come to a live event in the near future and shake your hands. Thanks for everything you guys do. I've been with you since the beginning, and I'm not going anywhere." Oh boy. I mean, you got to make your own choices in life.
Yeah,
right.
You know,
I do think some people have that pent up energy and just need to be pushed over the edge. And I guess it's not that uncommon. I mean, we've all experienced that, right? In our own lives in some sense, where it's like someone just says something that's true that resonates with you about something. And you're like, oh yeah, I got to do that. Or yeah, oh yeah, that is something that needs to happen or whatever. So I get it. I'm just a little disturbed that I'm the source of these things because I'm not trying to sow discord. What do we do? You know, what do we do? Adam, congratulations, I guess. You seem very relieved from what I'm reading.
I would hope. I mean, I don't know about Adam's situation or the guy also that wrote in about us ending his marriage indirectly, but I don't know. If you feel like something's wrong after hearing us talk about something, I would encourage, maybe that opens room for a conversation for restoration with your wife or your husband or whatever. Just divorce doesn't necessarily need to be the instant go-to. The fact that Adam said he immediately, and maybe they tried to work it out and it wasn't working out. So I don't know the situation. I'm not claiming to know, but you know, if you're here, if things aren't working out, try marriage counseling or something like that. Try to fix, especially if there's other people involved, like kids.
Oh yeah, very important.
I would make that your first priority over divorce. But I understand sometimes that doesn't work either. So.
My parents got divorced when I was 7, as everyone knows, and look at me. Just remember that if you're on the precipice.
I think, I don't know. It seems like this wasn't a decision that was made lightly, though. It seems like this is something, this is an example, I think, of one of those things, and I might be reading a little bit into this, but it seems like it's like, I know I have to do this, but not enough. I don't know if there's, you know, you're in your own head about it and you don't have any external source of like advice or any external not verification, validation for it. And so you're like, yeah, I should do this, but like, it's too stressful, or like, it's a big decision. And like, I don't know. A lot of people are comfortable in the misery that they're familiar with, as opposed to like the unknown of the potential happiness that lies in the unknown. Like, you know, so I think generally what happens here, or what's happening here, is that like he was just like, all right, that I'm good. I'm good with this, and that's fair. But like, man, 17 years, that's wild.
Long time.
A long time.
Yeah, as long as kids aren't involved. Like, I actually do. I know. Listen, I actually don't give a fuck. I think it's really noble that parents stay together for their kids, and I think that should be done in most situations if there's kids involved, and as long as you're not like at each other's throats, it's not about you at all anymore. And divorce fucked my life up in a lot of different ways, you know? And I cringe thinking of, like, think about the difference between Dagan and I and our age difference, right? Dagan was graduating high school. So he had his whole childhood in like this nuclear situation with like normalcy and all that. And I had almost none of it. And we came up in the same situation. And I don't know. So if kids are involved, yes, that's a good point, Dustin. I mean, that's an essential, vital point. And Adam, you know, carpe diem, my friend. You know what I mean?
Yeah, get out there.
You get it. J. Reese Bear wrote in with sounds like a 19th century philosopher's name. Says, "Hey, Colin, as I'm preparing for my mid-year review, I was wondering if you do the same for your constituents. If you haven't before, would you mind giving Dustin and Chris a quick review on how they're doing as Sacred Symbols co-hosts? God, I hated. Have you guys been in positions where you've been reviewed? Probably, right? Like as like part of a systemic.
I did once. Yeah, a long time ago. I forgot what it was like, though, to be honest. I have no recollection of that. I just know that it happened because I remember being like, great. I didn't care, I think, because it was at Sears.
Right.
I'm not going to care. I'm not going to care at Sears.
Well, that seems to be the mantra there, as they've shriveled into nothingness. Yeah. But yeah, I in my days at IGN, we would have a review every 6 months. So I guess I was reviewed 14 times or something like that. Somewhere in that range. And I have them all too. I've said that before. Like I want to publish these at some point because they're hysterical. But it's just, I don't want to be corporate. Everyone's doing great. I don't think we need to, if anyone has a problem, they can always tell me. And if I have a problem, I'll certainly tell them. But otherwise, I kind of just want to leave everyone alone. I think no news is good news. I think letting people be comfortable and develop a cadence and an understanding of their position and what they're supposed to do, and also bringing a lot of themselves to it so that it's not being monitored by me. I think I have good creative instincts, but I don't think that my creative instincts are the best. I think you have to vet everything through a knowledgeable, loose group of people that feel comfortable giving their feedback, don't feel stymied. So no, I've never... Dustin, you've been with us now with me for what, 5 years or something like that? I don't think I've ever sat you down about your performance one time. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, not in any kind of review sense. I mean, we do sit down once a year and talk money, but that's about it. So
that's brass tacks.
Yeah, and that was the case at my old job too. Is that I didn't really have reviews either. I've never had a normal job though, so I would imagine the amount of stress going into that situation, and man, that would suck. So shout out everyone out there. I'm sure that's the case for most people, is they get reviews and stuff like that. And I guess if you're doing good, you don't have anything to necessarily worry about, but I would just be the type that would worry about it anyway. So
yeah, I guess to me, I'm like, if you're scheduled for like a review and you're worried that you did bad, clearly you didn't do bad enough for them to fire you because you're still getting reviewed. You know what I mean? So like, I never once viewed, like, I mean, it only happened to me once, but like, clearly it's fine, you know? And if there is a problem, they'll tell me and they'll be like, okay. And then I'll just fix the problem or not, because it's Sears. Is kind of how I felt about it. So I don't know if you're doing so tragically bad that like you need to worry about it, you would know before your review, I think.
Right.
Austin Byram wrote in, this is the transitional question as we get into video games now, like the evolutionary, like the missing link. Hey guys, with the coming arrival of Chris Kyle and Dustin Furman, I wanted to share the joys of parenthood with Dustin. Recently, my 3-year-old daughter started watching me play video games. Since she is a big fan of Disney princesses, I took advantage of the opportunity and bought the Kingdom Hearts collection. Now I arrive home from work to the sweet sound of my daughter's voice saying, "Dad, can we play Kingdom Hearts?" Congrats to you and Hala. Glad you'll be joining me in creating the next generation of Kingdom Hearts fans. Austin, stand down. What are you doing to the impressionable youth? Can't you let these kids be normal? You're going to do this to them already? You're going to send them to pre-K with Kingdom Hearts knowledge?
Oh, man.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, that might be a little young.
I don't know, though, because I feel like there's interesting thing happening in society generally where like I feel like people are just accepting of this a lot more. Like I saw a video of like a little kid who went to school and his mom did his hair like Goku. And it looks fucking ridiculous. But he was like, oh, the mom let him go. And he was like so excited. And I'm like, damn, dude. If I was that age, at the time that I was that age, and I did that, I would have been like bludgeoned. Like they would have killed me. Yeah. I would be absolutely assassinated by the teachers probably would have kicked me down a flight of stairs and laughed at it. But now it's like, I mean, that kid's super stoked to go to school with Goku hair and not even remotely worried about getting made fun of. So like, maybe they're fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
Who knows?
Dustin, will you be propagandizing your children at the earliest possible moment?
Well, Kingdom Hearts 4 will come out after the baby's born. and I plan to do some replay stuff. So yes, I imagine this will be the case, though it won't. He'll still be pretty little at that point, like not really comprehending what's going on. But that's just part of the indoctrination of the child, right? So I don't see any problem with that. I think it'll be fantastic. We need the next generation of Kingdom Hearts fans. And also, here's the thing. I know you guys Kingdom Hearts haters, but there are a lot worse types of games that you could be influencing a kid with, like just immediately throwing them into Fortnite, Roblox, and all this. And not that they're inherently bad, but
I think you're missing the most obvious culprit, but
the most obvious culprit.
Yeah. I think it's Sonic.
Oh, dude, I got out of that. I learned there's a photo of me, and we just talked about it on Punching Up. There's a photo of me in a diaper, and I know most Sonic fans are still wearing diapers, but regardless of age. But I was actually a child wearing a diaper playing Sonic, so I knew very early on what a quality game was and wasn't.
Yeah, you were corrupted in some sense, though, by just the exposure. You know?
Yeah, exposure.
It's like you don't want kids starting smoking cigarettes when they're too young, you know, or ever really. But you start smoking young and you start really polluting your growing body with toxins.
Yeah. Sonic is sort of like a cigarette, I think, in the sense
it's too positive, though, because there are positive qualities of cigarettes.
Okay.
You could say, like, oh, the nicotine makes you feel good.
Right.
You know, it gives.
That's what the speed does for you. It's like, ooh, I'm so fast. Ooh, it feels so good to go so fast. And then suddenly they're 25 and they're looking for a boyfriend-free girl, and it's a mess.
I forgot about the boyfriend-free girl. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
One would hope that you would.
Yes, well, not anymore. Dug deep into my brain. I was saying this to Micah. I don't know if you guys have considered this. You know how you don't remember most of what has happened in your life? Like it's just like a time lapse of nothing. So we've been watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I've seen these episodes many times, right? But I don't think about the episodes. Like I would never recall episode X, but then you see it and you're like, oh, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, and this happens.
Yeah.
And that it's just been indicating to me, I've been thinking about it and wrapping my mind around it. It's like, actually in our brain is all of this weird shit that we have no idea how to access if not triggered in some way. And I want to know what these thoughts are. This goes back into the vampire robot nostalgia stuff. It's actually it's one of the reasons why I want to take some of these drugs and like, or even just do acid or whatever and try to capture those. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. It's scary. Mm-hmm. It's a very scary thing to know that you've never actually forgotten much of what you think you've forgotten. You just don't know how to recall it. All right.
Yeah, you forget how to remember, I guess.
Right.
Wow.
That's exactly right. Forget to
wild.
remember. Deep. Sounds like an emo core band or something.
It does. They would tour with. They would open for Taking Back Sunday.
Yes, certainly. Long Island's own. All right, Kingdom Hearts fans, stand down. All right, let's get into a couple corrections this week. Kind of a clarification and kind of a piece of input and a correction as well, which I think are both vital before we get into the news. And there's a lot to talk about this week.
Yeah.
Buster Crab Cakes wrote in. Said, hey, Colin, just a small correction on last week's episode. Regarding the Helldivers 2 PSN account debacle, you said you couldn't think of another instance of Sony capitulating and completely reversing course on a decision in response to fan outcry. Yeah, I said in between the way they reacted to the PSN outage was the last time I remember them really saying anything like apologetic to anyone. And then but Buster says, one that came to mind was the scheduled closure of the PlayStation 3 and PS Vita storefronts back in 2021. There's an April 19, 2021 post on the official PlayStation blog from Jim Ryan that reads, quote, recently we notified players that PlayStation Store for PS3 and PS Vita devices was planned to end this summer. Upon further reflection, however, it's clear that we made the wrong decision here. So today I'm happy to say that we will be keeping the PlayStation Store operational for PS3 and PS Vita devices, end quote. Not only are the stores still up as of writing, they will actually outlast the Xbox 360 store as of July 29, 2024, barring an unforeseen announcement from Sony. Thanks for all the great content. And rather than bully Dustin less, I request that you simply bully Chris more. I suppose that could be arranged.
Yeah.
But it's got to be natural. All right. So this is a good example. This is somewhat of what I'm talking about, but it is a great poll I didn't think of at all. But I was thinking more about And I guess he does say, like, we got it wrong. I'm thinking about the famous Sony executives bowing shot, right? If people don't know what I'm talking about, you should go look that up. It's very interesting. When the PSN outage happened, some Japanese executives, some of who you'll recognize, gave a press conference in Tokyo and then stood up and bowed for seconds, like quite a while, to show their apology, how apologetic they were for what was a really heinous situation for a major corporation like that to get into. And it obviously fucked the PSN up for a long time, as people on PS3 will remember. So that was still the worst and still the most apologetic I've ever seen them be. But yeah, I would say that joins the brief pantheon of Sony apologizing moments. All right. And finally, other inquiry, Vincent Castrol, or other correction. What's up, sacred gentle sirs? Quick correction regarding the last few weeks. Colin has repeatedly mentioned the possibility of games like Ghost of Tsushima 2 or the new Uncharted game releasing later this year, and when we already know both of those aren't coming out this year. Hiroki Totoki Literature Club expressed in Sony's previous investor briefing that there will be no major existing franchise titles released in the current fiscal year. This almost assuredly includes franchises like Ghost of Tsushima and Uncharted. Thanks for the great show, and as always, how can I be homophobic? I blew his fucking brains out. Vincent, thank you for writing in. It's a good point. I think I'm kind of getting myself mixed up a little bit because I'm talking more about what I think might be shown at this upcoming showcase. That might even be, well, it's going to be by the end of the month. Mm-hmm. Also, we're going to talk about the financials in a little while, but they did note in that there's going to be group by group kind of presentations at the end of the month. I think they said May 31st. So we'll probably have some more PlayStation, more corporate shit to talk about. It might be the first time that the new CEO is talking. We'll get into that briefly, or in a little while rather, in a brief time. But Hiroki Totoki Literature Club did indeed clarify that there would be no major releases from known franchises. So you are right. I think we're going to see Concord, obviously, and Until Dawn, and maybe one other thing, maybe like a Astrobot, although that is an existing franchise as well, although not a major existing franchise. So anyway, we'll see. But Vincent, Thank you for the clarification. All right, let's get into some of the news here. So HBO, well, it's Max now, I guess, which is a little annoying. They tweeted out that The Last of Us Season 2 will be indeed coming to HBO in 2025. And they just tweeted out a couple of pictures. See Bella Ramsey and Pedro Pascal playing their respective roles of Ellie and Joel. And a few other images have been circulating that have been, I don't know if you guys saw, that have been taken on set by people, probably illicitly. So nothing really too crazy to show, but I'm just wondering how everyone's feeling. I'm quite excited to get back into this. I'm very intrigued to see in which direction they go. Dustin, do these images tickle anything in you at all? I mean, I guess the image of Pedro Pascal is in a pretty familiar place if you've played The Last of Us Part 2, which is cool. That's about all I have to say about it, I guess. But I am intrigued. I mean, it's going to be awesome, right? I mean, obviously, it's going to be awesome. The first season was awesome. It's going to be awesome. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing that stuck out to me is just it looks like you said, a recognizable scene from the second game, specifically the picture of Pedro Pascal as Joel, looking nice. The slicked back hair, pretty sexy in some ways. So I guess we could take from this, potentially this will just be The Last of Us Part 2. Because we had theorized about what if they kind of tried to stretch things out, try to do some new stuff that maybe hadn't been explored in the game, because there's a time gap between Part 1 and Part 2. Maybe that's the direction they were going, but maybe we're just going to see them go right into Part 2, which is going to be it's going to be something. It's going to be something, certainly. Oh my God. It's going to ruin people's lives, like people that are invested in the show and don't know. Anyway, Chris, are you looking forward? Did you get through? You got through. Didn't we do the spoiler cast together? Yeah. So,
I don't know if we did this, but I did watch the show though.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So you excited? Does this do anything for you? Does this tickle you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward to see. I am not really convinced that they're not going to change things up. I think they're definitely going to follow The Last of Us Part 2. I just feel like there's too much room for improvement, in my opinion, of just like how they paced that game out to not take advantage of the fact that TV kind of allows for that in a more dynamic way. I mean, we even saw it in some ways with the with The Last of Us Part 1, or The Last of Us Season 1, I should say, where they gave Bill that entire extra fleshed out story. It might not even, I don't know if they'll like redo the entire show or like redo the entire game in the sense that they're going to change like drastic key plot points, but I do think it's going to be paced differently. That's just my gut feeling, but I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a solid show. I think they're solid actors, solid performers. Bella Ramsey looks a little bit better this time. Like she looks less, there's something about her in the first season seemed uncanny. And I think it's because I could tell on some level that's like, you're like 20 something. Like I just kind of knew that inherently. So it's like, okay, this is more appropriate. It feels more normal, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm disappointed it took so long, but obviously things were interrupted by the writer's strike and some other things. So, and it's good to take their time, and they don't have to go so fast because I mean, if they are following the games, then there's nowhere to go from here. So, yeah. We'll see. Very, very interesting. I'm so excited to see, should they follow the story, like we said, how normal audiences unassociated with the game will react to what happens in the game. And a lot happens in the game. I wonder if they'll be able to get it all done in 8 or 10 episodes, or if they'll try to split it into 2. That, I suspect, is going to be the outcome. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Another piece of news that's been circulating that was interesting, although I don't know exactly what to make of it, is that Bungie's longtime CTO, Luis Villegas, I guess you would say his name is, he left Bungie but has gone to PlayStation. And he's been CTO, I guess, since around when the pandemic began, but prior to that was the lead engineer began as a software. So I was reading about him. I guess he started as a software engineer working on Halo 3, then left Bungie and went to EA, worked on the Madden team, then went back to Bungie and then worked on Destiny 2, and rose to like an engineering lead and engineering manager. And then he's like on the board of directors and the CTO and so on and so forth. So this is a pretty interesting, it is literally a lateral move because he is, now that Sony owns Bungie, going to the mothership is a promotion, even if he's technically no longer an executive level person, I guess. But what do we think of this? And are we interested? His new role is head of technology, creative, and services. So basically this is PlayStation's CTO of content, as he describes it on LinkedIn. Do you know who this person is, Chris, from your experience?
This is a newer name to me. It doesn't sound super familiar. I don't think he's ever appeared in any of the Vidocs that I remember them doing back in the day. This is a relatively fresh name for me, but I mean, I guess what confuses me about this, if anything, if I'm to take anything away from this story, it's Bungie. Are they on the shit list or not? You know what I mean? Like, how does Sony feel about Bungie to the point where it's like, okay, well, we're gonna grab this guy and kind of put him in the mothership? I was like, didn't they like cause kind of like a big problem for you? I don't know. Maybe that's not his fault. Maybe he's like super good at what he does, and like they acknowledge that. And it's like, yo, you got to come with us. That's totally fair. It's interesting to see that lateral move made from a studio that I believe I'm pretty sure even Hiroki Totoki, I can't say that name without giggling, talked about in like a not explicitly derogatory way, but kind of like, yeah, they don't know what they're doing over there. So that's my point of curiosity for this.
Yeah, I wonder. So I don't know if you guys saw that there's a story going around that we reported on many, many months ago and it's like people are reporting this like it's new news. It's not new news at all. We've known this since December, but that the Jason Blundell kind of making a new team at Sony, and these guys are from Deviation,
right?
And which was a second party studio that's since closed down that Sony kind of pulled their support from at some point during the project. And it seems like what Sony did was just potentially took the game, but definitely took all the key talent that they wanted and then just let the studio fail and hired them directly. Now, I don't think that that's what they're doing with Bungie, but there is an interesting analog to be made between the things about like, well, maybe we're just getting some of the talent we want before we really send people in to take this thing over, because that I think is the inevitable outcome for Bungie. Unfortunately, I don't think I put it in the financial write-up we're going to do later, but I listened to the Japanese earnings call, and there's like a Q&A afterwards. And Hiroki Totoki says that when asked about like studios that are making money, studios that aren't, and where things are coming from, that Bungie will not add any positive revenue this fiscal year. And this is with the final shape coming out. And he was saying that Marathon obviously is under development and it's taking a lot of money and stuff like that. But it just seems to me like this thing is ripe to be taken over by Sony people. And so maybe they're extracting the people they want before that happens. That's just a conspiracy theory, though. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah, I honestly don't really know what to think. I think that theory about them maybe trying to grab some people makes some sense, especially in light of that other studio situation that you mentioned. But yeah, the Bungie situation, it feels so up and down with them, because I feel like now with some of the recent updates and the previews or just the stuff they've revealed about Final Shape, people seem to be positive about it. Yeah. But I just wonder if that's going to translate to anything of note in terms of sales, really, just because Bungie, or not Bungie, but Destiny is so difficult to get into that they really have a finite amount of people that they can really capitalize on for that. There's no, I'm sure there will be some people that are like, see the Final Shape, like, I'm going to get into Destiny. I just don't see that being a very common situation. So we'll have to see what happens with that. That's not too far off now, right? Final Shape?
June 6th, I want to say something like that.
Yeah. So not too far.
It was one of only 2 games that they showcased from first party in their financials for the fiscal year. The other being Concord, which we'll talk about in a little while, confirming that that's coming. But we knew that. Guys, do you want to hear a strange fucking story?
Oh, yeah.
Insider Gaming reports that LEGO and PlayStation are working on a new game called LEGO Horizon Adventures. Now, I originally had this in the write-up just as the story linked to... So Tom Henderson is the famous leaker on the internet that is the source of many of these interesting stories. And his website, Insider Gaming, is reporting this now. But in fact, what I had originally had in our write-up was basically acknowledgement of just a tweet that he put out, which I thought was interesting. And I'm glad that he followed it up with a story, because I'm like, why isn't there a story about this? Where he basically said, like, explicitly, like, there is a LEGO Horizon game coming. And people started reporting on this tweet. So that's what I originally had. But actually, at the time we're recording, I think it actually was posted today. Yeah. The day we're recording, they finally posted a story on his website, Insider Gaming, saying LEGO and PlayStation are working on a new game called LEGO Horizon Adventures, like I noted. And here's what the brief story says, quote, LEGO and PlayStation are developing a new game called LEGO Horizon Adventures. Last week, trademark finder Kurakasis tweeted that Sony and LEGO were soon to announce a collaboration of a well-known IP. At the time, Kurakasis revealed the game, but as what seems to be an obligatory from insiders these days, I vaguely tweeted that the project was on the horizon. Speaking with sources, it was said that the game is essentially Horizon Forbidden West but LEGO, and that the game will have realistic graphics, whatever that means for a LEGO game. While the exact details of the game are unclear, I got wind of an advertisement trailer for the game, which was completed last month, which suggests that an announcement is on its way, although admittedly could be delayed. But combining this information with Kurakasis' latest tweet, who finds the majority of his information via trademark filings, it suggests that the trademark has recently been registered brownie points to anyone who finds it, backing up that an announcement could be soon. Exact details on when the game will be announced are unclear, but recent rumors of a PlayStation showcase in the coming weeks align nicely with what is happening with this game, with the trademarks and the trailers and so on. Chris, LEGO Horizon. So we have to add this game now to the list of Horizon games that is ever growing, rumored, some confirmed. What do you think? This will be coming this year, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get enough of it. You know, I'm so stoked.
You won't get enough
for yeah, man. Like, so much Horizon, so little time. I cannot fathom why. Like, this is one of the most confusing things I think I've ever seen. Because how many Horizon games are there even in development at this point? So we've got presumably the sequel to Forbidden West.
That's the third and final game in the trilogy.
Right. We've got the MMO.
Right.
And then the other standalone multiplayer game, presumably.
Right.
And was there something else?
Zero Dawn remake.
Oh, right, Zero Dawn remake.
And
the very necessary Horizon Zero Dawn remake. And now I guess Horizon Forbidden West. But hold on. With LEGO. Okay. All right.
It's interesting.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
What is it in Horizon? Look, I don't love Horizon, okay? Like I don't love it, but like I don't hate it by any means. But I don't understand. I don't know if I understand what they see in this IP specifically that justifies this amount of like spreading the field in this way. Like I get it on some level for a multiplayer because it's like, oh, it's actually got good combat. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, maybe like a Monster Hunter kind of like cooperative thing. Cool. MMO? Okay. Maybe. Lego? Okay. I feel exasperated thinking about this.
It's too much. It's just too much. Now they did do like the real life Lego set, right? Of the ball neck or whatever, which was kind of cool. Actually, my nephew has it, which is random. I wonder if he even knows about this. I'll have to tell him. He'll be very excited. But there's something about, I would like to understand more about the conspiracy theorist in me says it's Herman Holst, right? Like,
oh yeah,
but it can't possibly be that, right? It can't be him showing this level of preferential treatment to his own studio that he comes from. I just don't know if that can be. So it's got to be, because he just got promoted. We'll talk about that. It's like, that's so vapid and weird. You wouldn't do it for that reason. So they must have some sort of data or some sort of indication. So let me feed it to you this way. And Dustin, let's get you involved here and get you on the record about this Lego Horizon game and what you think. Tom says it's essentially Forbidden West. Is it some sort of way to extract value out of a game that exists? In other words, like you kind of, I don't know, like I don't even, because it's in Decima. It's like, I doubt the game would be built in Decima, but it's like, you somehow ingest this world and then like, is it some sort of smart play to say like, we're going to make an easy X amount of money on this by allowing Traveler's Tale or whoever's doing it to fuck around with this thing that already kind of exists. You don't have to design it. You don't have to worry about the way it works. And they bring kind of their conventions of Lego games to the series. But I'm with Chris that I don't like Horizon. I love Horizon. I think Horizon's really great. I just don't know. This is like not the series that I would have chosen to exploit like this, to be honest. I would have actually gone for like, first of all, I think the most obvious thing to exploit is Uncharted. But if you're not going to do that, then it's God of War before Horizon. So it is interesting. They don't really show it very much respect in this regard. What are your thoughts?
I was thinking back to the rumors of the Horizon Zero Dawn remake. Like I've been looking and trying to remember exactly where they came from and what they said. Hear me out here. What if this is the remake and they're just remaking it in a different way? Because this reporting says if it is essentially Horizon Forbidden West, but Lego. So you could say they're remaking the game in Lego.
Yeah.
And because specifically this remake, I mean, we've got, Last of Us Part 1 remastered, which felt confusing in a lot of ways. We got Last of Us Part 2 remastered, which felt was also confusing. This one clearly, since they went, this one specifically being Horizon Zero Dawn, felt the most confusing because they did the patch that enabled the PS5 to get the 60 FPS, get all this extra stuff. It's like, what is there really to do for this game? Maybe this is it. That would be pretty interesting because it actually would be like, yeah, you're playing the same game, but it is, I don't know, is it geared more appealing towards kids? Though, man, I don't know if Legos are necessarily even, they've never been just for kids, but I'm convinced adults like Legos more than kids do. But
there's a tweet going around of a guy at Disney World saying like there's no kids rather at the lightsaber construction thing or whatever, like the hilt.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah. So
it's so expensive. Dude, and even I saw the price of Legos recently. They're doing like the Eye of Sauron kit for Lord of the Rings. I'm like, man, that looks cool. I'm pretty sure it was over $500
it's like
for that set.
Bent. Are you crazy?
Dude, yeah. I think there was a giant there's like a giant Millennium Falcon that I think was like 800 or something. Some of these are pushing $1,000 for some of these big Lego sets. So
people like Legos, man. I I don't know. We talked about the Lego Seinfeld apartment on the show before. I'm sure I remember.
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't end up getting it, but that was something I definitely thought about. I definitely was like, do I do this?
I also thought about it, and I also did not end up getting it.
Yeah.
I did. Oh, they're not in here, I don't think. I did get my Mega Man figures, though. You know, the ones that just came out from that company Jada or whatever, Jada?
Oh, yeah.
They were really nice figures. They're like the finest Mega Man figures ever, dude. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited for them to do more. They're going to be fucking sick. Sick! Release every one of them. Every robot. All of them.
How do you feel about a Lego Mega Man game?
Oh, I'd love that. I'll take anything at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lego Mega Man would be sick. I mean, that's the kind of game that, because the minifigs, like being all of the different robots and all, I mean, slam dunk.
It actually
That's
works
too
really
easy.
well. Actually, now that I think about it, actually, it's not that bad of an idea.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
What do you think about this theory that this is the remake?
Yeah, no, it's rock solid, I think, analysis. And could very well be, where the wires were crossed or whatever. I don't know, man, though. Well, what do you think, Dustin, about too much Horizon? I mean, it's a lot of Horizon. Is it? All right, so let's analyze it. I feel like it is, but 2017 Zero Dawn, 2022 was Horizon.
20, yeah. Well, yeah, because it was around Elden Ring, right?
Right, that's exactly right. So that was 22. So Forbidden West was 2022, and then the VR game was last year, 23. And then we haven't gotten anything this year, so maybe we get a Lego game this year. I mean, they are ramping up. I guess it just feels like at the end of the day, it's going to be too much Horizon. A Horizon MMO with a South Korean kind of flair is interesting. The multiplayer game is obvious, and it seems like that they wanted to get multiplayer in the game since the very beginning. I mean, it begs for multiplayer in some sense. I don't want to play with multiplayer, but I can see why people would want to play. I mean, it's so fucking awesome. The combat in Horizon is the best part of the game. And I love pretty much everything about it, but it's fun as fuck to play. So I get all of these different things, but I just do wonder where if there's actual demand, because of course, like we said, we're also forgetting that there's going to be a third game. I mean, there's the second game ends on a fucking massive cliffhanger, massive cliffhanger. So humongous cliffhanger, in my opinion. So obviously that's going to happen. And that'll probably be some sort of, you would imagine maybe that would be a PS6 launch game. That would be pretty sick. And it would also be on PS5, I'm sure.
Right. I wonder, because there's also the Netflix show, and we haven't heard about that recently, but we know Sony likes their synergy, but I don't think that show's even started filming. Like, I'm looking on Dextero says...
No, we would know. We would know if it had. Yeah. We would report it.
So that's a long ways off.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely feel like when we hear about all these projects at once, I mean, we know of as many projects in the Horizon world. We know more about, as far as like a digit, there are more that we know about that haven't happened yet that we have currently.
Oh, yeah.
So knowing about them all at once definitely feels overwhelming. I guess it's going to depend on how often they're doled out, what each unique thing has, and what they bring to the table, because I imagine the MMO will be significantly different from what we know Horizon currently to be. The multiplayer, as you said, it sounds like something they've wanted to do for a while. So that could bring its own flair as well. As long as these are spaced out and provide unique things, I think you could still argue it's too much. But if the sales are there, then I guess not.
Yeah, I'm looking just to make sure. Yeah, so it's worth noting that there's a decent chance that the NCSoft Horizon MMO is not even a console game, although we talked about how that would be insane if it wasn't a console game. Like, how could you not release it on console? But they've really, almost, with the exception of that Fuser game they did with Harmonix, which was kind of like this random rhythm game that they incubated, they really don't do console games. So it would be interesting if they were trying to just aim at different places with the games, but that would be almost unthinkable to not release it on PS5 too.
Yeah.
And PS4. I mean, if you wanted to be fucking crazy with it. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. I think we're going to learn about this game very soon, boys. And who am I kidding? I'm going to be all over it. Give a fuck.
Of course.
Well, whatever. It doesn't. I was going to get even further into it. I was going to just say that it's supposed to be, he's saying it's like it's Forbidden West, so it seems like maybe that's what it is. But it would have been cooler if they even waited until the third game was over, and then they did a Horizon Lego game that kind of celebrated and was able to imbue all of Horizon from the beginning to the end, much like the Star Wars ones. Right. It would be cool.
Yeah. It would be. Yeah, I mean, I would probably, if it plays like Forbidden West, but it's a Lego game where, if I'm remembering correctly, dude, the Lego games, like, they don't have people speaking in them, do they? Maybe they do now, right? But I'm pretty sure, like, I remember them being like kind of silent.
Yeah,
like
I thought it was always like a motive
or
something. Like it was like a noise or like an emoji sort of thing.
Yeah, they would act. They would like almost like pantomime a lot of the important, which is great because like if I could play a game that plays like Horizon, but Aloy shuts the fuck up, I think I would like that a lot.
Yeah.
So
everyone hates you, Aloy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Aloy. All right, so we'll keep an eye out for that, and yeah, I think we'll learn about that soon. It's interesting. I'm always fascinated by projects like that. It's like, wow, that really didn't leak. At least not in a way that was recognizable until right before, like when trailers were being circulated internally. So anyway, just wanted to note this. So Ghost of Tsushima's PC port is out. You can go get it right now on Steam. And Nix's, which is the Sony-owned PC port studio that worked alongside Sucker Punch to get this game out, released a little write-up on Twitter that I've linked to here in our document. And by the way, they use Twitter in a way I've never seen it. Did you click on this link and look at it? It's like, how did they do this? It looks like a website.
It's like an article.
Yeah,
it's really nice. It's like I've never seen anyone do a tweet like this, so it's really nicely done. But there's a note in here because they talk about Steam Deck support and everything. So they wanted to note Legends cooperative multiplayer. So you'll remember that Ghost of Tsushima on PS4 got 2 updates and PS5 later in the Iki Island update, and then you got the Legends update. And the Iki Island update was like the expansion, and Legends was the multiplayer, cooperative multiplayer functionality that was added. And this will be in the PC version too, all of it. But they noted, quote, as previously announced, Legends co-op multiplayer mode will include crossplay between players on PS4 consoles, PS5 consoles, and PC. Legends will be functional on PC at launch, but you won't be automatically matched with players on different platforms. Crossplay will launch in beta, meaning you can try it out by inviting your PlayStation Network friends. We would love your feedback as we continue to make adjustments in the weeks following launch, end quote. So something worth noting, if you care about exploring that functionality, I don't think most people are going to care very much about this. I don't think that's why they're playing Ghost of Tsushima. And by the way, I think that we showed understanding and kind of nuance with the Helldivers 2 Steam situation, but people are already review bombing Ghost of Tsushima. Get fucked. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
You know, it's I looked before we started recording. It's mixed right now on Steam, and I was reading the reviews, and people were like buying the game, leaving a review, and then returning it, basically, or that's what they were saying they were doing. I can't believe you can even do that. And just because it's not available in countries that don't support PSN, aren't you more upset that PSN isn't available in the countries that don't support PSN? And if you think, isn't it interesting that Sony does $30 billion of revenue a year operating in only the countries that it's in right now? I'm not saying that we don't want it to expand, but certainly there's a reason why it's not available in these places. That's a deeper economic question. And being upset about that is being upset at the corporation. But again, you're injuring the developers by doing. I just don't understand this. This comes off as babyish to me, like really, at this point.
Yeah.
Because you have to sign into PSN, or because someone in fucking Albania can't buy Ghost of Tsushima right now on PC. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, there's
there's no end to the complaining.
No.
Yeah, this is where I think it crosses the line where it's like, or not the line, because even that sounds like a bit extreme. But I feel like there was righteousness to the Helldivers 2 situation because they sold the game to people who would eventually have to get that game revoked out of their libraries, which is at the very least like an unethical thing to do. So there was reason to be upset about that. And I totally agree with like how that whole thing shook up. Like it makes perfect sense that you would, even if it's a small subset of the player base, it is important that people kind of like rally behind that kind of thing, because any amount of money, like your money is just as valuable as that person's money. And so I think that was righteous. I think it was just they're very clearly not making that mistake. They're just being like, hey, listen, this is a requirement for the game, and we're not going to sell the game to you if you can't do this, because that would be unethical. So like, it's not going to be available to those places. And I think that sucks, but it's not like an unethical thing. And it's not something that is worth this type of backlash. If you want Sony to be like, I mean, that's really up to Sony, and they should expand for sure. They should be in these places, but they're not. So I don't know what you hope to gain from this. Like, they're not just going to, because you review bombed Ghost of Tsushima, they're going to start, okay, now we're going to put some PlayStation Network servers up in Madagascar now. We're going to send a team to build server farms because Ghost of Tsushima got review bombed. It's like, that's not really how that works.
I think that some of the argument, and I understand this, but I totally agree, it's not worth what people are doing, is that according to some of these Steam reviews, you do not need PSN to play the single player.
You don't. I know that for a fact.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you don't need, if you want to play multiplayer, you do need it. So some of the argument is, hey, why don't you sell it and just block off multiplayer from these countries that you don't offer that? And people would then complain. It's like, oh, well, you're selling them a game that has part that you're not allowing people to play part of what they access. It's like they'll find something else, a different way to spin it, to complain about it. And yeah, I agree. It sucks that there are people that can't buy the game, but I don't know. The launcher thing too, there's a bunch of complaints about, oh, you're forcing me to have an account to play online. We're PC gamers. This isn't how we do things. It's like, yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. I listed those last week. The numerous publishers that require you to have login. It's extremely common for multiplayer. Not always, but so yeah. I can't help but think that this is just to immediately go in and try to review bomb over something that's not necessarily even affecting you. I get it. I'm not saying it's all perfect, but the reaction seems silly.
And a game, it's just how I don't like how things are weaponized to this extent. We all know Ghost of Tsushima isn't a mixed game. I'm not even that big of a fan of Ghost of Tsushima, as the audience knows. I was whelmed by it. I was like, yeah, it's great. I wasn't like totally overblown by it in any way, but it's not mixed. I mean, that's ridiculous. And it's going to come off as boy cries wolf kind of shit at some point. And I think Sony needs to kind of just maybe stay the course now. They've ameliorated the problem with Helldivers, which they should have. That was an unforced error, as we said, and it's their fault, like we noted last week. Now that they know that and they've learned a few things, just continue on with the plan. And loud, boisterous people that Steam allows them to wield an unusual amount of power, which is kind of an interesting part of the platform that I think makes it this kind of libertarian utopia that I think in some ways Sony should replicate on PSN. But I think some of these things need to be stymied and stemmed. Like if it's like when a stock, I don't know if you guys saw GameStop started trading like really high recently again, and they stopped trading it like 5 times in a day because they knew something was fucked up with it. There should be kind of levers like that on Steam where it's like, this is a game that imagine when Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out or whatever the hell it's called. I mean, you've got to know that you can't allow reviews like day and date with that stuff. Because not because you want to silence people, but because you want it to be accurate. So you need people to kind of let it wash out of their systems because it's not that important. I don't know. Anyway, well, what do you think, Chris? You have something else to say?
Well, I was gonna say, like, I don't know if I agree with the GameStop thing. I feel like that should have been allowed to happen, personally. But the review thing to me is like, I don't know if it really matters to like, because ultimately we've all seen how these things shake up, right? Like, dude, there's that famous image of like the Steam group of like boycott Modern Warfare 2 on the launch day of Modern Warfare 2, and everybody in that Steam group is playing Modern Warfare 2. It's like, that's right. If ultimately like the bad reviews, like, yeah, it's not great, I guess, to see that, but really, if you're gonna play Ghost of Tsushima on PC, you're going to buy it. You know, I feel like there's very, very few people who are going to be swayed by it. I'm sure there's a loud minority of people talking about it, but even when I would look up reviews for games online, I almost never really saw the Steam reviews. I would just kind of see like, you know, IGN or like, you know, the big like proper reviews. I was only if I was like super curious beyond what is reasonably even necessary that I would go check the Steam reviews for something just to see what was up. But yeah, I don't know if it really matters to them in the first place enough for them to even bother trying to stymie it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Fair enough. I do like how they let things play. Like they just let it go on Steam. It is interesting.
Things should be allowed to. It's free, especially for GameStop, man. Free market, right? That means you open yourself up to the chaos, right? No?
Yeah, I think that it's not about GameStop itself. It's about the mechanism. As I understand it, it's like making sure that when things like this happen, it's usually because there's like cheating going on or some mechanized thing. And so they stop it to make sure. I think that's why they stop it and let it go multiple times, because they have to each time. Yeah, it spikes in a certain way. They I think are obligated to investigate it and stuff like that. So.
I guess for me, I find it arbitrary because I feel like there's no point in any given day where there isn't cheating.
Yeah,
in that place. So it's like,
that's true.
But whatever.
All right. So just since we're talking about PC games, PlayStation PC games, and I think we're all in agreement here on this show, although our audience seems to be opposed to this in the majority. We seem to be pretty comfortable with the idea of more and more PlayStation games going to PC. I think it's a good thing. So there's a reliable Twitter leaker that seems to have some sort of access to, I don't know, like the back end on PSN, maybe. Bill Kuhn. And he always tweets things that end up being true. And he's saying God of War Ragnarok is one of the next PlayStation exclusive titles to be ported to PC. Announcement date is imminent. And so maybe we'll see that at the rumored conference in a week or two. Thoughts on this, Dustin? God of War Ragnarok en route to PC. I think that makes a lot of sense. God of War did pretty respectably, I think, on Steam. And this is a great game. So I think more people should experience it. I think Sony has probably gotten their money's worth on it at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Great game. Great game to head over to PC alongside. Now it'll join the 2018 God of War on PC. And yeah, I know what you're saying about a large portion of our audience not liking the PC releases. And I just don't, I can understand the argument kind of, but it's like, it's this idea of like, oh, well, is your purchase is rooted in what you can exclusively play. And if a game is on PC, it's like, oh, well, I could have bought it on PC or something like that. I don't necessarily understand it, because you got the game multiple years early. And it's not like PC is getting something exclusive that you don't get out of this game. I mean, other than being able to play it on better hardware if you want. But I think there is a overestimated value in timing in some degree with this, or just this idea. It's like, oh, well, this is ours. It doesn't, it's things are rapidly changing. Obviously, we see this across the board. We're going to talk about Square Enix as well. It's just like, yeah, things are going multi-platform. And not that I'm saying God of War is or would come out on Xbox or something like that, but I don't know. I don't understand how this takes away from your PlayStation 5 purchase or experience at all. That part doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I think most of the people that I see making that argument can't put into words why they feel that way, or maybe don't even know. And I think the people that are more sophisticated know that the argument around that would be something about the long-term health of PlayStation as a brand and as a platform. In other words, diluting it as a place where games go. So you need it less and less. And then Sony draw. It's what's happening to Xbox in some sense. You draw fewer and fewer people. It's a death cycle. It's like you draw fewer people, you make less revenue, fewer third-party game sales, then you suffer with the publishers, and then you just end up in this tailspin. And I totally get that. I don't really agree with that, though, because I actually don't think that is the outcome. I actually think that you're exactly right in identifying that things are changing rapidly, that you need to embrace obvious change, or you will die in this industry. And not only PC, but mobile, it's in my opinion, ending there. Like, it's going to be PC and mobile and the PlayStation platforms. This idea that games are going to go to Xbox or Nintendo, like, I just don't think that that's in the cards at all. But I think that they're comfortable saying, like, we're going to have a console, we're going to drive you there, and then they're going to have the PSN signups on PC, and they're going to maybe convince you, to some of you, that you need a console. Maybe there is some evidence too that the games that they've released on PC have had some sort of reverse effect on drawing people to PlayStation as a console and as experience to get that quality of game. And we're going to talk about sales numbers soon, but PlayStation 5 is selling just as well as PlayStation 4, adjusted for time. There's really no difference between them. The only difference is that PlayStation 5 was much scarcer and harder to find and more expensive. So
yeah,
and had no price drop. By this point in the PS4 life cycle, there was a price drop. So I just think here's what I'll say, and Chris, we'll throw it over to you, is you have to figure out what you care about most with PlayStation. Like, what does it mean to you the most? And certainly I think it's the console to many of us, and we get that. But I would say the evidence in the short to midterm doesn't seem like it's really affecting the sales trajectory of PlayStation. And the thing you need to remember is that actually it's the health of the game studios that's most important to the PlayStation experience. And as long as those games continue to come and are available on PS5, I think that will draw people to them. And this PC money is free revenue to kind of bolster what are ridiculously increasing budgets on these games that I think have reached a ceiling. Unless you are, Jaffe and I on his show the other day were talking about it. I'm like, unless you're a Grand Theft Auto, you needn't spend more than a couple $100 million on a game. Like that's like the absolute maximum for a AAA game, in my opinion. So anyway, that's a lot. Chris, what do you think about, where are we here? About what we were talking about, God of War Ragnarok coming to PC. Any thoughts?
I mean, I think I don't really understand the consternation. I think I understand what you were saying about like how like, oh, it's kind of the situation that Xbox is in because it kind of leads to a death spiral. But I think that's more to do with like day and date, in my opinion. Like I actually think that's a bigger issue than just having things on PC in the first place, or just the fact that, you know, Game Pass, even just day and date on Game Pass, I think is a lot. Like I feel like they could have been like, hey, listen, we're Xbox and you can, you know, we have this Game Pass thing where after a certain amount of time, this first party game will go on this service for free. And I think that probably would have been a lot more beneficial for them because people like the hype. You know, people like to get in on things day one. We saw that with Starfield, really, when they were selling that early access thing, and it sold like crazy at like a higher price than normal. So I don't know. I don't buy this idea that like simply having a game available elsewhere, especially years after its original relevancy, deteriorates the platform. I think it's cool. There's like a second wind aspect to it, and like you said, it's more revenue for the studios that otherwise wouldn't see that revenue. Because that's the other thing. It's like you're not making God of War Ragnarok and then 5 years later somebody buys a PS5 for it and grabs it. You know, it's usually that those games just kind of dry out, and there's really not much value left to extract from it on that platform. You've kind of reached your maximum. You kind of reached your apex already. So why not meet people where they're at? I don't get it.
It's territorial and strange. I get this fear that I do understand the fear of saying like, well, the dilution of the experience, how does that happen? And you need to be really careful of unintended consequences. But I just, because you're saying day and date, which is interesting, and having that gap, but I'm more bullish where I think that like eventually you even want to embrace day and date with more games. I want, and I said this to Jaffe too, is like, I want an experiment. And I think that they'll eventually do one. Until Dawn could very well be the experiment because that is coming to PC day and date. But I want to see like what happens when a big PlayStation first party game, especially Until Dawn is not a first party game.
I think it's key for multiplayer stuff.
Right. And
sure.
we are getting
live service.
I should say that just so people calm down. I know we're doing that with multiplayer games. I'm talking about like Concord. I'm talking about single player games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead.
No, yeah. I was just gonna say like I'm not entirely sure. I think that actually might have a deleterious effect in the sense that this is kind of like the point of the brand. You know, it's like these are the games that you go to. And this is the platform that you go to for those games. So it does help to maintain some level of exclusivity. And by the way, I'm talking about like from a business. I would prefer things were everywhere at all times immediately. But just for if I were, you know, at Sony in an executive position, I would be like, hey, listen, we have to have like some reason for people to come here. You know, because a new game, like a big new single player game, that does kind of draw people to the platform in a way that, you know, an old one might not. You know, that actually does kind of, there are system sellers for a reason. And so that is worth paying attention to. But I do think at some point, yeah, we're going to get to a place where these things do go day and date. I think that's kind of an inevitability. And I think that's going to be awesome when it finally does happen. But if I were at Sony, I could see why you wouldn't want to do that immediately, especially if not for like a multiplayer game. Because that's the entire success of that really depends on its availability and its access. and its ubiquity.
Not to string this out longer than necessary, but I wonder too if there's a consideration. There's so many rumors about the Xbox becoming more Steam-like. I think even Phil said he loves the idea of Steam running on the Xbox. And we talked about the idea of like Valve jumping in, just purely hypothetical.
Right.
But what if there is a much easier device that runs Steam in your living room, and then suddenly day and date you could play a new Horizon game on your Xbox because it's available on PC? Then I could see that maybe being a problem. I wonder if that's a reality that's coming for us with Xbox's many new approaches that seem to be going on right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. There's a lot to think about with this. Like, I don't know how there are going to be unintended consequences. I don't know to what end we have to worry too deeply about them, though. The day and date stuff with Concord is one thing, and Helldivers. But yeah, it'll be a different thing if and when it happens with a single player game. And I'd be eager to see what that looks like just from my perspective. I was just thinking, though, I mean, this is apropos of nothing, but in my opinion, PlayStation 5 has had a very strong year so far. Like the Last of Us Part 2 remastered, into Helldivers 2, into Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, into Rise of the Ronin, into Stellar Blade.
It's pretty good.
It's really good, I would say. I mean, I haven't played Ronin yet, but seems pretty damn good to me. I mean, I don't know what people are complaining about from that end, but that was just thinking about that. It has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Our friend of the show, Jez Corden, over at his website, Windows Central, wrote an editorial that I thought was really interesting. You guys should go check it out. It's called Microsoft's Quest for Short-Term Money is Doing Long-Term Damage to Windows, Surface, Xbox, and Beyond. And he covers all things Microsoft. So he writes about a lot of things that we don't care about here on this show. But one of the things he says is this. And I thought this was interesting. Quote, "The plan to move Xbox games to other platforms is codenamed Latitude internally. And I know there's debates and unease at Microsoft about whether or not this is a good idea. More upcoming Microsoft-owned games slated for PlayStation are already being developed. At least for now, they're potentially obvious games you'd most likely expect. And yes, while it's true Microsoft is a prolific publisher on PlayStation already, it is typically revolved around specific franchises like Minecraft. From what I've heard, Microsoft is pushing for no quote-unquote red line for what games could come to PlayStation, and it all revolves around Satya Nadella and CFO Amy Hood's mandate to increase every department's margins," end quote. Interesting little tidbit here from our friend Jez. Dustin, let's stick with you. What do you make of this? I mean, I guess it just tells us more of the obvious, but he says in a kind of sly way, potentially obvious games you'd most likely expect. So what does it all mean?
Yeah.
And when?
Well, yeah. Well, that's a great question. When I was looking at the PlayStation Store, I was noticing that Stellar Blade, I think Stellar Blade was second to Sea of Thieves. And we talked last week about Sea of Thieves' success on PlayStation continually, even after release, still insanely high in the charts, I believe. Like I said, I think it was number one when I was looking at the best-selling list. And so that's Sea of Thieves, which, no disrespect, great game. Has had really long legs and has a really hardcore audience around it. Imagine Halo, just for a second. Surely Halo Infinite on the PlayStation Store, Gears of War, all these things we've talked about. Just seeing the success with an IP like Sea of Thieves. And again, no disrespect to Sea of Thieves, but it's not Halo.
It's a smaller game, and it's not as storied of a game, and it's doing it incredibly well. So I would imagine they're fucking salivating.
Yeah,
at the idea,
and it would be so exciting for Master Chief Collection on PlayStation, just because. Not saying that it's a dead game at all. I don't know what the numbers are, but imagine the revival of the multiplayer of. Well, I mean, both Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite, if that was released.
Yeah, Master Chief Collection's got to come first, you would assume, right? Like,
yeah,
I almost feel like that's inevitable, and
absolutely, yeah, oh yeah,
and probably has been since before. These things were made in secret and released pretty quickly, so you would assume that this is already getting to the point of being ready to release other games. I think the thing I'm curious about now is what upcoming games are going to be day and date from them, and what is the rationale behind bringing games over or not? And how long do they wait to do it? Like, I'm fully of the belief that Doom is coming to PlayStation day and date when they announce that. Like, I really find it hard to believe that that's going to be an Xbox exclusive, but maybe it will be. I don't know. If it is, it's going to not be permanently an Xbox exclusive. That's just not going to happen. So, so I'll be very, very curious about all that. But Chris, let's get you involved here. What do you think about Jez's write up here about Project Latitude, which is the initiative in Microsoft to bring Xbox games to PlayStation?
I think it's interesting. It's exciting to me because it's just it's so new and so different from the entire ecosystem that I grew up in, where Xbox is kind of like this. Xbox and PlayStation are these completely diametrically opposed places. So it's the idea, and we've seen it kind of slowly happening. Obviously, Sea of Thieves is the big one lately, but like, I mean, even a long time ago with Minecraft and all the other things, like seeing it finally happen in this way, where we got the 4 games, we got Pentiment, Grounded, Sea of Thieves, and Hi-Fi. What was it? Hi-Fi? It's on PlayStation, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So seeing that happen, and then just seeing all this, it's like it's exciting to me because I've always wanted to see Halo on PlayStation. Not even necessarily as a Halo fan. Like, I just want that in as many places as possible. I think it's a really good game that deserves to be in more places. So I'm stoked at the idea of all this, and maybe at the idea of like, getting a Gears of War collection up and running, just because there's like a whole new audience for it, and that might incentivize them to do it more so than they would be incentivized by their own platform, which is, quite frankly dwindling. I feel like this is. I feel like we're clearly in the era where Microsoft is going the route of Sega. I think that's pretty obvious, at least to me. I don't know if I may be misreading the tea leaves here, but I think we're going to end up in a situation where Microsoft probably gets out of the hardware race at some point relatively soon.
Yeah, I think there'll be one more generation at least. They've already said it, unless they want to pull the plug.
Well, that's the thing. How many things have they said and then... I feel like they say all sorts of shit. So like, I don't know how to take. I don't know what to take. I can't really take them at face value. I can't really look at anything that they say and really take it too seriously. All I can see is what they're doing action wise and what makes the most sense. And it seems to me that it makes the most sense for them now that they have all these publishers and now that they understand how much they can sell. Why would you want to be in the hardware business? Like 100% of the sales off your game is great, but at the cost of building machines and R&D and competing, and I don't know. I don't really know. Like, to me, I would be like, let's get the fuck out of this thing. What are we doing? Let's sell 10 million copies of the Master Chief Collection tomorrow.
Oh my God, they would sell so many copies. It would be insane. It would be huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Interesting note. December 4th, 2023. Sacred Symbols episode, what was this here? We called it, so this was episode 283, called The Sega Moment. And I think, Colin, you got some heat for calling it that.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. That was December 4th?
Yeah. That was December 4th, 2023 is the day that on YouTube it says we published that episode.
Because I think that's when the rumor started circulating that games were going to start migrating. And yeah, I think... I really don't take any pleasure in it because I don't think Xbox is a bad brand, actually. I just, like we say over and over again, and I mean it, it's like the obnoxious people online are what make it exciting for me because it hurts them and their fucking annoying years-long bullshit that they send to us. But it is a strange reality. Like, it seems inevitable. Like, I don't think there's any kind of, I don't personally think there's going to be much turning this thing around.
No.
But maybe. I mean, maybe they could do it. I was saying on Jaffe's show that it's just so great. The Call of Duty thing alone is just insane. And we've discussed this on our show too, is just having no plan for that game and still not really knowing internally what you're going to do with it. And it's like, if I were you, it's like, you got to put it on Game Pass. You have to. This is the ultimate use case. If this doesn't work, then you really, really, really know you have to readjust because nothing is going to work. But you at least need to know, don't you? Even though you know you're going to lose money doing it, you need to know if like big tentpole games can actually move the subscription service, because without the subscription service moving, it's not going to turn around. And it is what it is. And then they might as well become embrace Microsoft's software legacy of being on whatever. like IBM compatible machines back in the day.
Right.
Connor Reese wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Greetings, gentlemen. We know the Xbox Showcase is coming up in June. Do you expect Microsoft to announce any more games coming to PS5 at their own showcase? Thanks for the great content week in and week out. You guys have really helped me stay sane in my MBA program. Godspeed, Connor, and glad to be here for you. Thank you for writing in." So I personally believe it would be very weird for them to acknowledge PlayStation at their own showcase. I think they do that at their own risk. I just think you do that in a press release, like we said, right? You announce Doom, you show Game Pass and Xbox logos, and then you put it in the press release that it's coming to PS5. If at all. I mean, it might be that they just show a bunch of games and don't acknowledge anything about them outside of PlayStation or outside of Xbox releases, which is probably smart, and PC. If I were them and I wanted to manage expectations for our community and give them something to rally around, I just wouldn't even acknowledge any of the PlayStation stuff. But unfortunately, they've put themselves in the position where any journalist worth their salt will ask these people if and when given access, when are these games coming to PlayStation? So they're kind of in an impossible situation, and you could make the other side of the comms argument, which is like you actually just want to acknowledge it right away so that you don't have to answer questions, and then you could focus on the game. I think you're going to be damned if you do, damned if you don't. But my personal feeling on the Xbox Showcase is that little to no acknowledgement of other platforms. And if they do acknowledge other platforms, in my opinion, knowing the history of this industry, like I feel like I do, that's fucking crazy. I mean, that really is the beginning of a new era. First parties don't do that.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing, though. It's like, I almost feel like it's a ripping the Band-Aid off kind of moment, right? Where like they could do it. Like, I don't think they're I personally, I don't think they're going to do it. I think that is like something like what you said, Colin, like there's like a press release thing, or at the very least a showcase for farther in the future when the Band-Aid has already been ripped off in some way outside of it. But there's a case to be made. It's like, do you just want to get this over with now? Do you just want to do it? Because there's a lot of, I don't know, it will be nuclear, but they're not going to be hurting either. You know, their games are going to be everywhere and they're going to be selling like crazy. So like, it's definitely a weird situation for them to be in. I would just imagine that they're in this position where there's a lot of people there who probably want to rip the Band-Aid off, and there's a lot of people there who probably don't believe that should even happen in the first place. And there's probably like an internal civil war on some level at Microsoft happening based on what I've heard and whispers and all that stuff, and just even stuff that you could see. I feel like you could even see it really in that awkward Sarah Bond interview that she gave, where they were asking her.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted.
All these questions. You could see it in her face. You get like, there's no hiding it. Like she's like frustrated that she's there and she's not thrilled about what's going on. Like you can see it.
And she particularly was made to look, I mean, like a total hypocrite, because she put out that tweet to Tango, like, oh, and many more years to come. Right. Or something on that anniversary. It's like, I don't think she certainly didn't seem to be the one that was like, yes, no, let's cut off Tango. Like, but I mean, with the position she's in, it's like, yeah, buck stops at leadership level. So it's not just her, but you know,
right. But what I'm saying is like, what I'm saying is like the consternation is so transparent,
right?
Or like it radiates through them now in a way that I don't think I've seen before. Like, I was surprised they even put that out because she looks uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, I think it was Bloomberg or whatever that put that out, right? So it's like, I'm surprised that they didn't cancel, yeah. But I think that would have looked suspicious as well.
That's true. It is damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess. In that situation.
Chris, I'm sure that when you look at the executive level people at Xbox, it's like they have a vision and it's not playing out, but they probably believe in it. And so you would assume none of them are really on board for it, but are rather absorbing what's necessary from above them. But they have to understand they push this on themselves by putting all of this attention on themselves and forcing decisions to be made. And I'll just make the same choice, the same point I made last week, which is the realistic thing is that when you think about it in terms of echelons of studios at Bethesda and given the option to cut, the choices were obvious, unfortunately, right? Working your way from the bottom to the top, you would definitely get rid of the studios they got rid of, in my opinion. Who else are you going to get rid of there? Who?
I would I would agree with all of them except for Tango, personally. Like, I probably would have been like, yo, the initiative's going. Like, what the fuck is going on?
That might still happen too, because Xbox Studios, but I'm talking about the Bethesda family alone.
That's true. Yeah,
like,
yeah. I guess in the
ZeniMax runs
family,
its own unit, so I just think there's no other option, unfortunately. After they get rid of like Roundhouse and Alpha Dog, there's nowhere else to go, because then you're cutting into like the bone of the operation. id, Machine Games, Arcane, Arcane HQ, of course, and so on and so forth. And obviously, you're not going to go Bethesda Game Studios like to the flagship and do that. That would be optically such a bad look. Even if you felt like you probably could or should do that, I don't think you do. So I'm not trying to let them off the hook. I'm just saying Tango had to go in that situation. If it was id or something like that, it would have been a fucking. I mean,
I guess I just wonder how. I guess I just wonder how much they had to go in the first. Like, it's hard to imagine from Microsoft's perspective, because it doesn't seem like they seem to have so much money that it doesn't even seem like they pay for anything. Like, I'm not really that convinced that they need, like, if they kept Tango, would Xbox die? Or like, would Bethesda like wither on the vine, or like would Microsoft crumble? Like, I doubt that severely. So I guess from that perspective is where I'm coming from, where it's like, do you really, like, I get it if you're going to make cuts, but like Tango, surely you could absorb whatever damage you need to absorb to keep Tango on until they can deliver the next fucking big thing that you, by the way, have been on record as saying that you need. Like, exactly the kind of game that they're making.
Yeah, I agree with you generally. I in the sense that they didn't have to cut them. No, I mean, Microsoft is wildly profitable,
right?
But I think that, like any business, first of all, they're beholden to their stockholders, and they have been since the early 80s. But it's like they want money. They want to extract money out of the company and profit out of the company. So it's hard it's not hard for people to understand. I don't want to say that. It's just that I think people have this assumption that companies exist and they make shit tons of money, or if they make shit tons of money, they can just absorb all of these things that don't make money because they make money. But that's not really the way it works, right? Like, everyone has to be pulling in the same direction. And so there's been I think we got a letter even from someone asking, like, couldn't they have just sold Tango or whatever? And like, I'm like, Tango doesn't really have any value. I mean, the honest answer is no. In fact, like, Microsoft might be able to absorb, like, if Tango owned their building or whatever, for instance, and like did all these things, like, they're probably going to make a little bit of money on shutting them down, or at least ameliorate some of the cost of shutting the studio down. And a lot of the talent's gone. So there's really no value in it anymore. I think this feeds more into the way I keep saying games need to be made in the future. And something Ken Levine talks about on his interview that I did with him on Sacred Symbols Plus as well, which is just, like we say, like films, getting people together for one-offs and then going your separate ways under like a one-off production company or something. This idea of game studios existing in perpetuity forever as they take forever to make games, it's going to be hard to justify that. And that's a difficult situation to be in.
That's fair.
All right. Connor, thank you for writing in. Yeah, I don't know. I think anything's possible at that showcase, but I just find it so hard to believe that.
Yeah, there's no shot. It's too soon.
Yeah. All right. This is an interesting story for those that are excited about the potential of PlayStation 2 emulated games coming back to PlayStation. So let me just catch you guys up a little bit on a little bit of knowledge that you need. Beginning in the fall of 2015, PlayStation 2 games started to get released on PSN via PS4. And it actually started with a bunch of Star Wars games. The GTA games came over, some first party stuff and second party stuff like Dark Cloud and Fantavision, I think, came over at some point or something like that. I don't know. And the Ape Escape games and whatever, maybe not Fantavision. And this kind of inexplicably slowed down beginning in like 2017 to a trickle. And then we never really got very many games after that. We got like some SNK games in 2018. And then the last PS2 game that was published on PlayStation 4 was Ace Combat 5. The PS2 iteration of that, The Unsung War. And so Dustin has especially talked about this in the past, how there are problems with PlayStation 5 in the way that it deals with a lot of games, including PS2 games. And think they wanted to do this cross-platform approach. So they were waiting for some sort of fix. And so as we know, we've been getting a shit ton of PSP games. PS1 games are coming as well. And we're going to talk about more of those that are coming soon. But it looks like Star Wars: The Clone Wars, if listings are to be believed, will be the first PlayStation 2 emulated game available for PS5 as a native proposition, which means that the solution may have been rendered. And now we'll get many more PlayStation 2 games coming as well. Gamatsu writes, PS2 emulated Star Wars: The Clone Wars listed on PlayStation Store. Quote, a PlayStation Store listing picked up by PlayStation Store Price Tracker PS Deals has revealed Star Wars: The Clone Wars to be the first new PlayStation 2 emulated title to come to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 since 2019. Its release date is listed as June 11th. It will likely be available as part of June's wave of classic catalog titles for PlayStation Plus subscribers. So we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because we still have to talk about May's inclusions on that list later in the show. But Dustin, I was thinking of you here. Are you excited? And I'm curious. You've been keeping an eye on the we all been keeping an eye on the classics catalog. So many untapped PS2 games to be delivered.
Yeah, well, and it arguably still a lot of untapped PS1 games still that they haven't gotten to. But this is exciting. I'm really excited that they finally have a solution because, as you mentioned, that I've mentioned, a game like Escape 2 doesn't even work on PS5 really. So hopefully with this, first of all, they can go back and fix those other games and have them, I don't know, running on this emulator, get them a PS5, a new SKU for them made up that works would be a good start. It is a little odd that the first game seems to be Star Wars: The Clone Wars because I haven't thought about this game. In fact, my main touchstone with this game is that I think when I got my original Xbox, there was a multi-game pack that I think had this and Tetris. I think like Tetris.
Yeah, that
Worlds
sounds
or
right.
something.
Actually, I can visualize exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like one of those games that the cover of it is on the front of both, like you just flip it over and you get both sides. So odd choice. I don't know if anyone's deeply nostalgic for this game or anything, but maybe they're just trying to keep it low key for the first one before they maybe bring out some of the more, big heavy hitters. But either way, it's very exciting. And two, the fact that they're also including, at least what's listed here, up rendering, rewind, quick save, and custom video filters. This sounds pretty extensive. So I'm looking forward to see what they bring out. I gotta say though, with the rollout of PS1 games, I'm lowering my expectations in the short term, and that it'll be a while before we even get some stuff that we are really excited for, just because we are still waiting on some PS1, PSP games and the like still to come. So I imagine the rollout will be very slow.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the Clone Wars is a pandemic game, which is interesting. And they worked on it and released it right before they launched Battlefront and then later Mercenaries and Destroy All Humans. So a little bit of interesting history there. We have a letter here from Daniel J. It says, hey, CDC, according to Gamatsu, Star Wars: The Clone Wars is going to be the first PS2 game released as part of the PS Plus Classics. I believe it was found on PSN servers through the PS Deals website and is slated for a June 11th release date. Do you gents think we could see an official announcement of more PS2 emulation at their rumored upcoming showcase? What other games that haven't been re-released would you guys like to see with this new emulator? I'm excited at the prospect of more PS2 games coming to PS5, but I'm really hoping that the rumored PS3 emulator is coming along too. Keep up the great work, gents. Oh my God, dude. We need that so bad. We need PS3 emulation. We need it.
Yeah.
And I really, really hope that they get to that. But Chris, what do you say about this? Do you think that this is obviously a sign of more things to come? Do you anticipate that this is something they might even talk about at the showcase?
I don't know about as far as the showcase goes. I doubt it. I doubt they'll even bother mentioning any of this stuff. But I do think, do I think it's emblematic of something that we could look forward to in the future? Yeah, I do think maybe this is a good jumping off point. I'm excited about it. I feel like, like we talked about a little bit before, it just seemed to stop out of nowhere. And that was a little bit frustrating because I feel like there was a pretty good cadence. They also picked some stuff that I didn't realize. I don't know. Maybe they did pick like really obscure things and I just played obscure stuff. But like a lot of the stuff that was available in the PS2 catalog was stuff that I remember playing like a lot when I was like, when they put War of the Monsters up there, I was so excited because I absolutely adored that game on the PlayStation 2. And I was stunned to see it, quite frankly, chosen out of all the, amazing PS2 games that are a little bit more revered and a lot more well known. This is, I think we're going to see more of it, and it's an interesting first choice. I'm probably going to check it out because this is actually like the only pandemic game, with the exception of the Battlefront games due to their multiplayer stuff that I just didn't have access to at the time, that I never played. I think I played every single pandemic game, even like the weird like Army Men game that they put out on PC a long time ago. So this is like a pretty good opportunity for me to like fill that void.
Yeah, it looks cool. I was looking at screenshots. I didn't play it. There were so many Star Wars games in that era. Like it really began in the late 90s with the N64 Episode 1 Racer and like Terrace Kasi and a PC really with all, TIE Fighter and Dark Forces and so on. There's just fucking asinine amount of Star Wars games. At some point you can't, obviously KOTOR and Shadows of the Empire are in there, and it's like, dude, I can't focus on all these Star Wars games. And I loved Star Wars at that point, but
it's a lot.
All right, so we'll hope and pray and maybe do a summon circle for more PlayStation 2 games. As far as what I'd like to see, I don't know, man. I mean, there's so many games. You know what would be fucking sick would be getting Dragon Quest 7 on PS1 and Dragon Quest 8 on PS2. That would be sick. Love that. Because those are very hard to play right now unless you have original hardware or the DS ports, I think, or the 3DS ports, I think they were.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, guys, I was disappointed to see this. And this was done so ignominiously. In Ubisoft's, so we're not going to talk about Ubisoft's financials. It's not that interesting. But in Ubisoft's earnings report, buried on page 5 here, it says cost reduction plan on track, more focused and selective investments. And here's what it says, quote, as part of Ubisoft's efforts to streamline its operations and adapt to evolving market trends, there have been further reorganizations within the global publishing teams, both at the APAC region that is now organized into 3 engagement hubs and at the central level. Additionally, in line with increased selectivity of its investments, Ubisoft has decided to stop development on the Division Heartland and has redeployed resources to bigger opportunities, such as X-Defiant and Rainbow Six. Technically, well, it doesn't matter. I am so disappointed in this. I was really looking forward to this game. I got to be honest with you. And it's kind of like a gut punch in the sense that it's the second game that was multiplayer and variety that I was like, oh, I'm going to play that, I think, for sure. And I can't wait to see more of it. That was canceled. The Last of Us Online being the other one. And it's like, damn, dude, you're starting to like whet my appetite for multiplayer games. And I like, you saw that with Helldivers. I played it for like 50 hours. Helldivers 2. And so I'm more open-minded towards these things. And then the games that I'm actually interested in are dropping like flies, and I don't really understand why. And here's something that's going to be disappointing to hear. Peter Sismigu wrote in on Patreon. Says, hello, CDC. I want to give you guys a bit more insight on the Division Heartland, making the recently announced cancellation of the game even more peculiar. I worked as a game tester for Ubisoft for about 2 years, from 2021 to 2023. I must say, I was very surprised hearing Ubisoft cancel this game because I actually played it quite extensively. And it not only looked really good, but played smoothly as well. So if the game was almost ready to ship in a good state, I might add, in 2023, why the hell did Ubisoft decide to pull the plug on Red Storm's Heartland project? Knowing that quality isn't the reason, the only logical explanation would be that they couldn't figure out the monetization for a free-to-play Division game, right? What do you think was the reasoning behind their decision? The skeptic and cynic in me, Peter, says that much like many things we're seeing, we keep bringing up Acme versus Coyote or whatever. Companies look at these propositions and say, we spent X on this. If we don't profit from it, we can mark it as a loss in complicated accounting terms, right? And make some of the money back on by when you're writing things off on your taxes, you're lowering your taxable income, which for a corporation is profit, right? So let's just use a number and say, and this is obviously nowhere near true, right? Of course, but just for ease sake, you have $100 in profit and you spent $5 making the Division. If you say like, we're not really confident in this game and we think we're going to kind of release it and lose money and trying to support it, what we'll instead do is write $5 off from the $100, therefore having a taxable income of $95. That's how tax write-offs work. And you're trying to get that number as close to zero because you don't pay tax on revenue that isn't net income or profit, right? And so that's the kind of complicated cynic math that I think is behind all of this shit. And I wouldn't be surprised if this was also true for The Division Heartland. And the reason you don't release it in C is because then you can't argue that you never made a profit off of it, as opposed to it just being like an R&D loss. You released it into the wild and now you can't undo that. So imagine they did that and then it tanked. Then they're like, shit, we could have fucking just canceled it. And that's the kind of shrewd mathematics that I think is at play right now, and it sucks. Chris, I was looking forward to this game. And it sounded kind of interesting. I don't know if you guys know much about it, but it took place in the Midwest, in like rural America, which was a dope idea. It was class-based, which I thought sounded interesting. And there are specific characters that you pick to play as well.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded like a different kind of Division game, and I was really, really looking forward to it, and especially when they confirm that you can play it by yourself. So what do you have to say about this?
It's a bummer. I like The Division. Especially, I think The Division 2 was great, especially for the type of game that it was. I think it like played really well, and I don't know if I was necessarily excited about it, but I was always curious about it on the off chance that, you know, it was at least as good as The Division 2. And so it's a bummer to see this. It's a shame, especially considering apparently, according to this guy, according to Peter, that like apparently it was pretty good.
I believe it.
You know, so that's a massive bummer. It's always a shame when like something that's genuinely like, there's probably so many of these that we don't even hear about too. That's what gets me, is that like, oh man, there's probably how many good games genuinely have just been like completely evaporated because they just figured it would be better to write them off. Like, I bet it's not a negligible amount. So
I think the number of them have increased probably behind the scenes as like in relationship to the more expensive the games have become. Like Jaffe always says, I think Twisted Metal 1 was made for $200,000 or something like that. You know, at that point, you don't give a fuck. It's like, that's all upside. And they made what, 50 or $100 million or something on that, you know, something insane. More than that. Yeah, way more than that. Hundreds of millions of dollars on that game. So now it's different. Now it's like you spend $200 million to make $400 million, and you might want to hedge your bets in some sense a little bit more carefully. But anyway, Dustin, The Division Heartland canceled, piercing Colin's heart for a second time. The Last of Us Online was supposed to be pretty good too, from what I understand. So there is more at play here. What do you think about his angle that perhaps it was their failure to be able to monetize it effectively?
That's a good point to bring up. I forgot how far along this game was. I'm looking at a video currently. It's on IGN. Let's see, what's the date on this? April 24th, 2023. It's like an extensive look at the game. And so it looks practically, I don't want to say it was complete at this point, but it was very far along. And as the Reddit mentions, he played it, said it was fun. So my question is, what is going on that this seems to be a case more and more often, that we, assuming that's the case in this situation where it's like this tax write-off thing? You mentioned about games being more expensive, and that's kind of the case, but it seems to be happening also with movies. You mentioned the Acme v. Coyote movie just being zapped from existence. It's just weird that this type of thing in media, at least maybe we just weren't aware of it, or it wasn't as high profile, but we're hearing about this more and more and more. And it sucks. I don't know if there's really anything to be done or could be done about it, but I just imagine, and this is a tale as old as gaming itself, but imagine being a developer that you spent years and years on this project and people are enjoying it and saying it's good. And then it's just like, nope, everything you worked on for the last potentially 4 or 5 years, yeah, we're not going to do that. We're just going to throw it away. It sucks.
It totally sucks. And I think I talked about this actually again with Ken Levine, where I was like, it's interesting. People join the games industry now and they might get 5 or 6 games in their career. Right. And that's like it's not like when you film something, and it happens in the film industry all the time where things just go away, and that sucks. And that's wasted time, but it's nothing like making a game. Right. This thing was announced in 2021. It was in development for longer than that. I worry a little bit about Red Storm just in the sense that on one hand, they're in North Carolina and they're kind of probably cheaper to, they're an old studio and they're actually one of Ubisoft's first studios that they ever purchased. And they've been operating for a long time, and they're the heart and soul of Tom Clancy games, really. Their name comes from Red Storm Rising, which is a famous Tom Clancy book, his best book, actually, from the ones I've read anyway. And so I'm a little worried about them, but maybe they'll be put on X-Defiant duty for the next 17 years. I have no idea. I don't know why they necessarily believe in that game and not this, but I have a more novel concept, especially considering what Peter was saying about the monetization for a free-to-play Division game, right? Like just like the struggle with monetization with a free-to-play Last of Us game. I have a fucking idea. You want to hear it? Why don't you try selling the game? Like the way multiplayer games used to be released?
Yeah.
What if The Last of Us Online was $70 and then people could just play it? Like, why do projects that seem to be good have to suffer because of the end monetization not being ideal in your original framework? In other words, why wouldn't you try to salvage it? Why wouldn't you take Heartland behind the scenes, retool it, and then say The Division 3? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
That's the bigger question about wasting resources in a very limited frame of mind where it's like, oh, we don't know what to do with this game. It's like, yeah, okay. And the shrewd numbers and the bean counters are telling you to write it off and just kill it. And it's in the pursuit of profit, and we can fuck with this on our taxes and all of that. But what if someone came in and said like, oh, we could probably sell like 5 million copies of The Last of Us Online if we just sold it for $70, by the way. And the audience would actually really appreciate it probably if we gave them a behind the scenes look on how difficult it was for us to figure this out, and that we didn't want to like shake them upside down like people like bullies with their nerd fucking targets draining all the money out of their pockets, but rather like say like, actually this is an investment, and when you invest in the game, then you'll get this really robust thing with support for years to come. I don't know. Maybe that's a very naive perspective. In fact, it probably is. But I know people that played The Last of Us Online, like I said, and I know it was good. And we have it from the horse's mouth here, from someone that tested for them, so knows that games aren't very good until they are. And so if this game was in a good position for those years, yeah, it sucks. And I feel for the people at Red Storm, especially because that could be one of their 6 games that they'll get in their career, and they'll have nothing to show for it. Their friends can't play it. They can't show it to their families. They can't put it in their reels, Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
It'll leak. I'm sure that game will leak. Because I think that there were even, as I understand it, I'm pretty sure there were closed tests for it. So at that point, they were distributing the game, And if that's the case, someone is going to leak this stuff at some point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Yeah, it sucks. It's a little ironic, right? That I'm like kind of softening. And then the 2 games that I was probably most eager about in that space, they're both like, nah.
Yeah.
It's like I should have never trusted you at all.
Yeah. Well, you in fairness, you did wait about 20 years to get into this. You missed out on a pretty perfect era.
Yeah, I know.
Before all this.
And I don't really crave it. I'm just trying to be more open-minded, and thus I thought those would be easy gateways. Logical gateways. If that's the end of The Division, by the way, I'm going to fucking kill someone. Because The Division, it was so good. The Division's great.
Oh, Colin. Oh, Colin. Sweet summer child. You think you're going to get a Division 3 now?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so just because I don't even know who's making it, because Massive has been releasing all this random shit. So
yeah, no, it's done, man. I'm sorry, but it ain't looking good.
Yeah. You would assume that they just wouldn't move forward with the Division at this point. But yeah, I hope that's not the case.
If they were going to make the Division 3, this would have been it, or they would have like you said, like retooled it in some way. Because there's no way. I really don't believe that this game was bad. Like even the bits of it that I saw, that I remember seeing, just like, oh, looks like the Division, cool. Like there's no way it was like it fell short of their expectations as far as like quality goes. So like, I don't know what you want out of the Division if not quality. And I guess they wanted free to play monetization and they couldn't figure that out. And so it's
like,
gone.
It's like, oh, we're gonna have this game about this guerrilla war in the Midwest between this like terrorist organization and these pro-American guerrillas. It's like, oh, that sounds too cool. Cancel it.
How can we put Fortnite in it? How can we put the dab in it?
The dab.
Can we put Not Like Us in there? Can we put Kendrick Lamar tracks in here? No? Okay. Kill it.
Fucking
we can't
Christ.
have a giant Eminem performing a concert in the Heartland, so I guess it's over.
Oh man, that's too bad. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move on. R.I.P. in peace. The Division Heartland. We never knew you. Two other quick items that we can get through rapidly. I just thought I would note this rock, paper, shotgun, which I almost never cite. In fact, I'm surprised when I do cite them just that they're still going, which is good. I mean, there's just not that many smaller game sites anymore. They write, Warner Brothers are returning some Adult Swim published Steam store pages to their developers after all. So you might remember some months ago, we were talking about how Adult Swim Games, which is a Warner Brothers label, was going to just take all of their games down. This was another obvious pursuit to streamline their operation. And people were disappointed about that because obviously the publishers own the rights to a bunch of these random indie games under this label, and therefore they would be disappeared. And it looks like they have turned this around. Multiple people that have worked on or are like the one-man auteur team or whatever that have made some of these games have been reporting that they've been receiving emails in succession from WB saying that they're reverting everything to them. So WB still wants out, but they're basically just saying like, you can just take the games. We don't want them. And that to me seems to be a totally logical conclusion, an equitable conclusion. And why wouldn't you do that? Other than that, it's going to take obviously the WB lawyers are probably going to have to fucking draft a bunch of shit, but who cares? And then you have the goodwill. This should have been the outcome in the beginning. It bothers me that that WB was so craven and like being like, oh, and like so dismissive to be like, yeah, we're just going to shut this down. So your shit's just gone now. That's not acceptable, right? If there's a solution where developers is like, just give it to me. Just give it to me. Like, I made the game, you made your money or you didn't off it already, but if you're just going to get rid of it, then let's just give it to me. So it looks like that happened. And so I wanted to congratulate all the developers that have been positively affected by that. Finally, over on Deadline, it's been too long since we talked about TV and movies. Tomb Raider from Phoebe Waller-Bridge lands series order at Amazon. I always thought that woman's name before I actually had to read it carefully, was Phoebe Waller-Bridges. But it's not. Singular, Bridge. And she's known for that show Fleabag, which was also a play, I think. So it says here on Deadline, quote, Phoebe Waller-Bridges' adaptation of video game Tomb Raider is scaling the walls at Amazon. The streamer has handed the project a series order. The news was revealed by head of Amazon and MGM Studios Jen Psaki at the company's upfront event in New York, who called it an epic and globe-trotting series. So we'll see what happens here. What do you guys think? We don't have any casting. To be clear, because I think some people are confused about this, Phoebe Waller-Bridge isn't Lara Croft. She's writing and directing and kind of stewarding the project. Some people have a little bit of a problem with this because you would expect maybe someone more experienced to handle this. This is a kind of random person in some sense compared to the people that are out there doing some of the other shows, but she has a lot of production experience. She's funny and interesting. People really did like that show, and she did a few other things. Wasn't she in Indiana Jones 5?
Yeah, I think she was. Yeah, I think that's why people don't like her. It's like, she was. But it's like, I mean, come on.
But nonetheless, here it is, Tomb Raider TV show. Chris, what do you think?
Cool. All right. I mean, Tomb Raider has had a pretty long history of live action anyway. So it doesn't surprise me that in the wave of all of these like video game adaptations that people are probably looking at Tomb Raider and be like, oh, we could probably do this really, 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 really well now. Whether or not she can do it, that remains to be seen. But she does in this interview, she talks about like, if I could tell my teenage self this was happening, I think she'd explode. She seems kind of excited about it. And that's kind of the people that I would want attached to these projects in the first place. I would almost prefer somebody with like, she does have production experience. She's like been in the machine. Like she knows enough about how to get this done, and she seems to have enough excitement about Tomb Raider that I would rather have that exact mix as opposed to somebody with a ton of production experience but no tethers or care, or somebody who only cares and has no production experience. You know what I mean? I feel like this is like a really solid mix of both to have attached to a project like this. And I don't know. I've learned to, at this point, not write off video game adaptations anymore, because it seems like we're kind of over this hump where there's a pretty good chance that these could turn out pretty well. I'm even doubting or considering the fact that like maybe this Borderlands movie won't be terrible at this point. Like even with that weird, bizarre casting
where everyone's old.
Where everyone's old, I feel like they could even because Borderlands is so unserious. I almost feel like that in and of itself could be like an angle. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I don't know. Like I'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm up for seeing a proper Tomb Raider that isn't like a soulless cash grab or just some random, what was that? There was like some random Tomb Raider movie that came out like in the last like 5 years or something.
2018.
Yeah.
So
it was a little bit longer than that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I had no idea what the hell that was. But it just sort of it was just a bunch of nobodies making something, and then it just showed up, and everybody was like, "Okay," and everybody immediately forgot about it. So yeah, I'm down. I'm not excited or anything, but like when we have something to see from it, and or like a teaser or a trailer or something, I'm definitely gonna check it out. I like Tomb Raider.
Dustin, will Lara Croft have big boobies?
Probably not. It'll be the opposite. Just like isn't there a big stink about the Tomb Raider
concave bulls in her chest? The opposite.
Well, wasn't there some controversy about like some leaked concept art that they're like, oh, they made her look like a man or something? I can't follow all of the. Oh yeah, well, it's just she looks like people complaining about.
Yeah, me neither.
I tried to find that, and I was looking at her. I was like, this is still a very like. If this person approached me at a bar, I'm staying there for a while. You know, like I don't understand what people desire out of these people. But I think that the main, I guess, complaint was that she still had big boobs. It's just that she had like a shirt that would allow her to do flips and shit while it was like how somebody with a big bust would actually dress if they were doing athletics, basically. Which seems fine to me. I don't know. I don't care.
Did you guys see the logo? Which maybe non-final logo? Here, I'll put a link because people are clowning on this. It looks like something that they advertise like 4K HDR.
Oh yeah, it does.
It's not good. You gotta get that sorted out, Amazon.
It does look like it. Totally looks like it should say HDR enabled or something. That's so fucking. That is it's pretty. That's pretty lame. I also remember there was a story not too long ago about like people talking about how like it's what was the we're redefining Tomb Raider because like people shouldn't raid tombs or something, and it's just like, all right, well, don't make Tomb Raider then.
She's a colonizer.
Why can't people raid tombs?
Yeah, I mean, she is a colonizer for sure.
Yeah,
but just make that an aspect of the show. Like, isn't that? It's almost more interesting to me if the show acknowledges that that's like a negative thing, but the character loves to do it anyway. Like, that's like a lot more interesting to me than like just being like, oh well, we want what was it? A savior, an uncoverer of truth is what she was supposed to be instead of a Tomb Raider. It's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I don't want her
to observer.
I don't want her to uncover any truth. I want her to rob these fucking.
It's Tomb Observer. Tomby, look.
Tomby, you going to observe that tomb? No rating.
Yeah,
no rating.
She works for the UN. What is it, UNESCO or whatever? Like where they put all the historical sites and they watch everything. It would be very boring. I want her robbing that shit. Shout out to the British Museum, by the way. Probably the greatest example of this.
They're gonna change it to Tomb Raider, and she's gonna go to a tomb. So this is great. 10 out of 10. And then they'll go to the next one, and then she'll rate the next one.
She's a YouTuber.
It's all 10 out of 10. Yeah, she's just a YouTuber. Welcome to my travel vlog. It's me, Lara Croft. The ceilings are quite low here. Stupid.
let's get into what we're playing. I'm going to begin with you guys because I see you're both playing Animal Well. And Chris will begin with you. Hector Games wrote in and said, hello, boys. How are you enjoying Animal Well? I just finished it last night, and yeah, it is amazing. I won't spoil anything, but it's safe to say this game could have easily been 2 games. If you reach that point, you hopefully know what I mean. That is actually my only concern with the game. I thought I was done. It is insane to think one person did all of this, and it was published by a YouTuber, a great one, by the way, Donkey. Should this be the future of how games get made? Of course, it is not going to make the big bucks, but I think it might be more sustainable to gather a few people to work on them and everyone making a fair share. Thanks and have a great day. Yeah, I'd love to talk about that when you're done explaining the game a little bit and what you guys did. Because, yeah, this is another one of those Axiom Verge type one-man projects. And you say it's not going to make the big bucks, but it's made that guy life-changing money. I mean, as long as you don't have to spread the field very far. He has a publisher, obviously. He has to deal with that too. But very curious to hear what you guys think about this game. It's all the rage right now. Chris, take it away.
Yeah, man, this is I absolutely love this. This probably is, I think, of the Metroidvanias I've played in my life, this is probably like the one that I think got me immediately and hooked me immediately and consistently has me really engaged. There's no dialogue, there's no story to be spoken of, really. Like, it's there, but it's like very, very implied and very, very loose. It doesn't really tell you anything. There's no hand holding. And what I really love about it, honestly, is like, as I'm playing this game, I spent about 6 hours with it. I'm not done, but I'm like constantly, like, I'm just constantly exploring, and I'm just constantly looking for things because I keep finding things just through sheer experimentation with all of the tools and items that the game gives you over the course of like your exploration. And what I'm finding is that I'm getting the same feeling that I got from Tears of the Kingdom when I would have these like aha moments with like certain gadgets and certain tools and like certain, like this thing does this thing, but it also does like 5 other things that I didn't think about. And you only know that through like trial and error of like experimenting with these things. Like, the yo-yo has this purpose and this purpose. Oh, the slinky does this, this, and this. Oh, the frisbee does this. Oh, I can ride it. What the fuck? Oh, I can use the, and it there's no barriers really. And you're free to kind of explore it in any way. There's definitely things that I've done in this game that feel like I'm breaking the game. And it feels that way, but I also feel like it's built around that. Like, to feel like you are breaking the game, to feel like you're kind of getting the upper hand on the designer. And, you know, I've had moments where I'm definitely frustrated and I can't figure out where to go. And then like something clicks, and then it's like a domino effect of like, and the satisfaction of solving those problems is mega addicting. Like, I'm really enamored by it. I think it looks gorgeous. I think the atmosphere and the sound design is great. I think it's very, very clever. I too am just like staggered that one person did all this. Like, this guy is fucking genius, in my opinion, because this is, as far as like all of the Metroidvanias that I've ever played, I think this is like, I'm not done with it yet, but I think it might be my favorite by like a lot. But I'm not done yet, so like, who knows? But yeah, it's next level. I don't normally get sucked into games like this, and it's really fucking good.
Yeah, I'm encouraged by what I've been reading about it, and I'm a huge purveyor of that genre. And this kind of there's so many of them now. There used to be there was a time when you can play every one of them in some sense. I think over the last 5 to 7 years that has changed. You know, you get like your Castlevania, your Shadow Complex, your whatever, and you'd play them. But now you get like a shit ton of them. And I've started losing track of them. And so this game kind of just came out of nowhere for me. So I definitely want to give it a go. Probably after Stellar Blade, I'll download it as a kind of an interstitial between that. And I think I'll play Rise of the Ronin after that. But Dustin, I see you playing Animal Well as well. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I've gotten to the credits of this game, but there is a lot more for me to do in the game. And first of all, I got to say, so I was playing this on PlayStation 5 on my OLED TV, and man, if you have an OLED screen, you got to play it on the OLED screen because it looks so beautiful. And as Hector said writing in, this was created by one guy, and it's amazing. Like you see someone who's able to do something like this, that's this talented. It's like, oh, not only did he design the game, program the game, make all the art assets, make all the sound assets. It's like, what the fuck? How are somebody this talented to be able to make this? And I think the thing I love maybe the most about it is its atmosphere. It does so much with, I guess you could say, so little in a way. Like its pixel art is extremely beautiful despite being, I guess, low res, whatever you want to say. And the game is so incredibly charming too. I mean, it's called Animal Well, so you will come across many animals in this game. Some of them very cute, some of them charming, some of them absolutely horrifying. There are moments in this game that it's borderline, I don't want to say it's borderline a horror game, but unsettling at many points in this game. And I love that about it, because even some of the creepy parts are kind of cute in a weird way. But I don't want to there's one specific one I'm thinking of. I'm going to have to talk to you, Chris, about it later.
Yeah.
I don't want it to spoil for anybody, but I was like, oh, this is so cute and weird. And also I'm terrified that I'm going to die. The other thing too is that it's a Metroidvania that's not focused around combat at all.
Yeah.
It's primarily about platforming and traversal and puzzles, which I know the puzzles could be a turnoff to some people. I was able to get through the entire game without getting stuck or looking anything up. I did have to look up at one point. I knew how to solve the puzzle and I had an idea. And I thought, damn, this is going to be very hard. I don't want to go through all this effort in trying to figure out how to do this if that's not the solution. So I looked and it was like, yeah, this is what you need to do. I'm like, cool, that's all I need to know. I just didn't want to waste all my effort. And that challenge in particular, pretty tough. But I cannot recommend this game enough for all the different reasons that I mentioned and what Chris mentioned. It is great. And if you have PlayStation Plus Extra, it is available to you. So even more reason to just go check it out. I think it's, is it $20? Chris, do you remember how much it is? Like, it's not.
I think it's like 25 or something like that. Or I'm not super sure. I paid 20.
Yeah, it's $24.99 on PSN.
Yeah, it's $24.99.
Yeah, it's an awesome game. I'm really curious about this developer, Billy Basso. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he'd be interested in coming on PlayStation Plus. I'd love to pick his brain about some of the stuff, like how you
Sacred Symbols
Plus. Sacred Symbols Plus. I would love to see, get a read on him and how he made this game and the journey. I know he posted a screenshot of like the game very early on and seeing like how it evolved. And also Hector mentions Donkey being involved, and it's so awesome to see that there was this big thing when he announced he was publishing. He jokingly said like, I will only publish good games. And people were hard on him, be like, oh, he's in for a rude awakening. And turns out he did publish a very, very good game. So shout out to him. Shout out to Billy Basso and Animal Well. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's really great. And one thing I do want to say before we move on,
go ahead,
is it is very puzzle oriented, and that worried me quite a bit. Colin and I are very like simpatico on this, where it's like we're not puzzle oriented people. I definitely, like, in every Resident Evil game that I've ever played, I give it like maybe like a good 5-minute try, and then I look it up.
Right, exactly.
But I never, not once did I get stuck here. And the only time that I would get stuck was when I would sit in a room for too long without just deciding, it's like, okay, I'm going to move forward. Like the solution to most of the puzzles in this game is just to keep going and keep looking for places that you haven't yet been and fucking around in those places for like a reasonable amount of time. Nothing crazy. That was I spent like a good like 20 minutes in this one room with like platforms going down and like walls going from side to side. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do here. And I beat my head against the wall like for like 20 straight minutes, being like, I don't get it. I don't get it. And then I just moved to another side of the map, and then I got something like an item, and I was like, oh, and then everything clicks, and it's really good. And that's just to say, if there are people who are put off by puzzles, I would still recommend it.
Yeah,
like very, very highly, because it's just not one of those And the puzzles are all really clever, and they make you feel so smart when you figure them out. Really good.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it out in the coming weeks. I'll sound off when I do. Dustin, let's stick with you. Says you're also playing Braid Anniversary as well as V Rising. So take it away however you'd like.
Yeah, Braid Anniversary just came out. I loved the original Braid, and it's been long enough that I didn't remember how to do most of the puzzles and found myself getting, in a good way, very frustrated. Braid is a game, if you don't like puzzles, I can't recommend, because some
I beat
of
it with
these
a guide. I remember back
are absolutely brutal. But it's really neat what Jonathan Blow and his team did. You can see the remastered graphics are beautiful. It has the like, you hit the right stick and you can see the old graphics and it plays the old music, and then you hit it again and you can see the remastered graphics. And just insanely beautiful what they were able to do. There's also an extensive commentary mode in the game. I remember first seeing this. I think Valve did this in like Portal and maybe some of the Half-Life games, but
yeah,
there's a whole commentary world where you can go into the sound design. You go through a door and there's all these different doors where you can check out commentary about the sound design, or even coding. There's a whole section for that. And within the commentary world, there's also additional puzzles and gameplay that you can solve. So it's much more than just going and hitting play on a little audio section. And they have like video pop-ups explaining stuff. It's very extensive, and I'm really curious about diving more into that aspect of it as well. But yeah, played through the main game again. I did have to look a few things up on this because I was just totally incompetent in many ways playing again. I actually questioned, I think when I played it originally years ago, I got it on one of the very first Humble Bundles, and that's where I played it.
Yeah.
And I thought, surely there's just stuff that I had to have skipped or looked up, because there's no way I figured this out however many years ago the game came out. But
yeah, 2000, what was it, 2008? Something like that, I think.
Yeah, that was one of the early Xbox Live arcade
mm-hmm.
games, I believe.
Yeah, that was like Limbo, and that was like Limbo Super Meat Boy era.
Yeah. So good stuff there. If you're interested, very good. Check it out. And then I've also been playing V Rising. I think this was in a state of play recently. It was in something recently. It's out, available now on consoles. It was on early access on PC for a long time. Pretty neat game. It's a crafting game through and through, which I think is kind of, I don't want to say a disappointing aspect, but you know exactly what you're getting into. You're hitting trees, rocks, building up resources. But this is a game where you play as a vampire, and that's kind of where the fun comes in, is that you get to build your own vampire castle. If you're out in the sunlight, you get burned up. So you got to be careful. Like if you're out doing a mission and then the sun comes out, you got to like stick to the shadows of different things. You got to make sure your blood level is high enough, because your blood is how you heal yourself. So if you haven't fed recently enough, you're kind of in a bad spot. The multiplayer is primarily what I was playing with Brad, Locke, and Ben. We were playing together, and we have our own little vampire castle that we've built. We just got our first, we have our first slave, a minion.
You guys are like the sisters in Castlevania.
Yeah, exactly. We've got all of our coffins lined up, and we tricked the game a little bit because Brad bought the Castlevania DLC, so he has access to all these cool cosmetic items. But because we're in a castle together, if he builds it, then we can use it. So basically one person got to buy the DLC.
Nice.
And we get to take advantage of some of it. He gets the cool, like there's like a dog with a sword, or a wolf that has a sword. I don't know which character that is from Castlevania. One of them.
It's one of Alucard's summon, like what he turns into.
Oh, right. Yeah. But yeah, it's a neat, fun little game to live out your vampire fantasies, go out, fight bosses. I'm really enjoying the base building aspect of it, because you start with just a wooden fort, but now we've got a whole mechanism going where we're grinding up stone and making bricks, and so we've got a full castle going.
Sounds kind of cool.
And yeah, you might like it, Colin.
I love me some castles and some vampires. So
yeah, but yeah, it's been really fun playing with other people in particular. So if you like multiplayer, but you can also, I think Jimmy has been playing it too, and he's played primarily just by himself and is having a great time. So worth a look if you like crafting games. It is indeed has a lot of the same stuff as many other crafting games, but the vampire angle is very fun.
I don't think I've played a crafting game really since Dragon Quest Builders 1 on Vita. So that was probably 8 years ago, maybe at this point. So not really my genre, but I'll take a look at it. I'll watch some videos and see. I remember seeing it at the conference and not thinking it looked very good to me, like for me, but I don't know. I need to see gameplay, like uninterrupted gameplay. I don't need to see like a fucking sizzle reel of shit.
It's kind of the gameplay. When I first saw it, I thought it was going to be a lot more like Diablo because it kind of has that top-down perspective, and it does that. There's you unlock different abilities that are then like mapped to a hotkey that you use them, and then there's a cooldown. So like I have an ability that buffs everyone around me that makes you attack faster, stuff like that. I have an ability that's like a beam that you shoot out at people. You can change those out. So it's not quite as like fast and I don't know if kinetic is the right word as like a Diablo, but it kind of reminds me of an MMO in some ways too with its combat. But
yeah.
You'll have to just take a look at the gameplay.
I'll look into it for sure. All right. Finally, we get to me, and then we can wrap up and get into the news. Stellar Blade is what I've been playing. I wanted to acknowledge this at the top, though, just because I didn't realize what he actually meant. NBA wrote in and said, "Not a correction, just disappointment. While discussing Stellar Blade last week, Chris said, I prefer the skin suit. It makes it harder. No one commented on this. I thought you were my people." I remember you saying this, and I wasn't familiar enough with the game yet, so I thought Chris was being, sadly enough, literal, where it was like this somehow reduced his armor or whatever. I didn't realize that her aesthetics have nothing to do with her armor class or whatever. So I didn't say anything because I didn't know it was a joke. Thought you're being serious. That's why I wanted it.
That is the case.
No, it does.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
I think I made this joke the previous week. I don't remember exactly, but Chris said, "Oh yeah, it makes it harder." And I was like, "Oh, does it make it harder?"
I don't know. Yeah,
talking about
so the skin suit penis does make it harder.
The skin suit, the naked suit, as it's called. I don't remember what it's called in the game, but it does remove your armor, so you're just left with your health, basically. So it's like a built-in kind of difficulty modifier that makes the game more challenging.
Interesting. I didn't know that. So I interpreted you properly then. It sounds like this person thought that, because I thought Chris knows how I feel about missing jokes or stepping on jokes. I don't like it. You know?
Yeah, no, I think he's upset that there was a joke that wasn't, there was an opening for a joke that wasn't taken. But I remember this joke being made too, like in a previous episode, like way back.
See. So he's talking about like The Office, Steve Carell, or like an Italian O sort of response is what he wants.
Right. You know? Yes, I think so.
I see. Okay. I misinterpreted the whole thing. NBA, thank you for writing in. Mexican Zoidberg wrote in, said, "Hey, Colin, I was very surprised last week to hear about your relative ease with the difficulty of Stellar Blade, especially considering the trouble you had with Jedi Fallen Order on normal mode. I played and beat Fallen Order on the second highest difficulty and found Stellar Blade to be significantly more demanding, especially towards the end. But on the other hand, Stellar Blade does give you many ways to circumvent the difficulty, many of which I tried not to use for a more pure Souls-like experience. Beta and burst attacks. You didn't use any of the beta or burst attacks? I couldn't play the game without that. A God of War rage mode, which I actually find not as useful as you would think. And surprisingly potent range attacks, generous heals, multiple revives, etc. All I'm saying is that I'd be very surprised if you managed to beat it without lowering the difficulty. Have a you either die a legend or live long enough to see yourself lower the difficulty and become a weenie kind of day. It's possible. I want to clarify something about Jedi Fallen Order because I haven't talked about it since I played it in 2019. I didn't struggle with Jedi Fallen Order. I dropped the difficulty on a couple of late bosses because I just encountered them and I was like, this is ridiculous and I just don't want to do this. Which again, I always explain as kind of the God of War mentality, specifically the Valkyrie Queen. It's like, I'm not learning this fight, so here we go. You know, and even lowering it and fucking making it easier was still annoying. So Stellar Blade, I'm 20 hours in. Golden Path Tracker says I'm 67% through. I'm going to try to beat it tonight. Seems ambitious, but actually, and you said this last week, Dustin, it seems like the tracker goes really quickly when I actually do what the game needs me to do, as opposed to just dicking around. And when you don't do anything but side quests and whatever, then the game just doesn't increase. So I'm pretty sure I can get through it tonight. We'll see. I hope so, because I want to be on the spoiler cast. But I love it. It's fucking awesome. And it is such a refreshing... it's a refreshing breath of fresh air, let's say. A little redundant.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's so good. And feels like that transitionary period between PS2 and PS3 where games started to get bigger and more ambitious, but they weren't able to get huge. Like you had to do GTAs and shit, like real open worlds that were actually somewhat small by today's standards, certainly. But you had this middle space where games felt big and exploratory, but they were kind of confined in some sense too. And this game, from my own experience with it so far, is like the perfect length and depth. It doesn't stick around and linger on anything too long. There aren't that many areas. And I feel like it's very digestible. There are things I haven't done. So I haven't really looked at any guides as I've been playing it. I looked at one guide for one side quest where you have to go and find these altars, but they're not on the map. And I have no idea how you think I'm going to find these things. So I'm like, okay, I'll go look that up. But otherwise, I'm just doing things as they become available. And I went and looked it up. And I'm missing still like 15 side quests. I have no idea where they are or how I'm missing them because I've done everything that I've encountered so far. And I made a decision, and Dustin, this is where I'm going to need your advice. So there's a point of no return. The interesting thing about the point of no return in the game, it tells you, it seems like it's like 2/3 through the game, which is pretty interesting. So like at some point fairly early compared to many other games, you're cut off. It's not like right before the last fight. It's like a series of dungeons and shit. And so I made a save right at that. He told me it's a point of no return. I'm like, okay, I backed out. Saved my game, went to PS Plus Cloud and uploaded it, and then shut off automatic uploads. And I feel like this is a good idea. Yes, to have a save from this point, or is it not going to really matter if I just do? I want to save from this point because I want to figure out what I haven't done before the point of no return and then go through the end of the game again. But do you think it's better to just kind of begin a new game plus and do it all again? Because I didn't find all the soda cans or whatever. I didn't find. I haven't gotten all of the notes or all of whatever the upgrades, but I've gotten whatever I can find. So I'm a little bit conflicted here about how I should continue. So let me just get that out of the way. What do you think about that?
There are technically 2 points of no return in this game, and I believe you are at the first one. Quick question: are you trying to get the platinum?
Yeah, I want to get the platinum, but I know I can't get it on the first playthrough. Or you can, but you have to manipulate the cloud in a significant way. I don't mind playing it again. Yeah. I think it's fun, and I'll do a mainline run of it. But I'm wondering if it was smart that I basically haven't updated my save on the cloud, and then I want to beat the game and then just go back to that cloud save and then figure out everything that I'm missing before going to the end of the game again. Yeah,
I think this will be extremely low efficiency if you do that.
What do you think I should do?
What you should do is you should do all the side quests currently available to you and get pretty much all of the collectibles outside of what's in the final stretch of the game.
If I do this, then I'm going to have to revert back to the previous save hours ago, though, because I'm already cut off from Zion.
Oh, so you're at the second point of no return yet? Then you're fucked. So you're gonna have
I don't think I can even leave where I but that's been true for hours as far as I can tell.
Right.
That I haven't been able to go anywhere. My ship landed in a place and you can't go back on it and there's no one there. And it tells you before that you will not be able to return at this point. People I've been reading about these 2 points of no return, but I have not I don't think I've encountered a second point of no return. Other than that, the character tells you that it's a point of no return, and if you accept it, you can still back out after that, and then you go. So I don't know if that's what people mean by there being 2, but as far as I can tell, can't get back to anywhere. It tells you you have to do everything in Zion and everything, or because you're not coming back,
right?
And that's where my save is. So, I don't have all the save areas. I don't have all of the there's things I'm missing.
Right.
What I'm afraid of is having to play the game completely again.
Yes, that's going to be the problem because
that's why I feel like it's not low efficiency to do what I'm doing, right? Because I've already gotten most of everything. I just need to clean it up from that save point.
Yeah. So when you play New Game Plus, all of your camps in the open world will be forgotten. And you won't know which ones you've unlocked in your previous game and which ones you didn't.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I still have access to every area I've been at that save.
Yeah, at that save.
And can go, even though, and this is a peculiarity, why are there no maps in some of these places?
Oh,
it doesn't make any sense.
It's so annoying.
It doesn't make any sense. Some places in the game you can swipe up on your touchpad and it shows you the map of the area. And other times you can't.
Yeah, the linear places you do not have a map.
So it's like you have to follow almost like a video walkthrough to make sure you get everything. Although I think in those spaces, it's probably almost impossible to miss the save points. But, and there is leeway as far as I can tell. Like, you don't have to find all of the boxes and crates. You don't have to find all of the collectibles, but you do need to find all the exosuits. You do need to find all the cans, save points, and so on and so forth, or rest stops, whatever, rest areas. So yeah, anyway, I was thinking about this because I want to, I do. So that's my OCD speaking, but I do want to do that, and I'm figuring that out. So hopefully tonight, basically what I'm saying is tonight, I'm going to hopefully beat the game and then just go to PlayStation Plus, download the save that's there, and just go back to where I was. That way I can do the spoiler cast. Because if I do what you're telling me to do and just stopping and reverting back, I'm not going to be able to do the show. Like,
right.
And frankly, that's the way I would do it. But I think I'm ready to render a verdict as well. So I just want to see towards the end. And I think so I've been a little not turned off. And this is what Mexican Zoidberg was saying was apparently the last bosses are really hard. And I guess I never really got into what he was saying about his difficulty. I got mega distracted there, which is I don't find this game particularly difficult because it is hard, but it's not overwhelming because there are so many ways, as you said, to help yourself. You have like a never-ending set of curative items, basically. You have these grenade-like items that stun enemies, and you have your beta attacks and those red attack moves as well. You have the double click like super attack. You have the item that can revive you. I just feel like the game will hopefully be manageable for me. But I don't know. I'm scared, like going into these like last areas where I'm like, I don't know, am I gonna run into this fucking boss gauntlet that's gonna kill me? Potentially. I guess so. But and if that's the case, I guess I'll lower the difficulty. But I haven't lowered the difficulty at all up to this point. I do die pretty often, but that's more out of carelessness. Like I would say 9 out of 10 of my deaths are me just like not appreciating the rules of the game sufficiently.
Right. Like
dying from fall damage. The fall damage is a little fucked up in this game, in my opinion, because most games read a double jump as the stop of momentum. So you kind of learn how to use it to fall down distances, but this game just counts it as fall damage nonetheless. I think that's weird. I can't even think of another game that does that, actually. I think it's a little bit against some of the logic of having a double jump. But in fact, it's totally against the logic of having a double jump. Like physically, that wouldn't even make any sense if the physical double jump was anyway, doesn't matter. The world is really interesting. I have no idea what the fuck's going on in the game, really. I mean, I know the general themes of the game, but the story is like, I don't even really know. The music is awesome. I think the music's really, 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 really special in this game. It reminds me a lot, and Micah had said this, of Persona, like that very jazzy feel to it. And some of the songs are just incredible. I just love them. It's one of those rare games where, though this is almost a perfect podcast game for some people in some sense, because there isn't a lot of shit going on. It is just a lot of play, which is a lot of fun. But I'm actually really into just listening to it, which is unusual for me in games like that. It reminds me a little bit of Scarlet Nexus. I don't know how many people out there played it, but it does have that kind of weird feel where the enemies are all intertwined with each other. Like they all look like they evolved and are this one motif. In that case, it was like plants. In this case, it's, I don't know what it is. Weird teeth creatures. I don't know. But I'm really liking it a lot. I think it's great. I observed something that I noted on Jaffe's show when I was on there a couple of days ago that I haven't seen anyone talk about, and I don't know if it's relevant to anyone or if it has come up in other circumstances, but something stuck out to me on the start screen. And it's that it says copyright, Stellar Blade copyright Shift Up Corporation, published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. And I went and looked up on the USPTO search functionality who owns Stellar Blade, and it's Shift Up. And I found this very interesting because I had just made an assumption that this was operating within the confines of virtually every second-party game Sony has ever done, which is an exchange of IP to get this game out. But in reality, what I noticed was that Shift Up retains the rights to the game. This could be a Sunset Overdrive-like situation where, though the IP is owned by an entity, the publishing rights to the actual product are owned by another company, and it's not going to be easy to extract it. But I thought that was very interesting and shows that Sony, people thought it was weird that this game was announced for multiple platforms and then Sony came in and took it. That's usually not the way it goes, especially in the AAA space. And that to me indicates that, not that the game's going to come to other platforms necessarily. I don't think that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just Stellar Blade can continue, it looks like, without Sony. Right. And I'm not at the end yet. I don't know how it ends. I don't know if people are happy with the ending, but I think that, I don't know how the game's even really selling, but this game, I'd like to see more of this. This is good shit. I don't really think it's a Soulsborne game. It's more like Ninja Gaiden. And this is exactly what I'm talking about with taxonomy, where a game can be very hard in an action 3D setting without being a Soulsborne game, because it's hard in a different way.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I find it quite manageable in most cases. There are some bosses I've even beaten in one try, which is like unheard of for me in games like this.
Yeah. Yep. It's definitely action heavy. I think it strikes me as a Souls game in the way that you move around, or like specifically not necessarily Souls, maybe more like Sekiro or Elden Ring. Like the movement and like the lock on and like the strafing, it feels very that. But that's kind of where the deep similarities, I think, end, because you get like a fucking gun.
Yeah, dude, when I got the gun, I was so amped, and then I was not amped anymore when I realized it didn't have infinite ammo. I would have liked to have actually seen what that would have looked like with infinite ammo, where you could just use it whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's a really fun, interesting, enjoyable product. And yeah, the Soulsborne stuff I think is a little lost on me, just because I think that what the game lacks that I think would make it akin to a Soulsborne game is consequence. The game really has no consequences for dying. Sometimes inconvenience. Right. I mean, at the very most, it's inconvenience. But otherwise, there's really no penalty for dying, because there's nothing to lose. In fact, you could argue that dying works for you, because you're like grinding through enemies and dying, retaining all of your XP, retaining all the resources you got, and starting from the last place you saved, and sometimes even checkpoints if you're like before a boss. So that to me is like the key essence of what is missing from people concluding that, in my opinion, about the game. But yeah, I think it's really wonderful. And I'll reiterate that I don't think the game is nearly as sexy as people are making it out to be. And maybe it's just because I'm playing with Eve, which is her normal green outfit on. I unlocked the teddy bear outfit, which I don't want to use, because I feel like I'm like, that's so immersion breaking. It's like, are you kidding me? I can't possibly do this. But I think there's like pieces of Rage in it, the original Rage. And it invokes a lot of weird games to me. I wrote some of them down, and I'll save it for the spoiler cast and review discussion. But I'm digging Stellar Blade quite a bit, and really, really glad I played it. Hope that the game doesn't beat me too badly at the end. I would like not to drop the difficulty, but I'll do it if I have to. I don't care that much, but I do like how manageable it's been. And yeah, the game gives you so many different ways to play it. Like I'm much better at dodging than I am at blocking, for instance. And it's cool that you can.
Yeah, me too.
It's cool that eventually that works into another whole set of attacks you can do. And am I the only one that the interface like the main UI reminds you a lot of Metroid? I don't know if that's reading that way to anyone else. Just with the communication of things through dots and through dots and bars. It's not exclusive to Metroid, but it's that combination that reminds me a lot of Metroid, going back to the very beginning of that series on the NES. So yeah, shout out Stellar Blade, shout out Shift Up. We'll be interested to see if they do more with Sony, if this game could be extracted from them. I just think that's a very interesting tidbit, because that is not the way second party games work typically. I went and started looking at a bunch of recent even like the last 5 years, like Deresine, right? Sony owns that. Obviously, Detroit Become Human, Sony owns that.
You
Until
think-
Dawn, Sony owns that. The Order 1886, Sony owns that. The second party relationship here is different.
It's
sure.
probably because it's a South Korean game, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably it. Probably is like them being in that region and kind of extending. It's like, hey, listen, we really want to expand into these regions. They're probably getting better deals.
I think that's probably true, and I also just think it's probably a sign of the times where you can know. We were talking about Limbo earlier. I know it always comes up, but Limbo was pitched to PlayStation, but PlayStation had this thing where they would not fund your game without owning it, and I think that's just going to scare off people. Everyone can make money, and you don't need to like wring it dry. Leave that to your first parties and the people that you literally own, and you can control that stuff. But getting games like Stellar Blade are really important to your platform. That I think Stellar Blade's a great contributor of why I think PlayStation 5 is having a really strong year so far. And I don't know why no one's really. It's not. Everyone's like so consternated about everything. I'm like, it looks pretty good to me. Like I'm having a good time with my PS5, and Stellar Blade's just the most recent example of that. So shout out, love it,
Colin. As far as the own or just some of the thing about, the copyrights and stuff, this game doesn't have a PlayStation Studios splash screen.
Mm-hmm.
And previously games like, Returnal had one and they weren't owned. They were considered a second party relationship at the time. Also Demon Souls, which I guess that's their owned IP. But I noticed that in particular, I'm like, this game doesn't have the PlayStation Studio. It's not under that banner at all.
Right.
Which is something they used to put over second party stuff. So there's definitely something different.
I mean, this feels more like a PS3 era exclusive like Haze or what was that Factor 5 game, Lair, where they were ostensibly third party games that were just on your platform. And this third party reality, I think, it was revived really with the likes of Titanfall and Rise of the Tomb Raider. And now we kind of live in that world. And people want to propagate their games like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Stellar Blade expanded beyond PS5 at some point, at least to PC. I'm sure that's inevitable.
Yeah.
All right. What is
we
this
got
here?
A little breaking news.
Okay, let's read it.
We should at least touch on, not that there's a lot to talk about, but.
Oh, okay, cool. So this is perfect because we're just starting the news right now, and this would be a big piece of news. So Grand Theft Auto 5, according to Wario64, who leaks to a Take-Two Games, Take-Two, of course, the publisher of, the owner of the Rockstar imprint and the publisher of Grand Theft Auto games. He leads to this website. The website says, the website is Take-Two Interactive's, and I'm sorry, I'm reading this in real time. Take-Two Interactive Software Inc. reports results for fourth quarter and fiscal year 2024. And part of the management comments here says, quote, as we enter fiscal 2025 with positive momentum, we expect to deliver net bookings of $5.55 to $5.65 billion. Our outlook reflects a narrowing of Rockstar Games' previously established window of calendar 2025 to fall of calendar 2025 for Grand Theft Auto 6. We're highly confident that Rockstar Games will deliver an unparalleled entertainment experience, and our expectations for the commercial impact of the title continue to increase. Looking ahead, we believe that our company is poised to achieve new levels of success, and we expect to deliver sequential growth in net bookings for fiscal 2025, 2026, and 2027. As we deliver our pipeline, we are confident that we will drive our scale, enhance our margins, and deliver industry-leading returns for our shareholders. That is nuts. What they just said there. Net bookings would be profit. So obviously they're eating a lot of the cost now of Grand Theft Auto, and they'll be able to kind of ease from that, but the game will continue to sell, obviously. Plus it will have probably a lot of support, I would imagine. I don't know exactly how it's going to look. None of us do yet. So they're saying 2025 will have this high level of earnings and net income, and then it will be even higher in 2026 and even higher in 2027. $5.55 to $5.65 billion in net booking, driven primarily by that game. You would assume, let's see, including net bookings of 1.35 billion, which exceeded that. Oh yeah, the net. Yeah, so I mean that's just an incredible amount of revenue, incredible amount of income. So we'll get more into this as it makes more sense. But yeah, that's a nice piece of news. Thank you.
Yeah, fall. So yeah, well, the question is, will it actually be fall 2025?
Yeah, I think so.
Or are we going to see early 2026?
No, I think they'll get it out in fall.
You think so?
If anything, I think that probably gives them more than enough time to get it ready, and that they want to do it right. But I don't. Them putting that so explicitly in their fiscal earnings is opens up some sort of fiduciary obligation to make that happen. I mean, they're not just saying it in passing; they're outlining it.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it goes. It's probably. I mean, it's not probably. I'm sure it's complete at this point. Now they're just, polishing it up and have been for a long time. All right, I'm excited. I want to see what it's all about.
Yeah.
I'd like to play GTA 5 all the way through before it comes out. I think that gives me enough time to do that.
Me too. Yeah.
All right, so I'm just writing into my notes to make sure that we put this in. So GTA 6 for 2025. All right, now let's get into our real news here. Number one. The Hiroki Totoki Literature Club is about to end just as it really began because Sony has already revealed who's going to be taking over PlayStation as label CEO. Much like the latter Roman Empire, PlayStation will be run not by one person, but two, in a power-sharing co-CEO situation, allowing the brand's interim CEO, Sony's CFO Hiroki Totoki, to return to his previous roles in full. And as usual, Sony has opted to promote from within, putting a crown on one guy our audience knows very well and another who maybe you don't, but soon will. PlayStation's two new CEOs are Herman Hulst and Hideaki Nishino, and as PlayStation has become an enormous entity in and of itself, they will divide and conquer CEO responsibilities. Hulst will be CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment's Studio Business Group, while Nishino will become CEO of SIE's Platform Business Group. In a press release, Totoki said in part, quote, "These two leaders will have clear responsibilities and will manage strategic direction to ensure focus remains on deepening engagement with existing PlayStation users and expanding experiences to new audiences," end quote. So let's get into the details separated by person and tasks, and beginning with Herman Hulst. Hulst has been in the gaming industry for more than 2 decades and is one of the co-founders of Sony-owned Guerrilla, the studio behind Killzone and Horizon, which Sony purchased outright in 2005 after seeing the promise in the Killzone FPS franchise. Guerrilla itself launched out of a lesser-known entity called Lost Boys operating in the Netherlands, which Hulst helped turn into Guerrilla powerhouse that we know today. He was there from 2001 until 2019, at which point he took over as lead of PlayStation Studios from the capable hands of Sean Layden. As the managing director of all of the Killzone games, as well as the original Horizon, Hulst is well fitted for his new role, in which he is, quote, responsible for developing content across many devices, including PlayStation consoles and PCs, and bringing video game IP to new mediums, such as film and television through the PlayStation productions, end quote. So, Hulst will be focused on first and second party software and content, the games and other offerings that will be the end focus of PlayStation's future. As for Hideaki Nishino, his history with Sony goes even further back than Hulst's, having joined Sony in 2000, right before PlayStation 2's launch. A computer scientist and strategist by trade, Nishino is a longtime manager turned executive that helps guide product roadmaps for PlayStation, and under this new leadership structure, he will continue to, quote, lead the team responsible for developing the experiences and technology, products, services, and platform experience services, while, quote, continuing to be responsible for technology, products, services, and platform experience. He will, did I say the same thing twice there? I might have. He will also oversee third-party publisher and developer relations and commercial operations, including sales and marketing of hardware, services, and peripherals, end quote. Both men assume their positions at the end of the next fiscal quarter, June 1st. Hulst and Nishino will be the 7th and 8th CEOs of PlayStation. Ken Kutaragi was, of course, the first brand CEO through the beginning of the PlayStation 3 era, replaced in 2007 by Kaz Hirai, who served until 2012, then Andrew House until 2017, then John Codera briefly until 2019, then Jim Ryan until just recently. It's unclear if anyone will take Hulst's post as overseer of Sony's first-party studios, a position previously occupied for more than a decade by Shuhei Yoshida. All right. So we have these answers here on the back of the fiscal reality of what's going on at Sony, which we'll talk about next. But Dustin, let's go to you first. Dueling CEOs. I'm not going to do it, but I like naming the shows weird shit, right? Every episode of the show, song title or something like that. I put in our chat last night on Discord, how mad will the audience get if I name the next episode of Sacred Zwei Kaiser problem, a German word, meaning the problem of two emperors, about the old Roman Empire. And I was half and half, and then I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. But I thought it would be a pretty good name. I actually am not doing it because I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a great idea to have two CEOs and help divide and conquer an increasingly large business. If you look at the financial results of Sony and PlayStation over the years, you realize how huge PlayStation has become, how much bigger, many, many times bigger than it used to be, even back in the PS3 and into the PS4 era. It's huge. And $30 billion in revenue is nothing to sneeze at. So putting two people in charge of that, I don't think is a bad idea. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, with Herman Hulst, proven over and over to be very successful at his job, and having him, I was thinking it's kind of just like he's just having an expanded job, like what he's already doing under a more, CEO type position. This other guy, though, Hideaki Nishino, he's kind of the more interesting guy that you said, we don't know as well. So I went and I looked. I actually found an interview that he did for like the PlayStation blog, outlining some of the new update features for PlayStation 5 when they originally added the NVMe support that you could add storage. And this guy is very much focused on hardware, services, stuff like that. So it'll be interesting in that we always talked about Jim Ryan being like a very sales focused business guy. And now we have two guys, one of them being focused on the games aspect and one of them now totally focused on product and seeing how they're going to handle things in a combined way. We've not seen anything like this. You laid out all the previous CEOs. We've never seen two at the same time. And obviously having two people in charge is potentially a bad thing, as you mentioned, but being that they're very clearly divided in what they handle, I think this could work out. And, I'm hearing positive buzz from, I guess, positive from people within that are very excited about this leadership change and very excited about the people that are put in. And so, we'll just have to see what this means for a Herman Hulst that has even more power and what that looks like.
Yeah, I went and looked up large companies that do have dual CEOs or co-CEOs. And there aren't that many. There are only a handful on the Fortune 500. But there are some major companies that do have two CEOs. And one of them is Salesforce, which is a huge fucking company. I mean, absolutely enormous. And a couple other interesting ones include Amway, which is a transportation company, and Chipotle, your beloved Chipotle.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, really?
Oh, Colin, the one thing, I don't know if I'm reading into this. I listened to that interview, and in the interview, he's asked about what features he wants to highlight from the update. First thing he says, the trophy tracker. So we have someone in charge that seemingly cares about trophies.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Chris, let's hear from you. Dueling CEOs, much like the old Roman Empire. Not really. Go on and speak to me about it.
No, I think it's smart. I think when the business grows like this, I think it makes sense to it makes sense to understand that people have their limitations and not every individual is going to be as well-rounded as they necessarily might need to be to satiate the demands of something that is so large and unruly. So I think having two CEOs with such different skill sets, I think is pretty smart. I didn't anticipate this. I don't think anybody else anticipated this either. I thought though that it would be Hulst. So this other guy is very interesting that it's these two. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a smart move. It actually kind of, as I'm thinking about it, it probably is the best course of action for this industry. And I'm actually kind of surprised that this isn't. I guess I'm not surprised because they're in a weird position over at Microsoft, but it's the kind of situation that you'd assume would be probably best for them too. Because that arm is just so large and unruly, especially now, that you'd imagine you would need multiple, or at least more than one person leading that train in a meaningful way. So I think it's smart. I think it's cool. Don't know much about this other guy, obviously, but that's exciting in and of its own right.
Yeah, I went and looked at I read his LinkedIn and clicked around a little bit on some links that I was encountering as well, and trying to learn a little bit about him as well. I think that they want to have kind of a continued Japanese touchstone with the company, which I think is important. And then, well, Brandon, I'll elaborate. Brandon Garvin wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, hope all is well. With the recent announcement of Herman Hulst and Hideaki Nishino being appointed to new dual CEO positions, what impact do you think this will have on PlayStation? Personally, I think it could be a good thing. With Herman Hulst coming from the developer side, especially first party, and taking the reins of first party output, hopefully we see more interesting IP with Nishino-san taking over the third party and developer relations. What do you think his output could look like? Would his role be similar to Hulst, but with third party? Thanks." So it is interesting that you would imagine a split of maybe software and then hardware and services, but that's not what they did. What they instead did was they said hardware, services, and third party software, first party software, second party software, and multimedia. Those are the two different pools. And I don't really mind that. I wonder what that means. I think the only thing it really means is that the third party relationships and kind of that needs to be lubricated, obviously, by someone, but like it's kind of a machine that just works. Like it's relatively easy to get your game on PlayStation. I'm sure for the bigger the company, the easier it is. And so I think that probably doesn't really demand a lot of attention. It's just, account managers and fucking whatever. It's not a big deal. The first party and second party stuff's creative, the things you control. And so you definitely want to split that from a more managerial operations standpoint and then from your creative standpoint. So from that perspective, I think that it makes a lot of sense. I don't know that having two CEOs is a good idea. And I was saying recently when I was talking through this, when I learned this, I was like, I'm trying to think through companies that are really large, that have one CEO, that have a lot of output. And I was thinking of Disney. And then I'm like, yeah, but Disney's a very linear company. The reality is that Sony is a very dynamic company. And then PlayStation within that is turning into an increasingly dynamic company where it's neither about hardware nor software, but about the nexus of those two things. And that just requires different skill sets. So I'm down with it. I think my biggest question now is if anyone takes over Hulst's position, I would imagine that would be someone like Scott Rhodey, who's been kind of waiting in their wings for a long time. He's been with Sony forever. And, or if they might not even fill that position, if that kind of just is that position with a wider set of responsibilities, I have no idea. I like Herman Hulst, but it is true. Let's hear from Jerome Ortega, because he outlines this from the audience. He says, "Hey, CDC, first time, long time. Herman Hulst has now received a promotion to be the CEO of SIE's Studio Business Group, and honestly, most of the games he most likely approved as head of PlayStation Studios have not seen the light of day just yet. However, Herman Hulst has seen a lot of success in TV and movies. Do you all think this is just a move that is doubling down on Sony's recent emphasis on multimedia rather than just letting their games be games? I hope you're all happy and healthy." I'd have to read more into this. Jerome was like, I wouldn't give him too much credit for that stuff. I mean, obviously he's helping facilitate that as well, but that I think is more of that Assad Kizilbash guy. And like, that's a total PlayStation Productions will now fall under this new vertical of CEO that he will oversee. So there's no doubt that he had something to do with that, of course, but I don't know that I'd give him all that credit. It is true that a lot of games that are being shepherded under him have not seen the light of day. It is also true that Sony has seen an unusual expansion of their studios under him, a much more rapid expansion of studios with an eye towards expansion in a more dangerous fashion without working with a studio first, but rather just buying all in on their first game, which is unusual for them, but that's what they're doing. And I think they realize they have to retain talent. So I think that's why they're doing it. But nonetheless, I think doubling down on Herman Hulst makes a lot of sense. People are now going to get what they want. Right? People had a problem with Jim Ryan not being a creative. I personally had no issue with that. I don't really care. I like being a capable CEO and delegator and decider. It doesn't require you to be creative. It requires you to have a good eye for things and understand things. And I think he did understand a lot of things. And there's some things that he didn't. Just this reduces blind spots and allows people to lean into what they really know. Hardware is still going to be central to PlayStation's initiative. So taking that out of the CEO's responsibility, one CEO's responsibility and their plate, and allowing them to deliver products, I think that's going to be great. And from what I was reading in the financials, which we'll get into, it sounds like they're going to try to continue to ramp up first party production in some sense, which is good. So I feel good about this personally.
Yeah.
Our two princes.
The duo.
We gotta have a name now. You know, like we gotta I've been thinking about the Incredible Hulst for a while, but I don't know if that. But he's got to earn that one, I think.
Yeah. He's got to have like a series of bangers.
Yeah,
at least announce them, and then we can
put him in our
thumbnails.
We'll put him in our thumbnails all green and gross.
Yes, exactly. By the way, Dustin, someone wrote in. I didn't use it here, but someone wrote in and said you should name your child Herman Furman after
Herman Furman.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I've never thought of that. That was
yeah. There's a good reason you didn't think of that.
Considered.
Yeah, you didn't think of that for the same reason you don't think about like gargling rocks or like laying on train tracks.
Yeah. Imagine, man, what a tough life
Herman Furman.
Herman Furman would have.
Yeah,
that's like Boy Named Sue. Like that's if I'm planning on leaving, you name him Herman Furman so he can be tough.
He's got a tough life ahead of him, but thankfully, in all likelihood, it would be short with a name like that.
Number 2. As promised, Sony released its quarterly earnings report, especially important since it represents the end of Sony's fiscal year, which lapsed on March 31st. So how's the company doing, particularly its PlayStation flagship? Well, consolidated sales company-wide was at a record high, up 19%, though operating income is down 7%. It's important to note that all consolidated results include Sony's financial services entity. Important to note since it's responsible for some fiscal turbulence and because Sony is planning on partially spinning it off. Company-wide fiscal year forecasts for Sony show a 5% drop in revenue, but a 5% increase in profit. As you likely know, Sony is a series of some 6 segments, with PlayStation being the biggest, and broken down by segment, PlayStation's family, game, and network services anticipates a slight fall in revenue and a slight increase in operating income this fiscal year. PlayStation is currently bigger than Sony Music and Sony Pictures combined, multiplied by 2. As a Japanese company, it's worth noting that the yen is in a spiral, 1 yen worth nearly $1.50. You saw that when you went to Japan, I'm sure, Dustin. But depending on the situation, the foreign exchange rate actually helps them overseas, as noted in their financials. As for the PlayStation brand itself, the aforementioned game and network services segment sales were up 17% year over year, attributable largely to third-party game sales. PlayStation's operating income was up 16% year over year, reaching their highest Q4 total ever. Thankfully, Bungie's long-term costs are starting to mitigate as well, with those outlays lowering year on year on year. PlayStation 5 has sold at 59.2 million units, with 20.8 million sold in the fiscal year at an all-time high. Remember, they wanted to sell 25 million originally, and then they forecast it down to 21 million, so they missed that forecast, both of them. PS5 and PS4 are in a near tie, adjusted for a launch date, and it's important to note that PS4 was cheaper, not supply constrained, and not released during a pandemic. PS5 has never had a real price cut. In fact, the cost went up in many markets, and Sony anticipates 18 million more will be sold this fiscal year, bringing PS5 sales total this time next year to the 80 million sold range. Sony has been totally mum about individual software sales recently, but we did anticipate Helldivers 2 numbers, and we got them. Through May 5th, the game has surpassed 12 million units sold across PlayStation 5 and PC, with a breakdown by platform unknown, but no doubt leaning towards PC, possibly heavily. Helldivers 2 is now the fastest-selling PlayStation published game in the brand's 30-year history, surpassing a record set by God of War Ragnarok in 2022. Little else was said about upcoming games specifically, other than one exception. Sony confirmed Firewalk's Concord is indeed coming later this year. No huge releases are otherwise expected this entire fiscal year from first and second party, though Toki notes that the next fiscal year and the one after that are anticipated to have major spiking revenue from these games, as PlayStation 5 will likely go out with a bang like PS4 did. PSN users continue to be on the mend since the pandemic spiked everyone's numbers. 118 million people used PSN for the quarter, up 9% year over year, but down from the 123 million during the previous quarter. Free-to-play games remain a major driver for engagement. So what about overall strategy? In a presentation given by Hiroki Totoki alongside the release of these documents, he said the following in part, quote, "Looking at the console cycle, we think that the PlayStation business model has changed significantly since the launch of the PS4. The business model up to and including PlayStation 3 was focused on increasing the number of software units sold in relation to newly sold hardware for each console generation. After a transition period during the PS4 generation, the PS5 model has shifted to one where playtime on the platform has increased due to the expansion of the user community beyond console generations. Due to this change in the business models during the PS4 generation, we were able to significantly grow profits in this segment thanks to rapid digitalization and expansion of network services. Ellipsis. The trend is hard to see due to the impact of the stay-at-home demand and acquisition-related expenses, but since the launch of the PS5, we have continued to achieve a high level and more stable profit growth," end quote. As he later continued, quote, "Under the theme of console and beyond, we aim to drive profit growth on the Sony Group by expanding the stable install base of PlayStation consoles, providing richer gaming experiences, and growing our business through the two-pronged approach of expanding into PC and enhancing the first-party software titles originating from our in-house studios into which we have invested," end quote. The only other interesting note is this. Sony is carrying a lot of debt, more than it has cash on hand, which is a change from just 2 years ago. They have about $6.4 billion in cash, with about $10 billion in short and long-term debt. Vital to note that this is because Sony is buying Paramount, and it will be the biggest deal that they've ever made by far. It's like $27 billion, so much that they had to get another company to do it with them, which is like a private equity firm. Okay, so the finances are out. Dustin, I don't know if you have anything you want to say about these, but I will say that this shows to me a couple of things. That first of all, they're getting, and I encourage people, if you're really interested, do what I did. Listen to the earnings call and the Q&A, read the documents and look at all the graphs and read them and try to figure them out. And there's really interesting stuff. Something Totoki says is really important, that COVID fucked up their trend line. And they show it in one of the documents where it's like revenue and income are increasing every year. And then you see this massive jump in 2020 and 2021 because of the pandemic. And then it reduces down to where the line would have drawn it naturally. But because of that, people look at them as being down, but they're not. And so he makes a good point saying like, we're basically recovered and continuing the growth that we had expected. And I think this is an important thing because some people are using like PS5's down year over year, which is true or whatever. But you're comparing year over year sales and not quarter over quarter sales. Year over year sales, remember, Sony had a meteoric sales figure. They're never going to reach that number again. We're in the tail end now of the PS5's life cycle as we look even towards PS6, probably by 2028. And I thought that was interesting verbiage too, that they basically kept saying we're now in the second half of the PS5 life cycle. So there's a lot to say here. I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, well, real quick, let me save you from a comment. I missed this when I was reading this last night. You said 1 yen worth nearly $1.50. Did you? I think you meant 100 yen, because 1 yen is like 0. Let's see, 0.
Oh yeah, no, I did the math in reverse. You're absolutely right. I did. Thank you for that. Yeah, no, I did the math in reverse. You're absolutely right. I'll do it real quick. Go ahead.
But yeah, so it is interesting just because we see a lot of, as you mentioned, like commentary around like, oh, PlayStation, they're doing so much worse year over year and stuff like that. It's like, no, not exactly. It's clear that, you know, as you said, COVID had totally skewed all these numbers. And I think it was it you that someone said that maybe it was you in Discord that's like PS5 is actually keeping pace with PlayStation 4.
Yeah, it's like it's fewer than 1 million units behind. And I feel like that's kind of negligible considering everything PS5 went through to get to market. In my opinion, that's pretty stable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, trying to think, I had another thing here that I wanted to mention, but I can't find it exactly. But yeah, I'm curious what you think about this, like switching to and I know there's a right in here about engagement metrics, because that seems to be, I mean, that's when we hear about engagement, that's something that's like a very Xbox term in terms of how they would report things.
Yeah, well, well, let's get the question here. Miguel Almeida wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, hope you are doing well. In their financial report and investors call, Sony mentions a shift towards engagement metrics in quotes, rather than actual game sales as a key metric going forward. In my opinion, PlayStation has largely benefited from being the go-to place for Call of Duty and Fortnite players in these last generations. The platform seems to generate lots of revenue that way, which can explain this new focus on engagement within the platform and these free-to-play games, rather than pure game sales. However, Xbox acquiring Call of Duty must have been a scary proposition for a platform that is so dependent on these major third-party titles. The reality is that those can always go away for some external reason. What are your thoughts on this? Should Sony focus on first-party template titles, maybe even try to create more Helldivers 2-like titles to alleviate dependence on third-party behemoths? Or is this health-strong relationship with top-tier third parties actually the best differentiator and the best course of action going forward? Keep up with the good work, and thanks for the great content. This is a great question. And by the way, I was looking at the math. I meant 100 yen for $1.50. Yes,
yeah, that's right. What I was thinking.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, in my opinion, Sony, you can't understate the importance of just the latent 30% rips that are required from just having something served somewhere. And that Call of Duty being with its competitor, although now they have nothing to really worry about anymore with this, but they certainly did when it was announced. It probably did shake them to the very core. But I also would say that they've kind of, and we've talked about this, that they're much more interested in engagement now than they've ever been, or at least using that as a metric. This is where the portal comes in, right? And we've talked about this to death. It's like, it's not only a test case, it's just to see, like, can we just distract you? Can we just keep you on our platform? What do we need to do to meet you where you are? This is where the mobile gaming initiatives and the PC gaming initiatives are coming from. And by the way, it couldn't be any more explicit. If you're still in denial about what's going to happen with PlayStation games in the coming years with PC, you got to really get over it, because it's so explicit at this point that it couldn't even be more explicit. So, Chris, what are your thoughts here on the financials? Anything stick out to you? Anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, I think Well, first of all, the engagement stuff I think that's just kind of universal at this point. I think the only company really not focused on engagement in the way that every other company is probably Nintendo. And even they probably have some focus on it that we just aren't necessarily all that privy to or all that transparently accessible to. Engagement is just the language of modern success. I don't think that that's objectively true, but I do think it's how a lot of stats are being read. But I guess for me, the most interesting part of this is, or one of the more interesting part of this is just like, damn, 12 million for Helldivers is crazy. That is so many fucking, that is an insane number for how long it's been out. And for me, I don't know how you don't look at that and be like, yo, we did it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how you don't look at that as anything. I understand that, like, oh, you're missing out on a lot of PC revenue because, you know, you don't get 100% of the money from PC sales. And I get that. But like, man, I would be fucking flabbergasted if they ever have anything that hits at the level of Helldivers 2. Like, they really, that's truly insane. So props to that team and that game because it deserves it. But I don't know, under the theme, there was something that stuck out to me, but I can't remember what I had a thought about it, but it's like under the theme of console and beyond, we aim to improve the growth of Sony by expanding the stable base of PlayStation consoles. Damn it, I had something.
I found the thing that I lost in the words here.
No, so go ahead and Chris will find his.
Yeah. So the thing you mentioned here about the next fiscal year and the one after are anticipated to have major spiking revenue from these games. So one of the major themes of the PlayStation 5 that people have been critical about is the lack. I don't even know if it's a lack of first party, but a lot of people thinking like, oh, we don't have a lot of major, pure, exclusive, non-cross-gen games that have come out. A lot of the big heavy hitters like Horizon or God of War have come out on PS4 and PS5. And then this year in particular, we don't have anything from first party specifically. And so it sounds like, you know, we've been saying like these teams are cooking. They're doing something. It's just a matter of when they decide to do it. And so here he's basically saying like, yeah, it's time. Pretty soon in the next fiscal year, there's going to be some major spikes. And so, as you mentioned, we're in the latter half of the PS5 generation, and it sounds like if what he's saying, you know, he's prepping investors, like, yeah, there's going to be some really good stuff coming out. And this is all coming right now when we'll be talking about a PlayStation Showcase next week or the week after in the very near future. So it's exciting to see like, yeah, there's a lot of promise here, and we're going to be finding out about what this latter half of PS5 truly means, whether it's both with software and in addition, PlayStation 5 Pro, though we probably won't find out about that for a few more months.
Yeah.
So
I've got a question that I'm going to pose to you guys, because that's established. It's like this year's dry for us, first party. Does that mean then that so next year presumably is then Venom, right? You would have to imagine.
Yeah, if you take them seriously at this, like nothing from established franchises until March of next year, then yeah, that must be Venom. Does Wolverine fit in there though?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, is next year both? Like they couldn't possibly. That's insane.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I do think that they've done a nice job of, if you just ignore the difference between first and second party, which I think is obviously not negligible in quality usually, but negligible in terms of effect. I feel like they're covering their gaps pretty well. It seems like they knew that things weren't lining up, and they're dealing with a bunch of cancellations. Like some of the cancellations we don't even know about. We know The Last of Us Online. Certainly, The Last of Us Online was probably supposed to be this fall. I would imagine that was the case, and if not sooner. There are a couple of things I wanted to pick out of here, though. That were interesting. So 118 million people use PSN in the quarter. Apparently half of the user base is on PS4 still. And this really does feed into this, what was said in the letter, but what we all know intuitively, that the forever games are sucking up oxygen to the point where they become, you don't need a PS5 to play Fortnite and Call of Duty and Rocket League and eFootball and whatever, and Genshin Impact. And I just feel like the PS4 is still doing some real damage. I'll be very interested to see when they discontinue it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Because I don't think they've discontinued the PS4 yet, have we? We would have talked about that, right?
I know that we were surprised that you could still buy a new PS4 and the value, they weren't like significantly cheaper. So on Amazon, okay, you can't buy a new PS4 on Amazon.
Yeah, on Wikipedia, it says it was discontinued in January of 2021, all models except Slim in Japan only. So I think its successor...
This feels like
a
story
it says on Wikipedia, it says its successor, PlayStation 5, was released in November 2020, with Sony discontinuing in Japan all PlayStation 4 models except the Slim version in January 2021, with it still being produced in Western markets following a statement of at least 3 more years of support for the PS4. So I think we're within that realm where they're still available. They're not selling very many of them, probably, but and they probably don't really need to make them anymore. But what were you going to say, Chris?
No, I was going to say, like, so you have 50% of the PSN users are still on PlayStation 4, and that kind of illustrates that, like, oh man, a lot of people are still there, but like, wouldn't that kind of, I mean, consoles have expanded exponentially over the course of the last like several decades, so I get that, but wouldn't that kind of always be the case on some level? Like, wouldn't there be, like, you'd have to imagine that during a large portion of the PS3's life cycle, that like there were still a lot of people on PS2. It's just that there wasn't really an online ecosystem to really matter, I guess.
Yeah, certainly. PS2 games were made for a long time.
Yeah. So like, I don't know. I look at that split as far as like, oh, well, like half of PlayStation users are on PS4, and it's like, yeah, but I mean, I don't want that to be used as the excuse to not move forward, I guess, because that's been true before, and it didn't really stop us way earlier. When there were way fewer PS3s than PS4, the PS2s, I mean, out in the wild.
It just, I agree with you. I also think it just makes clear why they're so hesitant to move on with even some of their first party games until more recently, because of just the number of people there. But I look at it a little bit differently in the sense, the PS4 is a really great entry level machine that's very affordable and will remain so, especially in emerging markets where Sony can extract some amount of money out of some customer as opposed to none. And I guess what I'm saying is that it's clear from their incredible level of like $30 billion in revenue, so going up, that keeping people on PS4 isn't really injuring them.
Right.
And
yeah.
You still need PS Plus to be online to play a lot of a lot of the free to play stuff, but some of the free to play stuff, but not all of it, right? Some of them are free, I think, to go get through. And, you're still selling some latent games there as well. I just don't think that the situation is that bad. But yeah, the divide and conquer stuff is eventually they're going to have to move on at some point regardless. And I wonder when they feel like they will do that. Yeah, the Helldivers 2 sales, I also wanted to call out, as you said, Chris, just an absolutely amazing level of sales for that game. $40 granted, so it's not as impressive. It did sell more units than Ragnarok, but not grossed as much money.
Right, yeah.
All the Ragnarok sales from that record were on PS4 and PS5, where they made 100% of the money, so it's a much bigger deal that they did that. But Helldivers 2 is a huge success story, right in the pocket of where we assumed it was, because I had put out a tweet a little while ago when I was tweeting out a clip of one of our podcasts where I said it's between 10 and 15 million, and it is literally right between 10 and 15 million. And then just confirmation of Concord coming, I think is very interesting. I think we're going to see that very soon, like what that even is. And though revenue company-wide is going to fall, and with PlayStation's going to fall, profit is going up. The percentage of profit is going up on revenue made. So I think that they're happy that they're going in the right direction there as well. And it's funny that as a Japanese company, they suffer from domestic problems with production of games and running their company in that sense. But when you're selling most of your games overseas for USD or euros or whatever, and then you would absorb all that money, it goes much further for you in your country. And so that's a beneficial. If the shoe was on the other foot, it would be way worse for them. it's not ideal to have, like, the Japanese yen is, when I used to travel there as for a journalist, or we at IGN used to travel there for the journalist, it was conventional wisdom for years that it was 100 yen per dollar. And now you're talking about 150 yen per dollar. It's really scary shit when you think about it. If you have savings or something like that, you just saw half your savings disappear. Like in purchasing power. That's scary, scary stuff. Nonetheless, shout out. Finally get financials. It takes them so long, man. So long. Why does it take you 6 weeks, 7 weeks? Get this shit out a little quicker before I fucking kill someone. By the way, they said, or not they, Totoki said in the earnings call that there will be these spin out presentations later in the month. I think May 31st, I think I noted, for each of the segments. And so we might get more information from PlayStation at that point. Maybe we'll hear from the CEOs. I don't know. I'll be very, very interested to see when the showcase is announced. However, they did confirm that that is coming in that conference call as well. All right. More financial news. Number 3, though we don't usually delve deep into third-party financial reports on this show, we make some exceptions, and one of them is for Square Enix, which up until now anyway has been heavily allied with the PlayStation brand, but that's all about to change. For starters, Square Enix experienced year-over-year revenue growth, but while still profitable, their margins are falling. They feel like they're leaving a lot of lost sales on the table by way of their exclusivity strategy, specifically with PlayStation and Nintendo, and they are now looking to spread the field while releasing fewer, more high-quality games. Like Sony, exchange rates are adding additional turmoil into their financials, but so too did cancellations and a new aim at a different goal. As stated in their report, quote, losses stemmed from the termination of development efforts for some key pieces of content, so they canceled games. A project-by-project review of continued development feasibility found these particular efforts to be incompatible with the group's revised approach to the development of high-definition games. It's important to note, again, when Square Enix says high-definition games, they're saying that to differentiate from mobile games. They don't mean like the old HD games. We all know games are in HD, which reflects such objectives as multi-platform development and the strengthening of internal development capabilities, end quote. Square Enix cites an increase in consolidated net sales for these types of games in particular, which was a tide that raised the larger boat. Final Fantasy XVI, Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth all contributed to the bottom line. MMOs, on the other hand, are softer than they were the previous year, almost certainly a sign that Final Fantasy XIV may be losing some steam. Later, the report states in part, quote, the period also highlighted some major challenges, including low profitability of the HD games subsegment, ellipsis, and insufficient franchise-by-franchise portfolio management, end quote. Eureka! How much have we talked about that on the show? Oh my God, they acknowledged it. As such, their new strategy has them, quote, shifting from quantity to quality, end quote, later continuing, quote, to that end. It will first work to establish the optimal portfolio, striking a balance between a product-out approach that reflects the imaginations of its employees to the utmost and a market-in approach that leverages customers' voices and data to inform development efforts. It will strive for a regular launch cadence, yes, focusing its development efforts and investments on titles with substantial potential to be loved by customers for years, end quote. To this end, their internal studio structure is being reworked, as we recently saw when Business Development Unit 3 was kind of renamed, and they want to stop outsourcing when they can. Quote, the group will retire its business unit-based organizational design, and I'm sorry, I've skipped a line. Quote, the group will retire its business unit-based organizational design and strive to establish an operationally integrated organization with the goal of revamping its internal title development footprint and bringing more capabilities in-house, end quote. So in other words, no more outsourcing. And yes, they will be eschewing the recent divide and conquer approach of seeding exclusives in places like PlayStation and Switch. Instead, quote, aggressively pursuing a multi-platform strategy that includes Nintendo platforms, PlayStation, Xbox, and PCs. Especially in regards to major franchises and AAA titles, including catalog titles, it will build an environment where more customers can enjoy our titles, end quote. Part of their reorganization is also looking at the structure of its Western offices in Europe and the US, as well as elsewhere, which has already led to layoffs, as related by website Video Games Chronicle. The layoffs apparently include publishing, IT, and their indie initiative. Square Enix's new strategy will greatly benefit players on Xbox and PC, but Nintendo and PlayStation players will also benefit by potentially receiving games that were previously exclusives to one another. Indeed, in recent years, Nintendo's Square Enix exclusives outnumber PlayStation's, though Sony has continuously received the AAA exclusives like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth and Final Fantasy XVI. Bloomberg Japan reports that moves like this are being made. All 3 games have apparently undersold, amongst others, raising the question on if Square Enix is ever happy with how their games sold, and perhaps more importantly, how Sony courted them so effectively if nothing seems to be working for them. Dustin, What do we think here? Multi-platform Square Enix? This has always been the way. You either have to join one of these first parties in a more official way, or put your games everywhere, like any developer or publisher would. I'm very curious why they were so heavily courted and why they believed so much in this exclusive strategy, in which I literally can't remember the last time they said a AAA game sold well. Maybe like Final Fantasy 15. So that was 8 years ago. They seem to be disappointed in everything. And I see the numbers for Rebirth and for Remake and especially for 16. And I'm like, I don't understand what you're that disappointed in, but what are your thoughts on Square Enix's new moves?
Yeah, well, you mentioned the being more intentional about what games you make and what games, and when you release them. Because we laid out, I think that was last week, like their just insane release schedule of constantly releasing games of extremely mixed quality. And so doubling down and focusing on making great games and doling them out in a pace that makes sense seems incredibly obvious, at least to us, but it wasn't necessarily obvious to them. And so seeing that restructuring happening is good. As far as the third party stuff, I imagine, I'm not saying that Xbox isn't a factor for them, because they specifically mentioned Xbox, but I think that this is more of an angle towards PC and Nintendo. And we laid out on Punching Up that they specifically mentioned Nintendo platforms. So whatever the next Switch is going to be part of that strategy. And so I think they're looking at these really big, expensive games, Final Fantasy 15 or Final Fantasy 16 and 7 Rebirth, and thinking like, man, how much could we have made this was available day one on PC? And even it's a weird part with Switch, because maybe it's possible to get those games running in some horrifying way, but I think that when it comes to when the next Switch is available, we might see some of these games also coming out in a more portable, pared down way available on that platform. And that's particularly important in their home country of Japan, where PS5 isn't necessarily doing so hot. Nintendo really owns Japan, and that's where people want to play. And so they got to meet people where they are. And yeah, they've released plenty of games on Switch in particular, but in some games exclusively on Switch as well, like Dragon Quest Monsters 2 was a game that I think was available only on Switch. Yeah,
that Chocobo game was exclusive. There's more, by volume, more on Nintendo than PlayStation. It's just that PlayStation courted the big ones.
Right, yeah. So I like the idea of them being like, yeah, we're going to try to put our games as many places as possible. Xbox fans, you could put your money where your mouth is and talk about how much these games would have sold if they were on Xbox. Well, here you go. When 16 comes to Xbox, or 17 or Final Fantasy 17, you can buy it and show your support, because it sounds like you're getting it. And I'm being a little facetious, but it is nice that they'll be everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Chris, any thoughts here on Square Enix's moves?
Well, I mean, the move to where they are currently, or where they have been, has always been confusing to me. I don't understand what Square Enix really gains from being this kind of arbitrary exclusive partner to one platform. Like, you don't spend your time making really, really expensive movies only to show them at the Alamo draft houses, and that's it. You know, like you, right. Like it just doesn't. Yeah, like, you can if you want, but those are meant for, like, you know, if you spend a little bit of money, that's the stuff you can do. Or if you're owned by them and you've got to draw people in, but like that's really the only arrangement that makes sense. So if you're going to keep making, you know, Final Fantasy 16, which undoubtedly is an expensive game to make, you can see how expensive that game is just playing it and looking at it. It behooves you to be in as many places as possible. So the opposite strategy never made sense to me. So to me, this is just a course correction, and it makes perfect sense as to why. It makes no sense that it took this long to get here, because, like you said, like I can't even remember. It feels like every time we talk about Square Enix, in some way, they're talking about how, like, man, I only made a ton of money. I wanted to make like 2 tons of monies. It's like, yeah. Okay, I don't get it.
To be fair, I think that some of that strategy made more sense, 5 years ago, even, because in the situation they were in, it's like, okay, well, the sales of 15 were lowest on Xbox, and we want to make these big games, and Sony's willing to give us a lot of money, and we don't even know if they will run on Switch. So we got to decide if the Sony money is worth not putting it on PC at launch. And even then, I don't think when those deals weren't in place, I don't think they were releasing day and date Final Fantasy games on PC or anything like that.
Right.
They've never. So now with PC being, as PlayStation is also finding out, an extremely lucrative place to be, a new Switch that's much more powerful on the horizon, that they might be able to feasibly port and put some of these games on that platform. Now it's like, well, maybe that Sony bag isn't going to be worth it like it was before. And particularly with Rebirth, something like that, it's like maybe not having that on PC at launch really kind of hurt things for us.
No, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like the idea that they even had to find that out this late is crazy. Like I feel like PC's always been like a massive PC for as long as I've been I feel like for as long as I've been an adult has been a pretty massive place for people to buy games, and like the idea that it took them until now to realize like maybe we should probably put this over there as well and eschew some of this like Sony money, which is like a one time quick rip off of something that we could instead sell in perpetuity on every platform. Like it's just, I don't know, exclusivity from third-party platforms or third-party publishers specifically just never made sense to me. I felt that way about Titanfall initially as well, where I was like, I don't really fucking understand this. It's just kind of, and I get that there's like money offered and it's probably like somewhat enticing, but wouldn't you rather just make money in perpetuity for a longer period of time?
Yeah, you just
like and be everywhere. It's weird.
I think it's just about risk mitigation. Like they lower their ceiling to raise their floor in some sense.
Yeah.
Where they don't. We don't even know what the deals are, but I would imagine like a deal for Final Fantasy 16 is something like you give us the game exclusively for X amount of time and like an unacknowledgeable publicly amount of time. We give you a better split on the PSN. Instead of 30%, it's like 15% or something.
Right.
And we cover your marketing bill and we give you like resources or like, and help you like with internal resources or whatever, something like that. And that's probably, they look at that and they're probably like, well, this is like really, they probably are like, well, we can just get where we're going without more downside, but they want more upside. And the only way to have more upside is to just proliferate the game, you know?
Yeah.
So
I'm sure the deals are a lot more complicated than what we're talking about for sure. Like I'm sure there's like all sorts of things on the table. I guess for me, I think in an industry that apparently is all about engagement, you would imagine that you would want to be in as many places as possible. And that's what developers want too, you know, almost universally. So yeah, it just seems to me like the obvious, this should have happened a while ago, but like, I get it. Yeah. It's cool. I like it. I'm down.
Yeah. I mean, Kaim Arganar wrote in, said, "Hey, Sacred Gang, do you view Square's move to go fully multiplat as a positive or negative? What is your opinion on the fact that they explicitly said the marquee PlayStation exclusive titles underperformed? Ambitions probably got too high, or all in all, not enough money, including Sony's bag made." Yeah, it's so as far as what I think about the multiplat strategy for them, I just think I agree with the guys. Like it just makes sense. I think Square Enix came in the clutch for Sony actually in some major ways at different points when they needed games. And some of the games didn't work out well, but a lot of them, you know, many of them did work out very well. And Square Enix was also a really prolific supporter of things like the Vita. So they've always wanted to explore different platforms. They would put different games in different places, and it's kind of par for the course. And I think what they've realized is just less is more. Like we can push fewer games on more platforms and raise net income, which is what they want to raise. That revenue is one thing, and that's great. You want revenue to drive income, but the percentage of your profit is what's most important too. And so I think they're obviously going to bring games to Xbox, and I think that's great. But I agree with you, Dustin. I think this is really about the next Switch and PC certainly, but I think the next Switch is a major part of this. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Final Fantasy VII Remake on something like Xbox, but I would be much less surprised to see it on Switch too. Like you can imagine both of them even being there when it launches, which would be very tantalizing, very interesting. Oh, depending on what the contracts say. Now, here's an interesting kind of tidbit that makes it seem like Square Enix is changing horses midstream. Is that they clearly reworked the deal for Final Fantasy VII Remake after the game came out. They were at some point pleased with how it did. And really, Sony nailed it down far beyond where they were supposed to nail it down. It was supposed to be on other platforms as we understood it. So they made bad choices, but the one thing that I regret in this is that I actually think they have the right games many times. They just didn't have the right strategy. And that's why I was so excited for them to literally talk about portfolio management. Literally say quantity, we have to abandon this quantity over quality situation. We don't have sufficient management of like what we can even do internally. We outsource too many things. They have too many bad experiences with outsourcing. Look at Babylon's Fall. And look at them spinning off studios that they felt like they couldn't control anymore at all. Anyway, it's just interesting to me that they control such a really rich history of games, really compelling, more niche games in various Japanese aligned or segments like role-playing games. And that they kind of have gotten scared away from embracing those games too, simply because they released them so stupidly. A Square Enix that was really going on all cylinders would understand that those games could be released pretty often, but you just need to keep them away from each other and other products instead of releasing everything at the same time to extract value in certain quarters and all that. They should have learned the portfolio management game years ago and they would be in a much better shape. And then they wouldn't have had it. They probably could have had the best of both worlds, but now they really just want to focus on AAA product. I lament the things that we're not going to get from them now, because a lot of that stuff in that mid-range, a lot of the old stuff, they were really on their way to porting some really weird shit. And I just hope that they don't stop. Between Squaresoft and Enix and their back catalogs before they merged, so much needs to see the light of day still. And I really, really hope that they continue with that. It makes me nervous for like what's beyond Dragon Quest 3. Are they going to even bother doing shit like that anymore? Are they just over it? So those are my takeaways. As far as Corey Vaught wrote in and said, hello, gentlemen. So we got another Square Enix financial report, and yet again, they're disappointed with sales. My question is, what the absolute fuck are their expectations? Seems like every report for the last decade has been the same from them. From Tomb Raider to Final Fantasy, everything is below expectations. How hard is it to conservatively set targets that are achievable? I do think this is a major thing that needs to be brought up. From a communications point of view, you'd think that like a marketer and PR people would get involved at some point, like, at the top and be like, maybe you guys need to have more conservative expectations for the games, simply so that when we speak about our financial reports, it doesn't seem like none of our games sell, because it makes us look fucking stupid. So while it might cost you in the short term and not attract strong stock, interest or whatever when you're announcing games, you'll benefit in the long run, not only from a better image, but from the pop you get in your stock and in your earnings when games do perform and you can announce we succeeded, we have met and exceeded expectations. It really must be annoying as fuck. I'm a student of the industry. I don't know everything about it, obviously, but I just don't know the last time they were, for a AAA game, where they're like, oh yeah, that shit killed. It's like, okay, what are you looking for, really? What is your problem? It's very annoying. So I'm totally with you there. So we'll keep an eye on Square Enix and their new moves, but I wouldn't, I think there was a lot of talk about what Final Fantasy 17, really more eminently Dragon Quest 12, and I guess Kingdom Hearts 4, what would the nature of their releases be? And I think it's safe to assume that they're coming to everything at the same time at this point, right? And I'll be very interested to see what they bring to Xbox and how the games do there. I do believe the Xbox overtures had already begun. And Microsoft has been aggressive in Japan with Sega and with, especially with the Atlas stuff in that orbit. And Square Enix, obviously Final Fantasy 14 came to Xbox after many years. So I think that those overtures are just being solidified now, but they're already in action. I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of exciting announcements across platforms. And I think that's great. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. So if these games come to other platforms, it's totally, it's like people got like, what about the experience? Like, I don't care, man. We got we had them. We played them. So it's fine. All right. Number 4. As long rumored, a new Assassin's Creed game is indeed coming this fall. It's called Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's under development at Ubisoft Quebec, the studio behind 2015's Assassin's Creed Syndicate and 2018's Assassin's Creed Odyssey, as well as other titles like 2020's Immortals Phoenix Rising. And it's set for launch on PlayStation 5 on November 15th later this year. The game comes packing 2 playable characters in the form of a male samurai and a female shinobi. And in a press release, it said that Ubisoft Quebec has, quote, ensured that its late Sengoku period setting, known for its political tumult, warfare, and dramatic social reformation, serves as an authentic backdrop for the pair. This means both protagonists offer vastly different gameplay experiences and overlapping perspectives on transformative moments in Japanese history, end quote. This period in Japanese history historically took place in the 15th and 16th centuries. The male samurai character is an historical figure known as Yusuke. The first time a playable character is in the real-world historical record in Assassin's Creed history. I didn't know that, but I guess it makes sense. Yusuke was an African slave brought to Japan by their lone trading partners during this period, the Portuguese. There, quote, he impressed with size, strength, and wits and served under the Japanese daimyo Oda Nobunaga, end quote. The female shinobi Naoi, quote, uses stealth, parkour, and gadgets, end quote, to fight a 17-year-old daughter of a famed shinobi who taught her everything he knows. Shadows will mark the 14th core Assassin's Creed game since the franchise launched on PS3 in 2007 and is only a year divorced from last year's core Assassin's Creed game Mirage. And perhaps not surprisingly, should you opt to play the game upon launch via Ubisoft's subscription service, Ubisoft Plus Premium, you'll gain access to the game 3 days early on November 12th. Tyler Garrett wrote in and said, hey, CDC, as of writing this, the new Assassin's Creed game Shadows trailer just premiered. What are everyone's thoughts on it? I just platinumed Mirage a few days ago, and I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it's not too bloated like Valhalla. Thanks for all that you guys do, and be well. Dustin, new Assassin's Creed game, are you interested? Japanese setting, 500-ish years ago, 2 playable characters, 1 male and 1 female. Does it do anything for you?
Not really. I watched the trailer. Trailer was all right, but very, just a cinematic trailer, no gameplay or shots of in-engine or anything like that. So that's another thing that kind of brings it down for me. Obviously, it being set in Japan is appealing to my interests, but I feel kind of very satisfied in that department across the numerous games. And I know we talked about before how, there's not just one era of ancient Japan. There's different aspects of it. And I get that, but I just, there's been other Assassin's Creed games where I'm like, man, that setting sounds really cool, particularly the one in Egypt, Origins. But at the end, it was still just an Assassin's Creed game. And I keep trying to play them. I keep trying to like them, and I never do. So, no disrespect to anyone who's excited about this. I think it's cool. I know people have been clamoring for an Assassin's Creed game in Japan for years now. So the fact you're finally getting it, I'm happy for you.
Chris, any thoughts on Assassin's Creed Shadows coming this November?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of sort of in the same boat with Dustin as far as like, I don't think the trailer didn't really move the needle for me. And I think the setting is kind of not overplayed, but I'm very satiated with that setting. But what did get me a little bit more interested in paying attention to this is something that Ryan McCaffrey posted actually about it, which was he compared it to some of the details that they were giving out about it sounded like Splinter Cell, specifically that you can specifically hide in shadows, create darkness by destroying lanterns or killing torch carriers. A light meter is on the UI to show how concealed you are. You can
play as a pacifist, right? In some sense.
Yeah, there's a pacifist run. And so those specific things do appeal to me more than a normal Assassin's Creed would. I do like the idea of them leaning into it took them how many years and how many games to do this, but them actually leaning into the stealth aspect of Assassin's Creed in this way, especially because there are so few stealth games, especially so few stealth games that borrow stuff or ideas and elements from Splinter Cell, things like creating darkness and actively using it to hide. That's pretty cool. And I do have to say, like, of all of the Assassin's Creed games that have come out and have been advertised and have been sold and pitched over the years, I'm not saying I'm going to play this one, but this one has the highest likelihood of getting me through the door. And depending on how it looks, obviously, depending on, I'm still probably going to wait for reviews just to see generally how people feel about it, to make sure it's not a, what was that kink, to make sure it's not a Lord of the Rings Gollum tier experience. But if it's
Lord of Ring.
Yeah, I think genuinely, like if it's like high 70s, low 80s, that might be something that I might check out, because I am hungry for a stealth experience with those exact mechanics, and I am very, very underserved in that department as far as AAA games go. So you got me. You have my attention. Don't fuck it up.
Well, one controversy always has to follow every game, and so Anthony S. writes in and says, "Hey guys, the gaming community on Twitter and elsewhere are on their usual shit. This time over Assassin's Creed Shadow's black protagonist based on records of a black man in feudal Japan in the 1500s named Yusuke, who served under a daimyo, or daimyo. I don't never really say that. I did take Japanese history classes too, and I just don't remember. The general disagreements seem to center around a couple of disputed facts about Yusuke's actual life and job in feudal Japan and whether he was really even a samurai or not. Other arguments make the case that a black man as the protagonist is a missed opportunity to have a Japanese samurai as the main character and thus feels like a diversity play. For context, Ubisoft did opt for the double protagonist option and included a Japanese woman as the second playable character. Much of their argumentation does seem a little questionable in nature. If they want to set a game in feudal Japan and include Yusuke as a playable samurai, I don't see why it's that big of a deal. Perhaps, however, there is something to be said about including a Japanese main character in a Japanese-based setting. Additionally, the AC series does use historical figures, but often plays fast and loose with the facts. Do you think any of the arguments against Yusuke's revised history or his inclusion in the protagonist hold any weight at all? Thanks as always. I'm honestly of two minds with this, just in the sense that, and we talk about this on the show every once in a while, where it's like, there are things that happen where it seems like you're begging me to notice, right? And you're begging to note for people to notice and say something about it. And I think this is kind of one of those situations, not from a historical record perspective, but just from like, it's in Japan, so wouldn't it just be wouldn't it make isn't the most interesting story about Japanese people? And I would like to just ask them, why did you choose that character? It seems a little transparent to me. And it seems like one of those situations where it's like, yeah, I don't give a shit really. And they give you a Japanese option with the woman, right? And there were female shinobi ninjas. So that's not a problem. So I think they kind of mitigate the problem in that sense. But I do think it is worth asking. You go to Japan in this big franchise for the first time, and this is the story that you want to tell. I think that it does seem a little transparent and does show in some sort of totem type structure where powers that be at some of these companies see think different races, because it wouldn't, if the shoe was on the other foot, they certainly wouldn't have done that. So that's kind of my opinion on it. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't really care about the historical accuracy of it. Like there's an argument like, was he a retainer? It's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Japanese history. I have no idea who this guy is. I don't care. People also bring up Neo, which starred a white guy.
Right.
I think the thing about Neo was that if you want to take the history, I didn't give a shit about that either. I thought that game was cool from an aesthetic perspective, but it's true that you probably should be mad about both. Although I think people would say that character was much more historically rooted, even though like what happened obviously isn't in some sense. I don't really know anything about what's his name, William something or whatever. I don't remember. It's been a long time.
I have no fucking idea.
But
yeah.
So that's all I would say about it, is that it's like it's strange. It is strange, and it's one of those things where it's like, I dare you to say it. I dare you to say that it's weird, And I'm like, yeah, okay, it is weird. It's not a big deal. I just think that a game in Japan in the 1500s would probably focus on the Japanese, and not something so clumsy and ham-fisted like this, which is the way it comes off to me. But it's Assassin's Creed, so it can really be the worst game ever, and I wouldn't care. Chris?
Yeah. I don't know if I agree really at all. I think because we just talked about how often this genre and this setting is already kind of used, and how like we already have Ghost of Tsushima for that kind of exact experience. And if they just tried to do Ghost of Tsushima again, I think it would drive a lot of comparisons where it's like, oh, it's just Ghost of Tsushima again. Okay, but it's Assassin's Creed. Okay, cool. I think because this is historically rooted, even though they are embellishing stuff, which by the way, they've always, I don't know if you know this, but Leonardo da Vinci did not build a fucking Renaissance tank
Wasn't George Washington like a tyrant in Assassin's Creed 3?
Yeah, George Washington was an evil tyrant under the influence of an alien apple. So like I don't buy the historical accuracy
that doesn't mean anything
thing about Assassin's Creed. The fact that it's historically rooted on a real Japanese or a real African slave in Japan at that time, I think is actually objectively very interesting in comparison to just kind of having just another generic kind of it would be the equivalent of just kind of having like a generic white guy in like anything, you know what I mean? Or like I don't know. It's just kind of, we have this a lot already. So the fact that it is something different and that it isn't just like a random, it's not like they took Eddie Murphy and threw him into like Shinobi Japan. You know what I mean? It's like a real character in some way, and it's rooted in something. I think that alone is kind of, I just think that's genuinely interesting. And a lot more, I'm really curious as to how they would even tell that story and what that story would be. And a lot more so than I would be if it was just Ghost of Tsushima, because I don't think they can do better than Ghost of Tsushima, quite frankly. And so I don't mean to discount what you're saying in the sense that I do think they are kind of saying like, go ahead, I dare you. But I don't think that's the motive necessarily. I think it's kind of like a byproduct of like, this is actually kind of an interesting thing that I didn't even know about this character at all. I didn't know about Yasuke or Yusuke at all.
Yeah, I don't know how to say his name. I'm probably saying it wrong. I mean, what do I know?
I had no fucking clue that was even remotely a thing. And I know there's like this, again, there's like disputes about whether or not he was a shinobi or whatever, or a samurai. But it didn't even really occur to me that, I don't know why this didn't occur to me, but it didn't occur to me that the slave trade would have even, I don't know. I don't think of Japan and the slave trade at all in that way.
It's important to note that like Japan was totally closed off at this period, and they only traded with the Portuguese out of one port. I think only a few ships a year. So they probably weren't really exposed to slaves as much as they were exposed to this one.
Right.
Or a handful of them, Right.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like that is inherently very interesting.
Yeah, I can see that.
And you know what I mean?
Again, I don't care about the historicity of it. I hope I'm making the argument. Well, Dustin, we'll get you in here. Like, I'm not worried about the accuracy of the history. I just notice that it's not a Japanese person. That's right. That's it. It's just like, I don't know.
For sure.
It seems like you have to look hard and far and wide to like ignore the potential of many interesting stories within that, but maybe it is at the risk of being samey. A lot of people do say a lot of this stuff does come off as the same, and so maybe they were trying to avoid that.
Before we pass it, I just want to make sure I'm not upset or praising it or anything. I just think it's equivalently as it's equivalent to me as putting the white guy in Neo. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, whatever. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair argument. Like, but I do think people thought that was weird too.
Yeah.
So, as I remember, I mean, it was a while ago now. I was still kind of funny when
it's a little weird. It's a little strange,
right?
But
it is
whatever.
Weird. It is weird. I mean, I think that it kind of it's a little different because Team Ninja and kind of Koei Tecmo more generally are very rooted in like this Asian history, whether it's like Romance of the Three Kingdoms style stuff, a lot of Japanese stuff.
Right.
And they probably were looking for a different angle from that perspective, but I don't see Assassin's Creed in that same vein. And I will say that I remember people thinking that was weird about Neo, but again, I don't know. Dustin, where are you on this? I guess the way I would describe I'm somewhat ambivalent about it. I just notice. That's all. I mean, it's like, it's not like the end of the world.
I actually feel like I'm pretty much exactly split between both of you, in that I do think it's like I saw, and anyone can cherry pick tweets. I get it. So I was seeing tweets that people were cherry picking of like Japanese audience. They're like, oh, this is what cultural appropriation feels like stuff like that. And I'm sure there are tweets on the opposite side as well. So I definitely understand and what you're saying about the like, oh, I dare you. What really concerns me, and I want to be cautious because I don't know a lot about this situation. I've just been seeing it pop up. I'm looking right now at the Wikipedia account for Yasuke, and it's been edited over 50 times in the last day.
Oh, yeah. People are going crazy.
People are losing their mind. Now, this is kind of where it gets weird. It's like, if it's not historically accurate, I'm with you guys. I do not care. I think it's an interesting story. It's like, okay, well, there was this African slave who was in Japan who held some role of importance that he's documented in history. Here's an idea. What if he's a samurai and we make a game about it? Cool. That's an interesting idea. I don't care if it's realistic or not. The key, though, is that we're not, whatever's going on with this Wikipedia page and people debating about whether or not he was a samurai or a retainer to one, whatever. It's like, okay, well, what was he? And we shouldn't be altering what people view of history. And you can't, and obviously there's more sources than just Wikipedia, but this shit gets weird to me when people are like, oh, no, he was.
It's because,
it's like, wait,
that's the thing. It's like, that's because people can't be normal. People can't be normal anymore. People can't just be like, okay, weird or okay, cool, and then move on. It's always got to be like, I've got to edit history
right,
to make me right. Like, yo, relax. It's not that serious, really.
All you got to say is just like, yeah, we read about this guy. It sounded like an interesting situation or an interesting person that was noted in Japanese history, and we were inspired by it to make this. So I get it. It gets tough when at the same time they claim some level of historical accuracy, but anyone who knows anything about this series knows that it's always been this way. That they'll say, oh, the historical aspects of it. It's like, yeah, that's true, but it is, as much as it is historical, it is fiction as well.
It's historical fiction. Right. It's historical. That's literally what it is, which is an awesome playground. I think it's dope. As long as it's not masquerading as history, I don't really see a problem. Like, you're not really, dude. There are some scenes in Assassin's Creed as a series that are fucking bewildering if you look at it from like a historical perspective. Leonardo da Vinci is fucking Inspector Gadget in those games. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you think there was a guy back then who's like, "It's a me, Mario"? Are you kidding?
I forgot about that.
All right. Well,
there's aliens.
Yeah, it's all weird. I mean, it's all weird, but it's an interesting conversation to have. I think it's somewhat more dynamic. Like, I don't want to be dismissive of it because I'm not. I get it in some sense.
No, for sure. Yeah, I just wish people were normal about it.
On balance, yeah, exactly. On balance, I'm like, I don't know. I just don't think this is that big of a deal. I think, though, that Assassin's Creed really did a nice job in a lot of different ways. Like in Assassin's Creed 3, when you're playing as like a Native American or whatever, I thought that's cool and ingests mainstream culture at that time, So whatever, it doesn't matter. All right. Number 5, it's day ending in Y, so it's time to talk about new PlayStation Plus games, this time coming to the game catalog available at the extra and premium tiers of the service. In other words, these are not for essential base tier players, which are most of us. If you do have access to the game catalog, however, here's what you can look forward to beginning May 21st, and it all starts with Red Dead Redemption 2 on PS4, Rockstar's smash hit 2018 open world western. Meanwhile, other games for PS5 only include Deceive Inc., Sweet Bandit's 2023 multiplayer spy game published by Tripwire, and the ill-received 2023 crime shooter Crime Boss Rockay City from developer InGame. For PS4 only comes the following games: EA's The Sims 4 expansion City Living, which launched in 2016 and requires the core game to play, Ubisoft's 2023 strategy game The Settlers: New Allies, 2D action RPG Cat Quest from 2017, as well as its 2020 sequel Cat Quest 2, both from the Gentle Bros, Traveler's Tales 2019 film tie-in, the Lego Movie 2 video game, and Ubisoft's original Watch Dogs, which came to PS4 in 2014. Alone Edition is cross-platform this month. I'm sorry. Haemimont 2023 survival game Stranded: Alien Dawn, which is on both PS4 and PS5. There are also 3 new PlayStation Classics being added to the Classics catalog exclusively at the premium tier of PS Plus. These games should also be available to purchase individually. The 3 titles being added are as follows, all hailing from PS1. The early Sony-developed sports game 2 Extreme from 1996. Iconic box art on that for me. Sony Liverpool's 1997 flight sim G-Police, made by Liverpool when they were still called Psygnosis. And 1999's Worms Pinball, which was developed by Team 17 and which is actually a port of another project for PC, 1998's Addiction Pinball. The same date these games are added to their respective catalogs, the following games will be removed according to website True Trophies: Horizon Zero Dawn, all 3 Darksiders games, Kingdoms of Amalur: Re-Reckoning, Abzu, Elix and Elix 2, Wreckfest, The Messenger, World of Final Fantasy, and a smattering of core Final Fantasy games 7, 8, 9, 10, and 10-2, 12, and 15. So get going if you want to play those. And finally, I have a last note here. This broke while we were recording, but it's important to note that EA Sports College Football 25 has a release date, comes to PlayStation 5, and will only be on PS5, no PS4 version, on July 19th this summer. Just wanted to underline again, this game is going to be fucking huge.
Yeah.
Just wait. The pent-up demand. First of all, college football is bigger than ever, and the pent-up demand for not only the return of a college football game from EA and NCAA game, but a licensed one, the first one. I'm looking at the box art. It will probably be the box art. It's real players. It's pretty crazy. This wasn't the case for many, many years. Congratulations to them for finally getting just a little bit of what would my dad call it? Escarole. All right. Let's see. That's it for the news. Let's get into inquiries as we wrap things up. 6 inquiries from the audience. Questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Use the threads for the individual shows in the newsfeed as they're published, and then we delete them and we publish more. So keep an eye out. Ramsey Schroeder wrote in and said, "Hello, my luscious lovers of liberty. You each mentioned that you felt that Sony should just leave Helldivers alone and not adapt it into a show. However, before you cast your final verdict, hear me out. Imagine a Helldivers show in the mockumentary style of The Office. The pilot would debut with an introduction to a central protagonist, in quotes, who fits the stereotype of the natural military leader. He goes through boot camp and meets 3 other divers that each fit a different generic military archetype, the silent, stealthy, brooding one, the smart, tactical one, and the big, strong, dumb one. You begin to connect with the characters and start to care about them. You will also introduce a certain leadership that are in on the propaganda campaign. At the end of the pilot, the team of 4 drops into their first mission, and in the span of minutes, each of them dies in brutal and ridiculous ways. The shot returns to the bridge of the Super Destroyer, where you see the commander appearing apathetic as he says to the comms, "Squad lost, deploying replacement squad." 4 more nameless Helldivers are dropped in and emerge from their pods. They each give a war cry and charge into battle as the pilot concludes. From this point, I imagine the show following the various exploits and scandals of the Super Earth leadership. Perhaps there is a grizzled Helldiver veteran or two, and maybe even an idiot happy-go-lucky Helldiver who always finds a way to survive despite his overwhelming ineptitude. Thoughts? Thanks for all that you guys do, and take care. I actually think this sounds pretty cool, so I wanted to read it. Dustin, what are your thoughts on Ramsey's Helldivers 2 television show, or Helldivers television show?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys think the mockumentary style is overdone at this point? Like, do we kind of like overdo it with The Office and then Parks and Rec? It would be interesting, though, to see it applied in a very different type of like sci-fi setting. So there could be something to that. But I will say with Ramsey's write-in, if they do it, I like the idea of it being over the top silly, like even more silly than Starship Troopers. And you know, the idea of that if Helldivers is about this constant churn of new soldiers, you could almost have it be a show that has different random cast members come in. Like you could have an episode where, I don't know, Jeff Goldblum is a Helldiver. Right. And then the next episode, almost like an anthology show, just with all these different disposable Helldivers. That could be interesting.
I mean, it's not the worst idea. I just think it's kind of like, it's antithetical to TV because TV flourishes because you spend so much time with characters. Like that's like the strength of TV. And so for a show to undercut that would be like, it would be interesting, but I don't think it would. I don't know. I feel like a sci-fi Office type thing would work really well. I just don't know if Helldivers is the right. I don't know if it's got the legs for like an entire like 5 seasons of TV. You know, it'd be like, oh, they're dead again. It'd be like almost like if South Park kept doing the Kenny thing. It's like, oh my God, 21 years and you're still killing Kenny at the end of everything. It's like, are we good? Are we good? Are we good on this?
Yeah, it's interesting just in the sense that I actually like the idea and I think it would be a good movie.
Right.
Like
it would be good. Yeah.
Like if you just let up and made it really serious about these characters and then like at the end they just dive in and they just die immediately and ignominiously, and there's almost something funnier about that. That's like it's like an M. Night twist.
Yeah. A movie would be a lot A movie would be a lot better, but like he's specifically talking about adapting it into a show, and I'm just like, I don't think it's strong enough for that. I do think an Office style like mockumentary and like I don't know, even like Mass Effect would be hilarious. Like I feel like in that world you could make something probably, but you'd need characters to stay around for you to even notice what's funny about them. And if the whole conceit of Helldivers is that they die, which is great, but I think Colin's right. It's definitely more of a movie thing, I think.
All right. Joe Perez wrote in, said, hello, CC and Big Little D. Colin, I have fond memories of watching you and others react to PlayStation events in the past. The E3 2016 show from when you were at Kind of Funny stands out as a special one filled with surprises. More recently, seeing Chris's excitement at the marathon announcement brought a little joy to this jaded gamer's heart. Would you consider doing something like this again? With the showcase seemingly headed our way, it seemed like a good time to ask. Thankful for you boys. I can't speak for the guys who can do whatever they want on their own, but I just don't really enjoy... I just don't enjoy the process of reacting to things from the gut without having time to think about it and being kind of caught up in that. I don't know. I'm just not into reaction content. I just think it's interesting. It's the lowest form of content to me. I'd rather have something more thoughtful and prepared and interesting to say, even just having a moment to think, even just literally a moment, as opposed to reacting in real time and giving your gut instinct. Remember, we kind of do that when we come in from do the our thoughts on various live shows that they do, and that often even blows up in our face because that's not even sufficient time to really ponder. So for me, I'm against it. I don't care if the guys do it. I mean, they do whatever they want. Chris, are you interested in reacting to this or other PlayStation presentations in the future?
I mean, I do if I happen to be streaming or if I feel like streaming that day, then I'll definitely stream a showcase or a state of play if it's something that I feel like doing. I won't like make myself do it. I think people have to be aware enough of the human experience to understand that immediate reactions are just that and aren't really indicative of really anything deeper or substantive. I don't think it's like necessarily super valuable content. I don't think it's like super, informative, but I do think it's interesting. I do like to see people's instant reactions to things, especially if they're like excited about them. Like I like watching fans of certain things react to like seeing certain things in their favorite IP for like the first time. Like people like Dragon Ball fans, like I watch these videos sometimes of this couple. I don't remember what they're called or anything because I don't keep up with them necessarily. But it's this guy and he's bringing his girlfriend through all of Dragon Ball Z basically. And so to get like a fresh reaction from somebody who's like kind of like into like Goku turning Super Saiyan for the first time, that's like interesting to me on like a pure like gut level curiosity level, you know? I think it's cool and interesting. It also just like lets people be unabashedly themselves for like a brief moment before they like settle down into being like, okay, I'm prim and prepared and proper. And I do like seeing that, but I don't go out of my way to plan these things, or nor do I go out of my way to watch them. So it's just kind of, it's very whatever to me.
Yeah. Anything to add, Dustin?
Well, I think, Colin, it's worth pointing out that what I think Joe is asking for is not for thoughtful analysis from a reaction. I think he's more looking for like a mystery science theater type reaction where it's like if the three of us were watching the showcase live, surely we would find something that is insanely stupid and make fun of it and laugh about it. That we wouldn't be able to capture that necessarily afterwards. Like we could maybe mention it, but you wouldn't get. I think we maybe mentioned this at some point, but I think of the clip, Colin, of you reacting to Project Octopath Traveler.
Right. Yeah.
That is a legendary clip
Yeah.
that only existed from us watching you react to it live. That's unique content or whatever, a unique reaction that only exists in that moment. So there is something to be said that I think that if we did that, it would be focused around those types of like, oh, this is stupid, we're laughing about it, whatever, things like that. And then the thoughtful analysis would be saved for sacred symbols. And that's what, if we did it, I imagine it would just be like, we would watch it and it's like, okay, well, we're not talking about it. See ya. well, you can hear us talk about it on Sacred Symbols.
Well, when we would do that, when like there was some when we did the show originally, and I came in person, we would watch the showcases, and then we would record something immediately afterward. And there were points where we were like, "Yo, what the fuck was that?" You know, like, "What the hell is this?" Yeah. And it's fun. I don't know. There is something fun about it. I will never forget. I don't know if this clip is anywhere or if anybody's had the wherewithal to save it. But when I was watching the Game Awards and Imagine Dragons came on stage during the Bastion soundtrack, that I wish I had saved that reaction video, because there's no, you can't fake that level of contempt that I was, and you can't really recite it either. You can't imitate it. It was just so pure. And I think that if there's any value to reaction content, it is that it's that you're seeing people in their purest form, because their emotions get the better of them. They're kind of unabashedly them. They don't have like the filter of like, oh, I'm presenting or I'm performing or I am, you know, some people, you know, I think do overperform. It's impossible for me to imagine that like the same person gets equally like jazzed up and excited about every single announcement. And I see those people sometimes, I'm like, you got to be joking, man. Or those people who are like, I'm 39 and I've never heard Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm listening to it for the first time. Get the fuck out of here. Shut up. That's not real. But I do it sometimes for Halo stuff, or like if a Bungie related thing comes up, I will single that clip out, because I will react to that thing in a way that most people will not. And I don't know. It's fun to see people get excited, even if what awaits them at the end is ultimately disappointing.
Fair enough. Jeremy Tan wrote in. Guess we kind of already answered this earlier, but greetings, CTD. Hope all is just fine. With Tango Gameworks being shuttered by Microsoft, could it be possible for Sony to swing in and pick up the team to reorganize it under their own banner? Given Hi-Fi Rush's critical acclaim, there's obviously a lot of talent on the team, and having previously worked together on Ghostwire Tokyo, they would fit the bill for how PlayStation typically tests out their studios before an acquisition. To your knowledge, has anything of this sort happened in the gaming industry before? Thanks for the great content week in, week out. Definitely, teams have moved between publishers before. And the most famous example of this, Jeremy, that you can read about is when the original THQ went under, which was 13 years ago or so. There was like a lightning sale of all of their studios, and a lot of studios that exist still under different umbrellas come from actually that. Rare, of course, is a famous example of a studio that existed, was a Nintendo first party and then an Xbox first party. So yeah, studios do come in and often teams are sold. And this is really the case, I think, with that people feel like with Bethesda, is that often teams are sold at the top of their game, and often teams are sold because an infusion of money is needed and decisions are being made poorly, and to survive, you need to find a partner. I just think I can answer this more sufficiently even than I did earlier, Jeremy, by saying that Sony seems to have very little interest in Japanese development. They seem to be happy to get the milk from cows that they don't necessarily own. And the relegation of Japan's studio, I think, just shows that they'd rather invest overseas, and that I would even think you would make the argument that a lot of this important games for their franchise are really Western games at this point. So I just don't think they'd be interested in Tango Gameworks, even if you looked at the talent that was still there. But as I understand it, I think quite a bit of that talent is gone. I mean, not only Mikami, but a lot of those, I think some of those guys are working with him now at a new studio. And if anything, you would probably want to be in business with them. I'm not saying going and buying them. I'm just saying like getting a publishing deal with them or something would probably be pretty wise. You know what we keep forgetting about, by the way, to really not related to this other than that it's also Japanese, is I keep forgetting that the Fizzint project.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Like, which will probably be PS6, I would assume. But
yeah.
Anyway,
that's
do you guys have anything you want to add on this? We talked about it earlier, but are you golden?
Not really.
All right.
No. Yeah, not really. I think we covered it pretty extensively earlier, I think.
All right, let's move on to Silas Koenig then. Says, hey, Sacred Crew. This one is mostly for Dustin and Chris, but please feel free to chime in on this one too, Colin. I won't. He says, don't mind me sitting in the corner still hoping that you try Destiny 2 one day. I might, but not anytime soon. Just wondering about your excitement levels for the Final Shape expansion in a couple of weeks. My wife and I recently decided to boot it up for the current event where you can earn the Super Black Shader and some old community favorite weapons, and we're having a wonderful time. Have a great day, guys. Thank you for writing in, Silas. Boys, where's the excitement level on the Final Shape, which comes out, I think, the first week of June. So we're pretty close, just a few weeks away. Dustin.
I'll go first here just because I don't have a lot to say. I'm not going to be ready. I hopped into Destiny a week or two ago and played one mission, and I felt so overwhelmed by everything. I thought, I can't do this right now. I can't. Maybe at some point, I'm not going to be ready for Final Shape. So hype level 0, not in a bad way. I just can't do it right now. So Chris, this is all you.
Yeah, I mean, I've not been playing Destiny really at all, so I definitely have to. God, I have so many games that I'm playing at the moment that it feels impossible. But this is the culmination of 10 years. Okay, I'll probably jump into Destiny 2 this week, I think. But just to see if I can catch up. But I felt the same way as you, Dustin, where I think maybe 2 weeks ago I jumped in. I did one mission. I was like, who are these people? What's going on? I'm overwhelmed. And I did 3 missions and I was like, I'm so lost right now. I'm going to have to spend an entire day watching My Name is Bife lore videos just to get caught up on what the fuck happened over the last several seasons that I just have not been playing. But I'm reasonably excited. I think what they're doing is cool, and some of the stuff that they've shown, especially with the prismatic class stuff where they're mixing and matching all these, they're basically breaking the game open. And that's very, very enticing to me as somebody who just likes feeling. I like to break games, and games especially that build that into themselves. Things like Tears of the Kingdom that are built around making you feel like you're breaking the game, or Prey, or what seems to be this. That's very, very enticing to me. I love that. So I'm definitely excited about it. I wouldn't say I'm hyped necessarily. I'm really more curious about how they're going to stick the landing on this, because I kind of feel like a lot is riding on this in some way. And I just want to see how they stick the landing and what they're doing, what the story is going to be. That's going to be my main focus and my main curiosity. But the stuff they're doing does look cool. I'm just in the middle of playing Animal Well. I still have Stellar Blade kind of sitting on my console. I still have the last half of Rebirth sitting there. There's a lot to play. And so I don't know how dedicated I will be to it during its run, but I'll definitely finish that story and just see what the fuck is up. But yeah, reasonable, curious, excited is a bit strong, but definitely interested.
I'm too overwhelmed to really begin.
Oh yeah, you're fucked.
To play Destiny 2, because I know you can skip forward and level your character up and all that, but I don't want to do that. It's been this whole saga, and I'd like to experience it all. What's the point? This is what makes it so difficult to jump into these things for me. It's what is the point of jumping into it if you can only get the end of it, or you have to? I don't know. That's kind of the conundrum at the center of these games, in my opinion. That lasts too long. Sure. And they require too much of players. But I will be very, very, very interested to see how it does. Again, underlining the note from Totoki during the financial call that they do not expect profit from Bungie this year. So I don't know what they're seeing on their end. All right. BMJ614 wrote in and said, hey, controversial rogue, weebish wizard, and comical bard. I wish to talk about RNG. I'm not a fan of random number generators in video games. I find them to be annoying, and they artificially lengthen games to an extent I don't care for. There have been a few roguelikes I've played that implement RNG in unique ways, but those are few and far between. Having to pray to RNGesus for a particular item or an enemy to spawn really gets on my nerves and grinds my gears. So, wielders of the sacred symbols, what is your humble opinion about RNG in video games? Is it positive, negative, or in a gray area of not really caring in general? I think it's in a gray area, but not of not caring. I think it's in a gray area if it depends on how it's utilized. I'll never forget my first encounter with RNG, really, which was in Final Fantasy IV, which we knew as Final Fantasy II on SNES. And it's to get the rat tail, which is an item that a certain enemy drops that you can then use to get this ore that makes the best weapon, the best sword or whatever. And it drops a fraction of amount of time, a ridiculous, never drops. And they actually, in a rare example of them fucking with the game, in future releases of the game, like on GBA, the PS1 version and the GBA version, I believe the PS1 version, the GBA version, and so on, they altered it to increase that RNG to make it less annoying, because it really was obnoxious. And I just think RNG represents the solution to a problem. What else are you really going to do? I don't know what people really want. That's my whole thing. It's it just needs to be managed well within the confines of the rules and the set of the game. Don't make things annoying, and it won't be a problem. So RNG, I think, are just, they're important, actually. They're major repetitive dice rolls and you need that in games. So I have no problem with it personally. Dustin, where are you?
Yeah, I'm in total agreement. It all depends on the implementation and the balance. I can think of tons of times, like Destiny specifically. In fact, Chris, were we on Summon Sign and we were talking about Gallahorn and the RNG for dropping Gallahorn absolutely sucked. I never got it, and I did that raid so many times. And actually, I think you could get it more ways than just the raid. Never got Gallahorn.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
It would just randomly drop, but it was like a fraction of a. It was the most.
Yeah,
a friend of mine got it to drop after.
A
friend of mine got it to drop after he was the worst player on a PvP team.
Mm-hmm.
Like after a game, and I was like, "You've got to be fucking kidding me that you got this thing."
Most recently, and this wasn't too bad, but it was enough to annoy me. I mentioned the fishing in Stellar Blade. You got to collect all the fish. Some of these fish. There was one fish that was listed as a common fish. I could not get to show up. I was trying all kinds of things. I was going to a different place that it might have been. I was turning the game on and off. I just had to suffer through and catch fish until I finally got this one common fish to show up. And that was super annoying. The Dark Souls 3 Platinum, I need to get like all the rings, but in order to get one ring, I need to do this quest that involved me getting this one item. And I sat and I farmed these stairs on a castle for maybe 2 hours and only got half of what I needed. I thought, no, I can't do this. RNG actually might be the killer of many platinums, I would say. That goes from having a platinum be fun to very annoying. So it can definitely be done wrong. But sometimes, like you said, Colin, it's necessary in order to introduce that element of randomness that it can be fun to do the same thing over.
Yeah, and rarity too. Randomness and rarity.
Rarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris, go on.
Yeah, I go back and forth with it. Generally speaking, I really kind of hate them. And in fact, I think it's the main reason why I didn't gravitate towards a lot of RPGs when I was younger, and even probably still today. It's because I just find there's an element of you're standing a foot away from somebody and then you swing your sword and then it doesn't hit them, that it just strikes me as very obnoxious. So like the random number generation and the randomness of a dice roll really does bother me, because I kind of feel intuitively that the dice roll should happen in the communication of my brain to my hands to what's on screen. Like I feel like it's actually kind of why I gravitate a lot towards shooters on controller, because I actually feel like in some ways the mouse is so precise as to get rid of some of the challenge. So like I like the idea of like if I'm playing, a shooter or something, I'm going to aim to the right and I'm going to shoot and I might miss. And that is a dice roll. It's just not programmed into the game. It's just happening in my body and like the way that I interact with it. And so I know that's not strictly what we're talking about, but like that's just kind of how I think about these things. And it does kind of take a while for me to get over it. Destiny was a good example of like, a game that I stuck with despite a lot of that stuff. Especially with like some of that rarity and some of the drops. But I do acknowledge that there is like a fun element of like grinding stuff out and getting a drop. And it's like, oh, it's specifically getting like a god roll where it's like, oh, whoa, it's got the exact perks that I need. And there is satisfaction to that, but it's a satisfaction that I think I look for less and less as I gravitate towards different types of games. I think it's why I think Animal Well is so satisfying, because I don't think there's really any randomness in Animal Well, or at least not that I'm seeing. But everything feels very bespoke and very simple, while also still maintaining like a level of complexity that doesn't necessarily need this element of randomized frustration and drop rates and things like that. But yeah, I go back and forth on it depending.
Right on. We have one more. Armando Estevez says, hey guys, last episode you all discussed that we all know a new Uncharted game is coming because of the TV ad, which makes reference to the series. While I do believe in the rumors of a new Uncharted game being in development, I don't think this commercial is the smoking gun you guys make it out to be. The commercial spotlights a variety of PS5 games, so isn't it likely that the reference was supposed to be marketing for the Legacy of Thieves collection, which also has a female lead in Lost Legacy? Also, couldn't the reasoning behind its inclusion be as simple as we're PlayStation, we're known for Uncharted, let's make an Uncharted reference? The commercial also shows samurai riding on horseback, so why are we not proclaiming that this is a confirmation of a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima? I don't think the marketing execs at PlayStation would let a reference to an unannounced title be put in a commercial that is really meant to be a more casual consumer. Thanks for all the hard work and content over the years. This week's episode is releasing on the day of my college graduation. I'll make sure to listen while walking across the stage. Please do. And congratulations. There is a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima. We're going to learn about that soon. But I've watched and rewatched that ad and looked at it, and I've even looked at stills of it. What the fuck do you think that ad is telling you? If not that, I don't understand. Also, this idea that the marketers wouldn't put that in. Sony used to make, I don't know if you guys remember, Sony used to make like the most insane ads full of Easter eggs like ever. We used to dissect them when I worked at IGN. Do like hour-long videos on literally the insane level of Easter eggs they would put in their ads. They don't really do that anymore, but I don't think this is an Easter egg. I think this is obvious. That's Cassie Drake. Now, where the game is, I don't know. Who's making it? It's unknown. But I'm pretty confident in this. Dustin, are we seeing something where nothing is?
I can see the argument that maybe they're referencing the Legacy of Thieves collection, maybe in this.
Or Lost Legacy, maybe?
Yeah, the Lost Legacy. It wouldn't be the Legacy of Thieves because that right? Or no,
that Legacy of Thieves, I think, is Lost Legacy.
Oh, right.
Uncharted
No, you're right.
4.
I'm thinking of, the Uncharted collection. Yeah. Go on. I was thinking of the one. Okay.
Oh, that's what I was thinking too.
So maybe there is a point there, but I don't. So there's two shots because there's the one that shows her holding the torch, and then there's one of her looking up close at some kind of artifact, and they makes it so obvious what each of the other games are, and then there's this two shots that aren't connected specifically with a game, where every other shot is referencing a specific game. Seems a little odd, unless that specific game is referencing Legacy of Thieves collection, which I don't know if that's the case.
It could be, but yeah, I don't think so either.
But
Chris, do you think this is the smoking gun or no?
I mean, it might not be here's what I think. I think a Cassie Drake Uncharted game is in development. And that's what I think. And I think they're being cheeky with it. It could, I think they, in fact, probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they chose to put that in the trailer for the exact reason that, like, it could be the Legacy of Thieves collection. It could be. But I think it's very clearly not either of those protagonists is the thing. You know, like, I don't buy that this is nothing. It might not be the smoking gun, but it ain't nothing. Because as far as we know, this game, who knows? This game might have been fucking canceled at this point. Everything's up in the air, really. It feels like, but I personally think that game's going to come out. I think we'll probably see it, sooner than later. And I think I think this is them being somewhat cheeky. If it's not them being cheeky and this game doesn't exist, then it's fucking schizophrenic.
Yeah,
I don't know why you would put that in there.
I think we have to remember too that it's not like some sort of mystery as to like their Naughty Dog's intention and Sony's intention. Like they hired a liaison basically to work with external studios to shepherd Uncharted. Hold on, the dog's barking.
Oh,
we're gonna have to kill him.
Gonna put him down.
So, yeah, I don't know what's going on down there with Trouble. She's going crazy. So anyway, I wanted to point out that I think that that's fairly obvious what that is. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was announced soon too. There's an Uncharted game being made. There just is. Like, it's just so obvious. So it's just the nature of what it is and what will, you know, I think there was even word about Drake's Fortune remake or something, but who the hell knows if any of that stuff's true, you know? All right, let's leave it there. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's go around the horn, say goodbye to everyone. We've done a nice, long, girthy, quality-oriented show, I think, Chris. Be well. Take care of your eyes. See well. See good.
I shall. It's weird. It's weird getting used to it. You even, because you even see differently, like between glasses and contacts. And having had glasses for so long, it's actually like jarringly different. Like I have to constantly like adjust like my focal point. I'm sure I'll get better at it as time goes on, but it's very, very bizarre. I feel like my FOV is wider too.
Oh, yeah. Well, it would be, you know?
Yeah.
You don't have the frame anymore.
It's weird.
Yeah. All right. Well, be well. Dustin, goodbye to you. See you soon.
Goodbye. Have you guys seen the clip on Twitter of the guy sticking the gas pump in his butt?
I have seen.
I just wanted to know if you guys have seen it.
I haven't seen it. No.
Oh, you should.
Oh man,
I'll look it up.
it's a crazy looking. He looks like he reminds me of like those oh my god, he looks like a Jim Henson creation. Like he doesn't look like a real person. It's very strange. He looks like there's like a couple people trying to operate him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I wanted to ask you guys about it earlier. I didn't know really when to bring it up, so I thought right now would be a good time. But it's good.
Yeah,
I'm glad it exists.
It's a shame that portal got shut down. Also, like the portal between New York and Dublin.
Oh yeah, people are the 9/11 pictures and stuff like
the 9. Yeah, that was, I like how they drew the line at like some lady flashing her tits.
Yeah, that was too far.
So insane.
All right, my friends. Well, appreciate you guys. Good show today. Thank you for everyone out there listening and supporting us. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access to audio and video, the ability to get your questions on the show, Sacred Symbols Plus, and more. Couldn't do it without you. Of course, enjoy on free feeds as well, wherever you are. Thank you again. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.